ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàgbàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun.
Ayandaba, 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 Subramia, Soko sunu baby Subramia, Soko sunu baby Subramia, Soko sunu baby Subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Egumawego. Tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
it is everyone be free
ayandaba 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 Baby, Subramia. Soko sunu baby, Subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa yega ponto mo. Yeah, dia kugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. So baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye se akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna koga book.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. Yes. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about it? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know? Remember?
Yes, no.
I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No? Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke as a party and winam better min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jamma bale sim min nyalla fije nangi jamma lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti nammo ala chifti ala ind idi now will the iwi.
Good day. Good to see you. How many of you do a head bopping as that Fulani boy, David, you know, I bop my head along to the Fulani rap. I can't get enough of it. So the Fulani rap, and there it is right there. So there it is. Twice as nice, but first time for me, Dupsy excellent in the afternoon. It's just amazing. Just the talent of that lady, just outstanding, you know. So well done, Dupsy. Good to see you all. Always a delight in your company. And here we go again. So here we go again. Another day, another session with the One Man Went to More platform. It never stops. So another day, another session with the. Did you notice the Rudolph clip that I played? By the way, that's going back just a few years. It's just amazing how people's political views change in total. I'll play it a couple more times in the course of the session. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So the usual protocol: click on the like button, please. we want to hit 100 likes today, and don't worry about the number showing on the screen. The room continues to populate all through the session, and we're looking to hit 100 likes. So set us on the way. So that gives courage then to other people to follow suit. You know, people actually follow by example. If they see that everybody else is doing it, they don't want to be left out, so they follow suit as well. So you lead that space by clicking on that like button. So click on like, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. You should really be subscribed by now, but if you're not, correct that immediately and right now. We need all these things. These are the these are the numbers that the YouTube algorithm looks at to propel you up the conversation. So we want to, you know, if you want, the more we go up the YouTube hierarchy, the better the level of conversation one, and then two, the more attractive we are to guests. We are pulling as many guests as we can, just from this this guy with the funny voice talking from Kent. But if we had that more of an expanse in terms of reach, then really it won't be so tasking then to get the guests to come and join us, because they know then that it's already a space of influence, but the wider the span, the greater the influence. So you don't need me to tell you all that. So all of that wraps around like and subscribe. So do those two things immediately and right now, like and subscribe. And then if you want to come join in the conversation, you saw how busy it was with our Doopsie earlier on. So if you want to come join in the conversation, these are hyperlink that says StreamYard right here that I'm posting just right now in the comment section. This hyperlink that says StreamYard right here, that's your ticket to ride. So that is your ticket to ride. Yeah, so that's your ticket to ride. So click on that if you want to come join in the conversation. And of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always pinned in the comment section. People continue to ignore that, but I wouldn't encourage you to ignore that. Lubricate your host with cups of coffee. 3 easy steps and away you go. So 3 easy steps and away you go. So let's launch immediately into it. Let's just kick it off. And by the way, the room is now open. So if you want to come join now. Don't leave it till later when the room is fully populated and then the thing is bouncing you back, telling you that the studio is full. So if you want to come and join, right now will be the perfect moment. But before I even go into the readout, there is something loading in the ethers, and a snippet of it has just been released into the public space. Our man from Daura, I think he has rediscovered his voice. So let's take a little snippet. So we're waiting in anticipation, and if anybody knows where a fuller version of this is, send it to me via Instagram. But a little snippet from our Aboki from Daura, this is what he has to say.
What do you miss the most about being in office?
Miss? Oh dear me. I don't think I miss much.
How would you adjudge Nigeria's diplomatic ties with other countries of the world? What would you say were your footprint in that regard?
I am so preoccupied with the local problems that I hardly think about the external problems.
There was this impression that your administration was hijacked by some cabals. In fact, the word cabal became so popular during these last 8 years. Was it a figment of imagination of Nigerians, or was there something? Do you really feel that your government was hijacked?
No, it must have been.
In the first months of your administration, you came out to say you have never been this ill. What really was the problem?
I think only my doctor can honestly answer that question.
When you were leaving the office, you did that to that your chair. What was the significance of that tap on that chair?
Goodbye.
Oh!
So that is loading, and of course we'll be reacting to it. So make sure you are dialed into the platform. Of course we'll be reacting to that. Our Boki from Daura. So our Boki from Daura to our Ngbati from Yoruba land. Nigeria's current structure hinders development. Restructure now, Afenifere tells president. So now, which faction of Afenifere doing the speaking? That's really it. The Yoruba Socio-Political Organization, Afenifere, has said the zoning system in the country cannot guarantee the prosperity of Nigeria, noting that there is therefore need for urgent restructuring. So now, there is need for, you know, this is a conversation that we have to take on as a platform at some point, and that point hopefully coming fairly soon. We are going to launch into that restructuring space to unpick exactly what it means. You know, because everybody in the country wants the country, and we all know that the format is not working and it will never work. So for that country to experience anything that is anything like a meaningful development, the country necessarily has to restructure. So we all agree on that, but what nature, what format that restructuring takes, that is where it starts to fall apart. So we will try and unpick that in the course of conversations on the platform. So let me just speak through it. Nigeria's current structure hinders development. Restructure now, Afenifere tells President Tinubu. The Yoruba Socio-Political Organization, Afenifere, has said the zoning system in the country cannot guarantee the prosperity of Nigeria, noting that there is therefore need for urgent restructuring or structuring, as it says. The secretary of the group in the United Kingdom and Europe, Anthony Ajayi, who spoke in an interview with our correspondents, said the group observed that zoning system in the country could not guarantee the prosperity of Nigeria. He added that Nigerians urgently need desired leadership with the will to restructure the country, whilst noting that restructuring was key to the survival of Nigeria. He maintained that the current constitution vests so much power at the center and therefore could not guarantee the prosperity of the country. So yes, because a lot of, they often say, yes, I see your comment, Alexander Gomez. They often say that the Nigerian president is the most powerful president on the planet because a lot of power is so vested on that central seat, you know, that is almost, I don't want to say godlike, it's almost like celestial powers that he has. And, you know, it's too cumbersome and unwieldy how the nation moves, because it cannot move at speed because of the concentration of power and the overabundance of just a gridlocked bureaucracy that are handpicked into grids. You know, the functioning, it's just too slow, too cumbersome, and too lazy, and then too powerful centrally. So it has to be unbundled. But what format does it take? He added that Nigerians urgently need desired leaders with the will to restructure the country, whilst noting that restructuring was the key to the survival of Nigeria. He maintained that the current constitution vests so much power at the center and therefore could not guarantee the prosperity of Nigeria. Ajayi said, Nigerians are yearning for leaders who can restructure the country or convene a sovereign national conference to get a new constitution. The zoning idea can only ensure political equality, but will not resolve the multifaceted problems militating against the growth and development of Nigeria. Restructuring is sacrosanct to the survival of Nigeria than the zoning ideology being propagated by our leaders. The current structure has gone worse than envisaged, with insecurity and high level of corruption pervading and threatening the existence of Nigeria. The imposition of the 1999 Constitution ensures not only the underdevelopment and destruction of Nigeria, but also the unfair and criminal transfer of resources. Nigeria cannot develop and grow like other countries as long as the current structure is still in place. He said that the president haven't surmounted the Supreme Court hurdle. He should concentrate on restructuring Nigeria as well as diversifying the country's economy away from crude. If I was grading, if I was a teacher, I would grade this an A plus. There is, I do not deviate in any iota from anything that are these elements that was speaking, whoever his name is, Anthony Ajayi. I don't deviate of any iota from anything that he's just said. The country can never ever develop under the present structure. There has to be restructuring. And for me, that restructuring essentially is a weak center and strong sub-regions. The country has to divest powers from the center one, but where does that power go to? So does that power go to individual states, or does it go to geo-regions? So a lot of people will argue that that power should go to geo-regions, and then within that geo-regions, there should then be a subset of power arrangement, however that landscape is. So what do I mean? The center divest to, let's say, southwest or southeast, and then within that southeast, southwest, northwest, wherever region, they then sub-divest or structure the power in the way that best enhances their space. You know, because at the moment, the regions are essentially under capture. When everything is vested centrally, and the power of yay or nay are centrally, it can never develop under the present structure. So A plus to the Afenifere hobnob that just spoke. I don't miss being President Buhari. So that's we just heard from him. Former President Muhammadu Buhari has said he does not miss his time as president of Nigeria. Correspondents report that Buhari stated this in an interview with Nigeria Television Authority (NTA). The former president, in the teaser of the interview posted on X on Sunday, was asked about what he misses from his time in office, and he responded, I don't miss much. Buhari had previously said he would not miss his time in office because he was being harassed. In December 2022, the former president said he was doing his best for Nigerians, but it was not good enough. He said, I believe I'm trying my best, but still my best is not good enough. I wonder if I am going to miss much. I think I am being harassed. Buhari, when asked about the nature of his illness when he was president, said, I think only my daughter, it was his doctor actually that he said, not daughter, but then the stick said Fulani English, you know. Yes, I think only my doctor can honestly answer that question. The full version of the loading soon, essentially. So let's go on from that to this. And by the way, the rooms needs populating. Anybody that wants to hop on. The link in the comment section. Let's go on to this. APC candidate Temipre Silva tackles ex-president Jonathan for endorsing Bayelsa election won by Governor Diri. So, should Goodluck Jonathan, should he still be interfering in partisan politics to this level? He claims to be a PDP man still, but that is subjective, of course. Temipre Silva, the All Progressive Congress APC governorship candidate in the last of the off-cycle governorship election in Bayelsa State, has described comments by former President Goodluck Jonathan as unfortunate. Silva, also a former state petroleum minister, in a post he put out, said, I sincerely hope he, Jonathan, was misquoted. He added, let me quote Wale Soyinka, you can take the hippopotamus out of the swamp, but you cannot take the swamp out of the hippopotamus. Look at that. It's unbelievable, some of the language sometimes. The former president, who commended Diri for confronting the security challenges in the state, said he, Jonathan, would have relocated his mother to Abuja, the nation's capital, if the governor had lost the election. Also, the APC deputy candidate Joshua something or the other, condemned the endorsement of Governor Diri by the former President Jonathan. In a statement released to the media, he described Jonathan's action as not statesmanlike, where he should have played a non-partisan fatherly role to all candidates and parties during the political season. Reacting also to the former president's statement of the planned relocation of his mother to Abuja if Governor Diri had lost the governorship election, the Bayelsa APC governorship running mate said it shouldn't have been made by a former president. He added that Jonathan's recent action caused him to lose the respect of all true followers of the former, and then it goes on to tail that off. So that's good luck, Jonathan, right there. Still in partisan politics. Let me take you on to this one. Fuel price may fall as petrol vessels berth at port. So there it is right there. Help is here, help is here. Help is here, help is here. The pump price of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, may be reduced in filling stations operated by let's do that again. The pump price of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, may be reduced in filling stations operated by independent marketers this week, following the massive import of PMS by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, oil dealers stated on Saturday. So it's actually NNPC that is doing the importation and not privateers. It was gathered that the recent hike in petrol prices at retail outlets operated by independent marketers was due to the short supply of the commodity, which led to acts of profiteering by both depot owners and filling stations. But operators in the downstream oil sector confirmed to correspondents on Saturday that several cargoes imported by NNPC had arrived in Nigeria, as some of them are currently discharging at the port. Once the product starts hitting filling stations, petrol prices will reduce. Because the recent high cost was due to supply drop, the National Public Relations Officer, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Chief Chinedu, told correspondents. On Thursday, oil marketers blamed the emergence of queues for petrol at filling stations in Abuja and neighboring Nasarawa and Niger states on the low supply of PMS by its sole importer, NNPC. However, this will be the last paragraph, by the way. However, the National Oil Company refuted the position of marketers as it argued that the queues in the affected areas were due to a price war. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let me move you on quickly to this. This one will really tickle you. It tickled me. Do you remember when people were all over social media tearing up their Nigerian passport and renouncing their citizenship? Well, this is a follow-on from that. So a follow-on from that, stranded. Professor who renounced Nigerian citizenship expelled from new country. So here it is right there. You know the obedience now. Having earlier renounced his Nigerian citizenship, Edwin Ijeoma, a professor of public sector economics at the University of Fort Hare, was left in the cold after his South African citizenship was revoked by the country's Ministry of Home Affairs. He is now stateless. Mr. Ijeoma, who arrived in South Africa from Nigeria on a study permit in 1998 to study at the University of Pretoria, was found guilty of fraudulently relying on a bogus marriage to a South African woman to obtain citizenship by naturalization, local media Times Live reported. The Don was granted permanent residency in the Southern African country the same year he graduated from the University of Pretoria, after being exempted from immigration restrictions due to his marriage to a local woman 2 years earlier. By 2005, the academic, who obtained a PhD in economics in 2003, was granted South African citizenship through naturalization. But in 2007, he divorced his South African wife, ostensibly because the couple was unable to conceive a child, correspondence reports. Thereafter, the newspaper added he was joined in South Africa by a Nigerian woman, Annie Tomo, who, in her application for permanent residence, attached a copy of her 1993 marriage to him in Nigeria, tipping off Home Affairs officials that Mr. Ejoma had committed bigamy. Officials said on both occasions, when Mr. Ejoma made submissions to the immigration authority in South Africa, when he was asked to indicate an immediate family member still residing in Nigeria, he listed one Anne Ejoma as his sister, not his wife. Officials held that Mr. Ejoma's sole mission in marrying the South African woman was to acquire citizenship, and he has now had his citizenship revoked by the Ministry of Home Affairs. The verdict followed a suit he filed against the Home Affairs Ministry before the something or the other High Court. The court's acting judge, Mickey, I won't attempt his last name, upheld the initial judgment from 2020, which found Mr. Ejoma guilty of falsifying his marital status to the department, thereby making his South African citizenship null and void. The judge further held that her ruling cannot be appealed, adding that another court will not differ from her findings, as Mr. Ejoma was disingenuous, if not dishonest, and that there was no reason to interfere with the minister's decision. Ms. Something or the other further held that Mr. Ejoma had presented contradictory reasons for his bigamy action. That as an African man, he believed he was entitled to marry more than one wife, and that he represented himself as single because he was not aware that South Africa recognized customary marriage, correspondence quoted. The judge noted that Mr. Ejoma concealed his marriage in Nigeria from officials on 3 occasions. So if he's saying that he was saying he was single because it was his thought that the South African state does not recognize customary marriage, why is he then describing in his documentations his wife, is legally married to wife in Nigeria, as his sister? So there it is right there. The judge noted that Mr. Ejoma concealed his marriage in Nigeria from officials on 3 occasions: when he applied for permanent residence in South Africa, when he got married in the country, and when he applied for citizenship. That, the judge held, was highly improbable for an academic who, by his own admission, is of good and sound mind and an intellectual giant, to have remained ignorant of the implications of not disclosing his Nigerian marriage throughout his stay in the country and his encounters with immigration matters. In defense, Mr. Ejoma told the court he obtained a permanent residence permit because of his good and sound character rather than his marriage to the South African woman. He argued that the Human Affairs Ministry failed to consider his intellectual contribution to the country as a result of his research as an academic and his role at the Africa Union's New Partnership for Africa Development, where, according to his LinkedIn profile, he is a pioneer research specialist. The judge rebuffed this, saying it was stated in the exemption certificate he got that the judge rebuffed this, saying it was stated in the exemption certificate he got that marriage was the basis for his exemption. She also recalled that in 2015, Mr. Ejoma pleaded to Home Affairs to have compassion on him, that he obtained citizenship by naturalization as a result of marriage. So our correspondent sent email to the University of Fort Hare on what steps might be taken after the court's finding against Mr. Ijoma has not yet replied. So there it is right there. So there he is right there. Look at he's still trying to chin up, but I think that game is up essentially. So there it is right there. Do we want to bracket him as an obedient though? That's the thing. But let's go to climes far from ours. Let's go across the Sahel to find out what is going. There's trouble brewing in the Middle East, by the way. This next headline now. People tell us that we're on the cusp of the Third World War, and this next headline propels us even closer. Iran-backed militia group hijacks Israeli ship with 52 people on board. I'm only going to give you about 3-4 paragraphs from this. And by the way, there's still plenty of space in the thing. Anybody that wants to hop on. An Israeli-owned cargo ship has recently been hijacked by an Iran-based militia group. Up to 52 people are reported to have up to 52 people are reported to have on board to have been on board, I should say, the Galaxy Leader vehicle carrier when she was seized. It comes after the Houthis based in Yemen vowed they would target all ships owned by Israel or flying their flag in the Red Sea. Israeli officials confirmed the rebel had taken over the ship that is partially owned by one of their companies, according to something or the other, some news platform or the other. However, the IDF went on to deny the ship was Israeli. The exact so there it is right there. So they're starting to circle around the Israeli space globally. So this next one I'll only really give you a few as well because it's a long and winding one, but the headline probably tells you just where it's headed. How National Assembly clerk misinformed Tinubu, almost got president to sign unapproved law. Whenever the clerk of the National Assembly sends a legislative bill to the Nigerian president, it is expected that the bill has passed through the process of lawmaking and requires only presidential assent to become law. But in June, the clerk of Nigeria's parliament, Magaji Tambuwal, sent a false Real Estate Registry Council of Nigeria Act 2023 to President Bola Tinubu to sign into law. The clerk said what he sent to the president was a true copy of the bill passed by both houses of the National Assembly in compliance with Section 2, Subsection 1 of the Act's Authentication Act, the relevant statutes. I certify in accordance to Section 2, Subsection 1 of the Act's Authentication Act, cap something or the other, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, that this is a true copy of the bill passed by both houses of the National Assembly, Mr. Tambuwal wrote to President Tinubu. An investigation by correspondence, however, revealed that the clerk's claim is false, as the bill was not passed by both chambers of the National Assembly. So what's the consequence of this? Has it been stepped down is the thing. I wasn't going to read it on, but let me read it on for a bit. The process of lawmaking generally requires a long period of deliberation and consideration of many interests and implications of a bill. A bill passes through 4 stages in the parliament, which includes 3 readings before it is passed into law. The first stage is the presentation and first reading. At this stage, the bill is introduced and the clerk of the House or Senate reads the short title and gives a brief statement and background on the bill. The Rules and Business Committee then set up a date for the second reading. The second reading is the stage where the bill's general merits and principles are debated. If the bill is read the second time, the House/Senate is deemed to have approved the bill in principle. If, on the other hand, the bill is defeated on the floor of the chambers at the second reading, that will be the end of the bill. Following the second reading, the bill is submitted to the relevant committees for further consideration and public hearing where necessary. The committee may approve the bill unaltered, amend it, rewrite it, or even block it. However, the practice in Nigeria is that the committee should not kill a bill, but rather report its findings and recommendations to the House for further action. When the committee is done with the bill, it presents its report to the House/Senate. If it is adopted, the bill processes to the third reading. At the third reading, the lawmaker in charge of the bill reports to the House that the committee of the whole has considered the bill and passed it with or without amendments, and moves a motion that the bill be now read the third time. When a bill originating in either the Senate or House of Representatives has been read the third time, a clean copy of the bill signed by the clerk of that chamber and endorsed by the presiding officer of the originating chamber shall be forwarded by its clerk to the clerk of the other chamber with a message that it desires its concurrence. Where amendments proposed by the originating chamber are accepted by the other chamber, then the clerk of the other chamber retains the bill and sends a message to the originating chamber that the Senate or House of Representatives, as the case may be, has agreed that the bill, has agreed to the bill without amendment, the law states. However, where the other chambers does not agree with the originating chamber on the bill, or it agrees to the bill but with amendments, a conference or harmonization committee will be constituted comprising members of both chambers with the duty of reconciling differences on the bill and proposing a single position that will be adopted by the plenary of each chamber. At the recommendation of the conference committee, after the recommendations of the conference committee are adopted, the bill then moves onto the assent stage. Here, the clerk of the National Assembly sends a copy of the clean bill to the president for assent. In other words, the clerk of the National Assembly only sends the clean bill to the president for assent when the two chambers of the National Assembly have fully, through their stages, agreed to the. I wasn't even intending to read this thing to the stage, but you get the drift anyway. So it looks as though Magadi may be trying to sneak in some Fulani bill via the back door. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Magadi, why have they not sacked him is the thing. Let me go on to this. PDP governors are not with Wike his days, not with Wike. So maybe they're certainly not with Wike, but they're not with Atiku as well. So, yes, PDP governors are not with Atiku. His days are numbered in the party aid. So I think we may have come across this before. The former special advisor on research and strategy to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Umar Ado, has said governors on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are not with its presidential candidate in the aftermath of the 2023 election and the Supreme Court judgment. Correspondents report that Ado made this known in an interview with Punch while speaking on the poor handling of the disagreement between Atiku and the G5 governors. Giving an objective analysis of the situation in the PDP, Ado references how Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed extolled President Bola Ahmed Tinubu after the Supreme Court verdict and intervened in the crisis between the Minister of the FCT, Yemsen Wike, and Simi Fubara. According to him, Atiku's days are numbered in the PDP if he fails to suspend his presidential ambition and take the position of a statesman. So really, that's not really breaking news. Atiku needs to yield. But over the last 2-3 sessions, hold on. Over the last 2-3 sessions, we've been bringing you appeal court judgments after appeal court judgments or overturning elected governors and gifting positions to their competitors. So we had that in Zamfara State, where Matawale, who's Minister of Defense or something or the other under this administration, the victory from the appeal court then upturned the newly elected governor there to give it to Matawale of the APC. We saw that in Kano State, when the sitting governor from the NMPP, that verdict came in, I think, was it not yesterday or the day before, and they're at the second penultimate stage of what the judiciary affords them, what the legal space affords them. So now, 2 strikes now against the Kano State governor. First, court of first instance, then the appeal court, both of them telling him that he has to yield that position to the APC candidate. So that's strike 2. So here is now strike 3. Court of Appeal sacks Governor Mutwang, declares APC candidate winner. So this is what is going on now. The Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja has sacked Governor Caleb Mutwang of Plateau State and declared his election null and void. A 3-member panel in a unanimous decision on Sunday held that Mutwang was not validly sponsored by the People's Democratic Party as provided by Section XYZ of the Nigerian Constitution. The panel held that the appeal brought by whatever his name is of the APC succeeds as the issue of qualification was both a pre and post-election matter under Section 177. It's quite a curiosity because when it was Kashim Shettima, they told us that it was statute barred. But now that it's somebody else, they open up the space. The same, remember Kashim Shettima double dipped when he was running as a senator, running concurrently as a vice president, and that was in conflict with some sort of law or the other. When they took that through the judiciary process, they told us it was statute barred. But the same set of circumstances now. So it's no longer pre-election now. It can be pre and post. This is it. The panel held that the appeal brought by whatever his name is of the APC succeeds as the issue of qualification was both a pre and post-election matter under Section 177C of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 and other sections relevant as well. The panel agreed that the appellant, that the failure of the PDP to comply with the order of the Plateau State High Court in Jos in suit number XYZ, directing it to conduct valid ward, local government, and state congresses before nominating its candidates for the various elective posts, and the Court of Appeal order was a breach of the law. Hence, the panel set aside the judgment of the Governorship Election Petition Tribunal for being highly inconsistent and breach of fair hearing by relying on expunged witness statements to refuse the appeal. So there it is right there. So the Supreme Court, the next stop, and then he'll be out. So via the judiciary, what they could not get via the court. So let's go. Let me see. Which one do I want to bring you first? Okay. Let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. So this is a little bit of Yemsin Wiki. We'll just take a soup song because it's about 15 minutes long, so I'm not quite sure how much of it we want to watch.
The chairman of our party, the chairman of today's occasion, former deputy speaker of the House of Reps, the senior senators, and members of the House of Representatives, that are here, the right honorable speaker, and members of the State Assembly that are here, our dear leaders, our celebrants, and your spouses that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all start by appreciating and thanking God Almighty for today and congratulating the celebrants, the Executive Director of Finance and Bill, and the representative of the state in the Niger Delta Development Commission. The chairman.
All right, that's too long and winding, and I'm not sure that the quality of the clip is any good. So let me let the panels that we do have at the moment, hopefully others will hop on. And then we'll play the Kegite music, and then I'll play you a little clip that will amuse you. But let me let the panel that we do have in at the moment. Thomas joining us from his holiday, and Ajale Koko in the house as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, let me play you two clips. I'll play you a clip, and then I'll play you the Kegite music, and then we kick off the conversation. But let me play you this first.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
And there it is right there. When they tell you that 24 hours is a long time in politics, that is exactly what that means. 24 hours, long time in politics. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ lẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. So, Iku Koneru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, we've got Ajanle Koko and Bishop with us. So let's kick it off with Bishop. Bishop, how far? Bishop.
Can you start with Ajanle Koko, please?
All right. Hopefully he's ready. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
What's up, one man?
Ajanle Koko, how far? I do. So there it is. Why do you want to kick it off? Do you want to kick it off with the restructuring? Nigeria's current structure hinders development. Restructure now. So this is Afenifere still beating that drum. And the argument that the constitution, the way it is composed, in fact, the full structure of the country, the way it is structured at the moment, is not in any way geared towards anything that can bring any sort of meaningful development. We might make micro snail steps every so often, but we're not going to propel to anything futuristic. The way the country is too cumbersome, too unwieldy, too heavy loaded at the top. So that language of restructuring again, and Tinubu was upon a time a proponent of that. So do you see him hearkening to this call, Ajane Koko?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I am very glad that the Afenifere is calling on Tinubu to restructure the country. In his own time as the president of Nigeria. This is what Yoruba usually call Sinyon Igbere Ipako. Sinyon Igbere Ipako. You know, it's like you're reminding someone that, look, of what to do. When you're reminding someone of what to do, particularly what is being known to be fighting for. So in this case of restructuring, I think what Afenifere is doing is to remind him, do not forget what we believe in, what we were proposing when the Fourth Republic started in 1999. The political party known as Alliance for Democracy, that Tinubu was a strong member with Baba Yadebanjo and all the Nadeko members. They were strongly proposing for restructuring. So now Tinubu is there. Does it still stand for restructuring?
If it stands for restructuring, it's not something that I'm expecting him to take on in his first term, because I think he will want to use the fullness of the powers of that presidency in his first term. But in the second term, he might well look at it as a legacy project.
If we cannot start it now, start, putting up a policy or an agenda that can draw a roadmap for the structuring, then they won't be able to do it in the second term, because it is going to take a long time. What I mean by long time, it's going to take a strong negotiation, lobbying, and getting those that really, the power that be across the country, politically, together to fashion out the kind of restructuring that will work for us and the future of the country. So if you cannot start it now, if you want to start it in second time, they might not be able to do it by the time it's getting ready to pack up and go. So he has to start it as early as possible. That will even help him better in, how to restructure the country economically, politically, and some other way to, run the country better. So I like what Afenifere is doing. It shows that they are strongly committed to restructuring, and they are looking for a leader that could do it. And Tinubu being part of them since 1999, that were fighting for this restructuring. It is time to demonstrate that what he was fighting for before he became president, he can then take it up using the power of the presidency. I'm knowing fully well that the president of Nigeria is the most powerful person. He can use that leverage of that, position, to carry a lot of things out. Because
the argument that country cannot really make any meaningful progression without restructuring is not really an argument. It's a statement of fact, isn't it? Under the present composition of that country, it is near impossible it's just too cumbersome, isn't it?
Yes, if we don't restructure that country will just be circulating, or maybe we'll just be running it like how do you call this thing? Is it this is it spinner they call it, that'll be spinning round in one circle?
Yeah, like a Ferris wheel sort of a thing.
Yeah, Ferris will be spinning around and we don't move nowhere. So but for me, I would like to suggest to him right now, the first step towards that is to change that law that surrender the administration of local government to the state, to the control of the state government. It should be able to.
Did Buhari not already act on that before he left? I think Buhari already did something on that.
I can't remember. Maybe he did. I cannot remember. But there should be a law to say the local government must operate independently without the control of the state. Financially, today, every fund, every allocation.
Is it okay to contribute? Good evening, gentlemen.
Hold on. Every allocation from the federal to the local government goes through the state. That should stop. Tinubu should be able to change that, to take up a political will to, make a law, use the majority of his member in the Senate, and in the National Assembly, to change that law, that the money for the local government, allocation for the local government must go direct to the local government direct to them and not through the state. And the state government must not have that power to dissolve the local government administration. Once local government administration, is sworn in, they should be able to complete their term. No state governor must have that power to dissolve them. No circumstances they should be able to dissolve any local government. That is the first restructuring that we need. If we can do that, if Tinubu can do that, then we will start to see local government working for the people. And that will geared up development across the country. So, but as we have it today, you see local government under the direct control of the state. The state can dissolve them anytime. The state can conduct election for them anytime. And that is not the way to do it. It is not good. So what I'm trying to say here is that Tinubu should, listen to Afenifere. How do they want to do that structuring? They should start to work out the modalities on how to do it and engage with people that matters across the country. I don't think that, politicians across the country, I don't think that they detest restructuring, but we see people at the top of the political power, particularly the presidency, not taking up the political will, to push for it. The president can push for it, and I believe he will succeed if he start to push for it now. So I think
Bishop wanted to come in. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Bishop.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted us to interrogate two things very quickly. Both Adebayo's position and the submission of Ajale Popo here. Adebayo should come back and tell us its own definition of restructuring.
Just for the benefit, it wasn't actually Adebayo. I think it was.
We know that.
I
know what you mean here. Of course, we know that it's Adebayo. There's nothing like Afenifere in the real sense of the word. It's what Adebayo says. Because restructuring has been so. It's a very sensitive and dangerous topic. Adebayo told us very openly that he prefers anarchy than for APC to rule Nigeria. He said our constitution is useless, that there is no law in Nigeria, that he says all manner of things. So what modality does he want that restructuring to take? Is it still on the present constitution, or we need to reconstitute? And if you are going to reconstitute, is he going to allow the will of the people? If majority says this is how they want it, is he going to accept it and allow it? Because we have a policy whereby many people, no matter how knowledgeable they are, if things don't go that way, let's even assume that they are right, but majority is wrong. But if things don't go their way, they believe, because they are the judge, that they are right. Is Adebayo going to accept? We all know that the Adebayo and some of the Nareko and the rest, Afenifere, they set up what do you call it? Sovereign National Conference, and they had their own whatever. And we saw how it ended, even though by their own selected few persons. we all saw how it ended. So what modality are they expecting it to take? Because we seem to have a fixated idea about this restructuring thing. Yeah, you were very right. Buhari did everything to get local government autonomy, both financial and administratively. And it is sad that it did not go through. They took him to court. They did everything. He signed Executive Order 10 just to grant autonomy, financial autonomy to local government. Let local government, they took them to court, they did everything. Now, when they managed to insert it through executive effort into the constitutional amendment, we knew how many states, I can check the record now and bring out those states that voted against that singular item, which is the beginning of true restructuring in Nigeria. Let local government be fully independent. Yeah, they are going to get it right. They are going to make mistakes. They are going to stumble. But let's go and check how many states actually voted against local government autonomy. Because Yoruba used to say something, afago kenya akparo. It's okay. But the little effort about restructuring that was made, Buhari did everything about local government autonomy. They refused. He did everything about judiciary autonomy. State refused. In fact, the most annoying thing was that House of Assemblies majority voted, and that was why that law did not pass. Not because the National Assembly did not pass it, but because they need concurrence of 24 states. They couldn't get 24 states. So, yeah, it's good. It is okay. It is what everybody talk about. But when it comes to the nitty-gritty, the same people that are talking about it now, they have no clue. They have no idea about how do we begin. Okay, Buhari said,
I don't think they will resist it if power is being divested from the center to the
so why did they vote against local government autonomy in the constitutional amendment?
Because power was being removed from them. That was why they were.
So that's what I'm saying now. So how would you now do it? Except we want to say, okay, let military come, and military just use jackboot to say, which is where we are.
No. If they are divesting power from the center to their locality, why would they resist it? Of course, they want more power.
But that was what is being done by saying, let's start from local government. That's the closest unit of governance to people.
Yes, but they are taking power from the state governors to give it to the local government.
But have you forgotten that? Look, okay, did you go through all the items on the constitutional amendment? Maybe we should bring it one day, and because sometimes we talk. I read them there. I can't remember all of them now. If you read all of them, it's not just one item. We're just talking about the most important, most fundamental thing. One of the most fundamental thing in Nigeria today that affects the everyday people.
Yes, but we're talking about power, not people, because those are two different spaces.
I don't understand.
But we're talking the people that govern. They want as much power as they possibly can control. Yeah.
I don't know what you mean. Go ahead.
Sorry. The people that are governed, they want as much power as they possibly can control. But the only way that power should have any meaning is to impact on the people. But I'm not sure that the people in power especially care about the people. They are more interested in the power. So
when you grant local government autonomy, what are you doing? Are you not bringing the power to the people?
Yes, but the state governors control the local government areas at the moment. They control their purses, they control their resources. Everything that comes from the central space goes to the state, and then the state they are meant to cascade it down to the local government, but they use it as leverage. So if it comes from the center direct to the local government, then it removes that power dynamism.
So I'll take you to where?
It gives it to the local government.
Exactly. So what are we talking about?
But I'm saying to you that the states do not want that power removed from them. Can you not see why they will not want the power removed from them?
Well, maybe we are saying the same thing. That's what I'm now saying. Those state people, that don't want it are still the one now that have formed an hegemony, are still the one that will not make this restructuring if it's going to take power away from them. And that is precisely where we need to be.
Yeah,
Let
but
governance come closest to the people.
Yeah, but the restructuring will not take power away from the state government. It will vest more power to them. It will take power from the central space and vest more to the state government.
No, it depends on where the beginning of the restructuring you are talking about. Where are you talking about? So you've just picked one item now. If you want to take it very holistically,
the broad strokes of it is to devolve power from the center to the regions. Is that not what the restructuring? Because the center is too unwieldy.
Okay, let me say this one before I would let the person that want to interject. You see, I have some experience when I lived in the Niger Delta. I have some experience when I lived in the southeast, in the south and the southeast. Even in states, some states that have some level of resources. The state has so, but the resources is not everywhere in the state. Let's use Ondo State, for example. If Ondo State, a small area in Ilaje, has oil, and there is a delta, that it is only in Ijo or Urobo land that has oil in delta, you will see, and they give all the power to the state, you will see the kind of animosity that exists within the state itself. You will see the kind of, it could, in fact, local civil war, that is localized civil war, will be so rampant because everybody, it is not all the parts of the state that these resources we're talking about are. So they are concentrated in particular. And that's why you will now see some local government will now be dominating over the others. After all, the oil we are talking about is not in your local government, it is in my local government. So I deserve more than you by all standard. And that will bring out the kind of strife that it will be, the fire of that strife will be difficult because everybody will be doing it in state and a state and a state and a state. And it will be, but if we say as it is now, so just 1 minute, my view is that local government, what do you call it, autonomy is one, it's not the like one size fits all. It's not the thing that's going to cure everything, but it's going to bring governance closest to the people that we are talking about.
All right. Ola, quick interjection and then back to Ajanekoko. Ola.
Yeah, see, the thing I wanted to say there the other time is taking power from the state governors, so you expect to see fight. If you go back to our 1960 structure, correct me if wrong, I think the regions, they had power to create their own local governments and recognized by the federal. Not until the military started doing their rigmaroling, that you just dash local government at will just to divide the resources of the country. I think the federal unit of that country is 36 states. It should be like that, and you leave every state to create their own local government. Share resources between the states and the federal government. Then leave them with the so don't use the size of the local government to share anything. That is one thing I would just want us to. I want to suggest about that restructuring.
All right.
Now, Canada Airway recently, the Supreme Court just found that okay, even the municipalities and the cities, they are under the control of the provincial government. So as we may want them to have that autonomy, they are not that autonomous states. They're on their own, but according to the responsibility that the provincial government gives them. So, but I don't know how it is what is obtained, the way they do it in America, which I believe that is going to be similar. And if I see what is being practiced in Canada is similar to what was practiced in Nigeria in our first republic. So the thing is, what Buhari was trying to do that time, that the governors were going against him, they were all politicians. They understood what he was trying to do, not because Buhari was that benevolent, but just some kind of administration structure that they are building for the future. So don't give autonomy to local government except it's come from the states. So concentrate on sharing the power between the state, because there are 36 federal state units plus FCT. Then allow the state, if you want to create 1 million local government, let them go and do that. That will help them. Don't release money directly to the local government. So they will never agree. And personally, I will not even support that.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajale Koko.
Well, in America here, the city operates independently from the state. The state does not control the city at all. The city operates their system, they operate everything on their own. Yeah. So, and that is the way we used to operate in the Third Republic. The local government get their money directly. The abrupted Third Republic, they were getting their money directly from the federal government. It doesn't go through the state. And that was why we had development across our local government during that time. Local government were building, building roads. They were building street lights. They were doing drainage. A lot of things that they were doing. They even give some local government even give, free books to students, to elementary school students in their local government. So we saw local government buying, buses for transportation in Lagos back then. It started by local government, Lagos Highland local government, first time in the history of Nigeria to have a public bus fully air conditioned. First time in the history of Nigeria to have public buses with full AC. And what happened? Other local governments started, followed the same suit. You see at Limosho local government, you see Mushi local government, you see mainland local government, they started the same, they follow. Because there was competition for development. What am I going to do in my local government? What I'm doing in my local government that is making impact in the life of the people. Other local governments want to do the same thing. Competition. And we saw development across, and that is the way it was across the country. So why? That was under military rule. Why now that we have our own government? Just because of greed, just because they want to amass so much power to themselves, control the political power of the state. That is why the governor never allowed local government to operate on their own. So I think Tinubu can start restructuring from there. It can take up, because this time Nigeria is on the brink. Tinubu should be able to let them know. He should come out, if Tinubu come out strongly on this, that look, I am not going to give state that local government fund anymore. The money will go direct to local government, push the law to be corrected in this respect, and speak up to it, stand firm. I think they will yield. They will yield, because you will see the voices of opposition will look at it that, yes, this is good. You will see the obedient will shout loud about it. You will see some, other NGOs or civil society organization. Everybody will jump in it that, look, the president is trying to do the right thing. We must not stop it. I think if we can start from there, it should take the bold step, the political will, to start that restructuring from there. And I believe it will succeed. It will succeed because he have in his party Now, it should be able to get. I don't think that Buhari consulted wide enough. I give credit to Buhari. At least he tried to do it, like what do you call it? Bishop said that was exactly what happened. Majority of the state across the country did not approve it. They did, even in their state assembly, they voted against it. Ekiti State was one of the states I can remember. I think Lagos State as well. Maybe Oyo State voted in support. I think it was only 2 states in the West that voted in support of it. The entire state in the South is voted against it. It cut across the whole country. So voted against it.
If you don't mind.
Yes.
Okay, after that interjection, Ajale Koko, round off that space. We're still just on one topic. Kaminola, and then round off that space.
Okay, see, you know why I will not blame this state that kick against. So I've been able to dig out something in the American Constitution, then almost the same thing as Canada. Then that means that similar to what is obtainable in the United Kingdom. So the thing is this: the federal government granting power to the local government directly, even when you look at our constitution, seems to be illegal. So I don't know. I'm just saying same. If a lawyer is saying, we say, because in United States now, it is the state that grants the city, municipality, and council the power to operate independently. So indirectly, that means the state creates cities, they create municipalities, just like it's the province will do the same in Canada. And that was exactly what we're doing in our first republic. What Buhari was doing was more of politics. It's a way we're just doing another thing entirely. So if Tinubu can come, what he wanted to do in 1999 that pegged him against Obasanjo, if he can do the same thing, just share power with the state and allow the state to go and do whatever they like with their local government, I think that would be the best way to go. But if you want to be giving money directly from the federal government, then it looks like you are even violating the 1999 Constitution. I'm not a lawyer, but that's what I understand.
Okay, let me round up. Who created the local government? Is it not the federal government? It's federal government that created local government. It is not the state.
The military administrator.
It is not the state that created local government. The LCDA.
But that's why we'll be fighting for restructuring, right?
Hold on.
But that's the reason. That's one of the reasons we'll be fighting for restructuring.
Well, when the restructuring comes, then we will do it. The LCDA created by Tinubu in Lagos. It is not federally recognized. Lagos State, by constitution, have 20 local governments. Only 20 local governments is recognized by the federal government. And those 20 local governments are the ones that federal government used to send money to directly under the military government. And those local governments are the only local government that is still recognized today, according to our law constitution. So the SCDA that created by Tinubu, he created it for his own selfish interests. We understood the politics then. So what we are saying is that the recognized local government by the constitution of the country should have, because they are recognized by the constitution, so as we have 36 states across the country recognized by the constitution, and the 36 states get their funding directly from the federal government. Why can't local government get their own funding directly from the federal government as well? They were both recognized by the constitution. And there are 3 tiers of government as recognized by the constitution: federal, state, and local government. Why should state doesn't want the local government to operate independent when federal government allow them, the state, to operate independently from from the control of the federal government. So we have to look at this thing well and do it and follow the law. What the law says is the law, and we should follow it. When we don't follow it, then we won't get it right. And that is why we are not getting it right, because the state doesn't allow federal government, it doesn't allow the local government to operate. That's why we are not getting development. That's why we are not getting, we don't see, that's why we don't see development across the country. Because the job is too enormous for the state. They arrogate so much power to themselves, and they don't have the capacity to do the job well. That is the problem. So, in conclusion, one man, I think Tinubu must see his presidency as a presidency to correct a lot of things, to restructure the country, rather. He should see it as a presidency to restructure the country. And that is the only way forward. If it doesn't restructure the country politically, do all it got to do in consultation, in lobbying, in everything that it got to do, we will not have solution to the problem of the country politically and even economically. So let me leave it there. So if you listen to Afenifere, and I believe other parts of the country too, the entire South, they don't mind restructuring. Even in the North, they don't mind restructuring, because the what did Jonathan left the constitutional drafting committee of Jonathan, the recommendation? The people from the North approve it. They approved the restructuring. It's in that. The drafting constitution that the Jonathan left behind, submitted to Buhari, they approve. So the North does not reject, or does not, they don't reject restructuring. They are not against it, rather. They don't against restructuring, but how do we restructure it for the betterment of everybody in the country? That is the main thing. So if you listen to them, and maybe we can move forward from there. Let me leave it.
All right, brilliant. So this one now, APC candidate Temiprik Silva tackles ex-president Jonathan for endorsing Bayelsa election won by Governor Diri. Goodluck Jonathan is, in theory, a PDP man, but in practice, he somewhat carries himself like an elder statesman, above partisanship sort of a thing. That's how it projects within the Nigerian space. Particularly, I'm not quite sure what he did pre the election, but post the election, he went as to say something as outlandish as if Governor Diri had not won the re-election, he would have relocated his mother from Bayelsa State. So a lot of people felt that was too extreme a statement. If he wanted Governor Diri to win, he has won. He could have just left it there. But Goodluck Jonathan making unguarded comments, or is it just his right as an indigene of that state to run commentary? So a brief commentary on that, Ajan Lekoko, and then I'll move it around a little bit and then come back to you.
Well, I think that statement is clear. It's clear that Jonathan supported the present governor of the state, and that statement as well, I can interpret it that he's mocking the APC Demetri, or what is his name, is mocking him. That you think these people of this state can trust you and hand over the state affairs to you to run. I think that is what is, telling that guy there. So the statement of, what do you call it? Jonathan It's very clear. It's very clear that he strongly
But
supports.
should he be above such statements? Is really what people are asking.
Look, it can't be above. He's a PDP man.
In theory,
it is whether he's a PDP man. He was president under the platform of PDP, and he's still. That is his political base. PDP is his political base. Even Obasanjo was there before the election to campaign for the present governor. Obasanjo went to campaign for him. So how would Jonathan, being a citizen of that state and origin of that, how do I describe him? He's a citizen of that state, will not support his own governor from the same party that have supported him before, that worked for him before? People should forget about this nonsense and the elderly statesman. What is elderly statesman got to do with politics? That PDP is the party that make it possible to be what he is today as former president of Nigeria. It's PDP that made everything possible for Jonathan. All his achievement politically is PDP. Right from the deputy governor of the state, to the governor of the state, to the vice president of Nigeria, and the president of Nigeria. It's PDP that make it possible. You want him to lay back and sit down. Some people are saying that, oh, as the elderly, what is stupid elderly statement? What is the meaning of that? Are you going to tell me that Obama should not come out and campaign for Joe Biden? Or Clinton should not come out to campaign for Joe Biden because he's an elderly statesman in America, so he should lay back when his party is contesting for election. He should not do anything for the party that make it possible for him politically to win in his own state. Those people that are talking that, they don't know what they are talking. They are just talking rubbish. Rubbish. I will leave it there, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Still plenty more topics to get your thoughts on. But let me move it around and then loop it around. Let me move it in the direction of Bishop. See if he's ready. Bishop, you're up next.
Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, fellow Nigerians. I'm sure you're enjoying your weekend, even though some people are already in the new week, Monday. Please click on the like buttons as you call me. That's the least you can do for this platform. Thank you. Let me interject on what Ayaleko just finished talking about. If it is true that former President Goodluck Jonathan said if Tinubu Silva had won, he would have relocated his mother away from Bayelsa State, then Agbai Otole. It's an irresponsible statement. And I say it with my full chest. If it is true that he said that, it's a different thing from where you're campaigning for the candidates of your party. There are certain people that should be above board. That kind of statement is meant for the Asari Dokubos of this world, for the Tompolos of this world, not a person of the clout and the status of. So I don't know where Adelokuku is coming from. That is, nobody say he cannot campaign from PDP. Elections are over. He did not even campaign for the PDP when election was going on. One of your children won an election. Instead of you to encourage them coming together and say, you call for peace and the rest, you are saying, if the other one had won. That means you are calling the man criminal, that they would have been killing. It is irresponsible of him if he actually made that statement. I'm not talking of Obasanjo came there to this, and that's not what we are not saying. Nobody stops him from campaigning for his party. After all, this man, they were in the same party with the same Prince Eva before. So when Prince Eva was under him and he was paying obeisance and homage, he did not know that he was a killer. If it was a slip, if he said it, it's irresponsible. If it was a slip and he said, no, I was misinterpreted or misquoted, that would have been a better thing. But defending it that he has the right to say whatever, nobody say he cannot defend. He can defend. But he actually is made that statement. In my own opinion, that's very irresponsible for an elder statesman and the president. I remember I was talking on the issue of the restructuring. Restructuring is very complex. Many people try to talk about it. Look, there are vested interests in Nigeria, and most times we see things the way Yoruba say it, and that's how we judge it because of the prism, the way we are looking at it, the angle it favors us. I was seeing Eche local government many years ago when the Umwe crisis happened. Umuakuru, and there are these villages in Eche local government. They are, very small villages. They had a crisis. I want to what's the name? I want to remember those villages. Makuru, Edegele, I remember.
Just carry on.
Yeah. Now, simply in that community alone, they had a serious fight. Why? Because Shell wanted to build something they call integrated waste management facility, and they wanted to compensate some communities. Now, some communities among the land that owns the land insisted that everything 100% that is coming must come to them alone. That there are other brothers that have adjoining villages that they don't have land, and the thing led to a serious crisis. Autonomy is beautiful. Nobody is saying we cannot have restructuring. The question is, let us lay it on the table. How will it affect both the strong as well as the weak? If we put all and bring all interest, let's remember, everybody keeps talking region. In the present constitution, as the present constituted in Nigeria, there is no regionality. There is no region in our constitution today. It's only state. Everybody said that there's power to the region. As we have it today, this region is just our own expression. There is no region in our laws as it is today. So it is either federal, state, and local government. And if I love that we divest power to local government, I am not saying it's going to turn around and become El Dorado overnight. I am saying, yeah, they will stumble, they will struggle, they will, they will make it, and they will walk. Everybody keeps saying that, oh, all local government in Nigeria can survive. It is not true. Some will still be dependent on some others. It is not true that all local government will survive. In fact, it is not true that all states will survive. Some states just survive on what federal government gives them. Yeah, they can get something, they can improve on it gradually when we get there. But I support local government autonomy. 100%, and I have been saying this for as long as I can remember, because it's one of the very true restructuring. Local government autonomy, judicial autonomy. Then let us have let us change the resource rule that we have now. I'm looking forward to a time that resource control can get to 50%. Move it up gradually. We begin to see the impact. At least when it gets to 50%, everybody will be comfortable that let the people have at least a minimum of 50% of their resource. To some extent, it is still some resource control, because it will be like, okay, you are paying royalty to other states, but nobody will just Afenifere should not just wake up and come and be sermonizing. They organize sovereign national conference that they made so much noise about. On the last day they were supposed to adopt their whatever, they were throwing chairs up and that. We saw it on television. How many years ago was that? That we have all of a sudden forgotten. This same Buhari Adebanjo rubbished our constitution. There was no time he will ever talk anything. He never sees anything good in Nigeria. If things don't go his own way, then that thing is not. It's not. I mean, it's like should be able to. Okay, we have a good opinion, but we have not been able to implement it in 50 years. We have been strong.
What has Adebanjo said wrong now?
Hold on, now let me finish.
Yeah. What did he say wrong? Because you
let me finish now. I'm not attacking him. I am saying, let me finish now. I don't want to answer what you're saying. Don't cut me now. I wanted to interject you that time. You said I should let you finish.
What did he say wrong?
So as I was saying, it is easy. Yes, we need restructuring. We can take it one step at a time. All the people that were talking, they were among the people that opposed the little modest restructuring attempt that was made by the last administration. I hate the fact that it failed. But hey, we have to subject. They went to court. He used executive order. They challenged it about local government autonomy. We are talking of a wholesale. He proposed among among the critical things, the exclusive list, there were about 8 of the exclusive listing that they are ready to let go. Look, state government can now develop their railway. State government can now develop their electricity. State government can now control certain things. Immediately they bring security, local government autonomy, and gradually introduce resource control. Because if state government is removing some of those federal government is removing some of those responsibility and giving it to state, definitely somehow eventually it will affect the sharing formula that we have. Because hey, the reason why you are collecting so much is because you are taking care of me, but now it is my responsibility, so give me fund. It is an argument that is tenable in the National Assembly. So it is not the people that have rubbished everything. We need a new constitution. How do we get a new constitution? The selected representative of the people are the one that's going to determine. So why do we say, oh, we have to tear the local government constitution, the present constitution, throw it away, throw it into fire, burn it to shred, and start? Where do we start from that it will not lead to conflict? Serious conflict for that matter. I'm quoting Payo Adebanjo. There was something very volatile he said in the recent past. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to quote him out of context. That's why I'm not quoting him. I'm trying to scratch my head to remember that thing he said about the fact that if one person did not become president, that Nigeria will cease to exist. I'm trying to remember what he said. If I remember, I will quote him. The same person is the one that will now prescribe to us how Nigeria will be ruled, how Nigeria can prosper. I don't think so. That's my view on whatever Afenifere is saying. So whatever they are saying is for their selfish interest, and because the candidate is so boldly and wholeheartedly supported, lost. So they are just looking how to, if you be how would they have prescribed that we go about this restructuring? It's easier.
No, I don't think I don't think it was a push against Tinubu, especially. Afenifere has always been in the restructuring space for a very, very long time.
So Daniel, that's my view.
And it's not an anti-Tinubu. I think the whole country wants restructuring. So I'm not quite sure it's they're just presenting them a piece of work that they feel they should take on.
So, question for both of you guys: is it Pa Adebanjo that asked for this, or Pa Fashoranti?
No, that's why I was trying to get at with Bishop. It wasn't clear because it actually came out of Afenifere UK.
Afenifere is synonymous with Adebanjo now. That's what he told us in an interview.
But that's his own selfish. That's his own Afenifere, not the.
That's what we're saying. There's no. Of course, Afenifere is rubbish.
Afenifere is factionalized now.
He called Baba Fashoranti Senai. He used it on Ruben Abati and what do you call it? Arise. Adebanjo called Baba Fashoranti Senai. Because
Adebanjo, he has messed up Afenifere.
Completely. And I've spoken with some people and their view about what Afenifere had turned out to be. They're not participating. Even the youthful ones among them, that Adebanjo is so dictatorial. That's the truth. But let's leave that for another day.
I'm not quite sure why he has not been stepped down yet, either for reasons of age or competency, or not even fulfilling the remit of the position, which is meant to be a Yoruba voice in the Nigerian space.
Who should be stepped down, man? Who should be stepped down?
Pa Adebanjo, who is 90-something.
Why? Between him and Pa Fashoranti, who is more...
No, I think both of them should. I think they are...
But Fashoranti already stepped down by himself. Fashoranti stepped down when he was 90.
Okay, so you
92.
guys now realize that Pa Fashoranti stepped down, but during the campaign, most of you here came here, the Agbado mites, everybody.
Stop this, we are gone beyond this Agbado mites something. Stop it. Let's talk when we are making serious talk to bring this down the Agbado mites something. Let's talk straight. Let's talk straight and leave that name calling, I beg. Listen, Adebanjo, Fashoranti. When I give you this space, it's my space. Pa Adebanjo, Pa Fashoranti. Pa Fashoranti did not resign. But I'm not holding brief for Pa Fashoranti. He did what a responsible elder can do. Let's be advisor. You run the race. Adebanjo was running the race very dictatorially. We listen to his own side. We listen to other people's side. Number one, you can support, tactically present. If you have 2 children in a competition, you can present what you want, not to just come and think you can impose. Paribancho was talking like he was speaking for the whole Yorubas. Where did he consult us? And we say, okay, this is one. Where did we? So one of the people that challenged him said, the thing he said when he called that press conference, there was nowhere they sat down as the Afenifere group and took that position. That was the position of Pa Ayo Adebanjo and what's the other guy's name? What's the name now? Ebiseni. That it is just the position of the 2 of them because of their private, personal, political alliance. He did the same thing in 2019. Have we forgotten? So at what point did Yoruba sit down and say, okay, this is the mandate that we have given you? Or the people that call themselves Afenifere collectively say, okay, Afenifere, let's have a general meeting. Let's debate this thing and argue. This is where we want to go. At what point they challenge him? And you keep writing and dishing out instruction in his own house. Anyhow, let me move to other things. That's my view about it.
Let's rational mind come in before I move you on. Adebanjo is 95, by the way. Just by virtue of that, I think.
One man, proceed. Don't worry, just proceed. I won't say anything right now. I will wait for my turn.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then, Bishop. Fuel price may fall as petrol vessels berth at port. So that now the green shoots of hope are starting to spring forth.
Yeah, well, that would be good. I mean, I don't know if crude prices drop. Actually, even me, sometimes last week, I want to remember the exact date. I was surprised. I went somewhere and I bought fuel at a ridiculously cheap amount. I think, it was in Louisiana. I bought at $2.39, and I was surprised. I mean, $2.39 is it $29? $2.29. I was really surprised. If anybody's around there, he can testify. So I don't know why that is, because a few weeks ago I was in DC and I bought for $6 in Washington DC. But I know that place is. I mean, if anybody that lives in DC will tell you how very different, like out of this world that Washington DC is. So maybe that's the reason why. But at least, so if it's going to come down and going to give some relief to some people, that will be very beautiful. And and hopefully that this CNG thing is going to remove pressure on petrol. I mean, I've had first class of somebody that witnessed in the places they are installing it in Nigeria, tell me that they are already installing the CNG thing. So if it can actually work and it's going to push down pressure on petrol, I mean, all we want is for people to be able to breathe, in quotes now, everybody. So if that's going to happen, that's very welcome. I'm happy about that.
All right, brilliant. Is there any other topic you want to introduce?
Yes, I had your readout. I don't know if Alaniko spoke about this this Plato judgment today. I've read so many things.
That's the third one now. We've had Zamfara, we've had Kano, now Plato, all of them with APC.
They are not the same thing, really.
Yes, but they are all headed in the same direction.
Yeah, in the same direction. Yeah, but just a few years ago, Rivers State, Wike went to court and challenged Rivers primaries, and he made the court to nullify all the primaries of APC in Rivers. And a few days to the election, the court nullified all APC's primaries, all of them, without one, not one remaining. And APC ended up without a candidate in that election. And people applauded it, that it is victory for democracy. In Zamfara, APC candidates won all their election, from state assembly to national assembly to governor, in just one single pronouncement. The court nullified all their elections. Go and look for one place that any senior APC member called the judges' names. They lost everything. All the state assembly, the state federal house of rep, the 3 senators, the governor, in one fell swoop, they lost it. In Bayelsa, the man had already completed the rehearsal of how he will be sworn in. They did not call the president in something there. Now, if we look at the detail, I mean, good enough when Falana was talking this afternoon, at least on the area of the judge, he said, look, there was a subsisting high court order that ordered PDP to go and conduct primaries, that the primary they conducted initially, and the state congresses, sorry, not primaries, that the state congresses they conducted was null and void. So PDP went and just conducted in 5 out of all the local government. They conducted just in 5. So the rest have no executive. So there was no way they could have been legally nominate candidates for that elections. So it is not about the election. It is about the fact that, look, you had no candidate in that election at all. I have had so many opinions. Of course, 90% of those opinions are tainted by even people that have not had it. Oh, APC wants to be a one-party state. APC wants to do. Unfortunately, APC is the beneficiary this time around. If APC had not conducted primaries, especially when congresses, especially when a court had ordered it. Remember, it was the Congress problem that happened in Rivers between Magnus Abbey and the other guy, what's this guy's name, that made Wike to go to court, and Wike got that judgment. So it is the same thing that has happened. We should blame politicians that cannot organize themselves and have ordinary ward congresses, ward and local government congresses, then state congress. And we just, so if they used to say, lawyers, I don't know, how do they call it now? Apologies to lawyers, that you cannot build something on nothing. If you don't have ward congress, there is no way you can have local government congress. If you don't have one local government, you cannot have state congresses, because it's the pyramid that's supposed to build up from bottom. So when people are crying and talking, oh, PDP, APC wants to have a one-party state, APC is being dictatorial. Oh, APC, somebody said, oh, a MBA chairman, former MBA, so the APC have hijacked the judiciary. That it's not fair. Yeah, sometimes it might not go our way. I said something last week when Ajale Koko said that people are protesting. I said no, that even the man Silva had already congratulated the man that won the election, and he's moved on. I remember I said it here when Ajale Koko said, "Oh, they are protesting." I said no, because I don't know. Yeah, election. There was a time in Nigeria that PDP was ruling 28 states, 28 out of 36. PDP had 28 states. Nobody called them dictatorial. Nobody called them. But it is democracy. You can win today and you can lose tomorrow. If we continue to demonize and disrespect our judiciary because of the way, the direction, the wind of justice flow today, the day he flows to our direction, we will not be able to celebrate, because we have already destroyed that institution. All these cases we are mentioning, they are distinct. In Zamfara, they said 3 local government elections were inconclusive. That's it. It's not ever. In Kano, it's a completely different thing. And they still now say, apart from what the High Court ruled, that even the man is not a member of that party. And people are saying, oh, but the other thing. But it's a court of the law. And they said that, look, it is if you do not participate in the primary, you cannot. So you must be a member of the party. But the post-election of it is that if you now participated in the real election and there is no foundation, you can point to it. That there was no foundation in that place. I am a participant. I participated in this election. And because the man does not have anything to stand on. So if we interrogate the basis, we will educate ourselves the better, not. I've read a lot of things, emotional outbursts, causes, all the manner of things that we've read. And so that's my view on that. On damages, That's not a new thing. What you said is new. That thing's been like how many years now?
No, I wasn't inviting commentaries on that one, but
Oh,
yes.
okay. I thought everything that you do, we can just choose from everything. Okay, if you say that, if you say that. So, is there another thing? One more thing that you say?
No. I want to loop. There's still plenty, but I want to loop it around because the room is now starting to populate. So I want to loop it around so people are not waiting for
if you say so.
Yeah, and then I'll loop it back to you shortly. But let me look. Let me loop it in the direction of the Owala from America, otherwise known as Kulata. So Kulata, do you want to free flow to the space, or do you want to go through
I want to free flow after the Bishop and Ajanle could go deal with the topic. There's not much left to talk about, really. I mean, Bishop has thoroughly dealt with restructuring. Ajanle Goko too gave his take. My own brief take in that is, I mean, with the economic situation we're going through, restructuring of the kind of that everybody wants, resource control, it's nearly impossible to do at this point. That's just the truth. They'll be taking small bites at restructuring. Maybe they'll do police, maybe they'll take one other thing from exclusive list. They'll just be nibbling on the exclusive list. But the full total resource control at this point in time, let's not kid ourselves. I don't think the appetite will be there.
But do you not think that is timing growth? There's so many resources laying fallow within the Nigerian space because the government obviously just they concentrate solely on oil. So all this
and which is the topic I really want to talk about. Yeah, you're segueing into a topic I'd like to talk about. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I'm just looking at it like, I mean, before we do resource control, right? It has to do more than resource control. What about the existing debt? Are we going to share that too? Like, it's not something you can do willy-nilly. And I think we have to gradually walk Nigerians through it. If it's going to be done in Tinubu's government, it's probably going to be done in the second term because he will not even, from a political standpoint, he will not want to risk his second term on a proposition that is not really guaranteed. I mean, we couldn't even do the local government, and then you're talking about the big daddy one. So then you will have states like Osun State, Ekiti State, Ebonyi State, all the northern states scrambling, like where are they going to start making money immediately? It's when we think about when we need to execute things, right? It's not, we can't execute it by wishes. Anybody that's been in charge of executing a project will understand. You want to build a house. The house just doesn't happen overnight, right? You have to take your time, survey, foundation. I mean, you have to do things carefully. So restructuring is going to be one of those things. It's not going to be the way people want it. We'll have to crawl into restructuring because the country needs to be there. So the topic about crude. So I was watching TV. Was it on Friday or Thursday? Arise News. One guy mentioned that we started pumping crude in 1973, 2 million barrels or something like that. So I was like, wow, are you kidding me? Like when our population was low, we were pumping 2 million barrels a day. No wonder the country was awash with money. They did not know what to do with it. And our population was low, and we got rid of other things we used to do, like cocoa. I mean, if you check your Instagram, I sent you a link that shows you the historical average millions of barrels a day we've been producing since 1973. I think it's the most recent thing I sent you. So it got me thinking.
We were producing 2.5 or 2.6 or 2.7 in the 77, 78. So
no, it was 2.085. I have the data here. The average is nobody's average.
In 77, 78.
Yeah, 77. The average 2.085 million. 78, 1.897 million. I think 79, 2.302 million. And then it dropped in 1981. So I guess the point is Why are we surprised that Nigeria is effed up? See, when we've been producing relatively the same amount since the early 70s. A lot of people here were not born then. We've been producing the same amount. Our population has been growing, and we've constantly, year after year, relied more on crude oil as our only, or no, not only, our main source of forex. In the 70s, when this thing started, we still had other sources of forex. So we were still doing cocoa. We did cocoa to the regular till the 1980s. Even maybe, I will say, if I remember correctly, maybe it started dying early 90s. So we've been producing the same amount. Woman, if you scroll down, you see
I was just scrolling. We're almost half what we were in 1973.
So we and when we started producing this thing, we now stopped doing other things we were doing. We weren't even investing the money to just say that, okay, assuming we were producing it and we kept doing other things we were doing, at least we'll know that, okay, dollars will be coming from multiple sources. But the more we continue producing, the more we relied on just a single thing. And us being as lazy as we are, we stopped cocoa, we stopped rubber, we stopped all those other things, and we just relied on this single product. And we've not really, since they started, since I have this list, I don't think what we produce has grown past this by.
It'd be interesting to see how much Saudi Arabia has been pumping out in that same period of time. Because
I'm sure their own will have grown. Because when I look at the early 70s, we had 2 million. The only time we produced more than that in a significant chunk was during Goodluck Jonathan's time. I think we hit. There's a 2.457 2012, 2011, 2.4 something. Okay, under Obasanjo, we hit 2.6 in 2005. We are 2.3, 2.2. You can actually even see that anytime we're eating the 2 million barrels or 2.5 million barrels, our economy is doing good. Anytime it goes down to like 1.3, you can see that in the 80s. It tanked in the 80s, even reached 1.2 something. Our economy depressed. So this is just like Eureka. Why will we not be where we are? Assuming there was no corruption, Gonsef, this is bad. This is bad. If there was zero corruption, the population growth rate is exceeding whatever we're producing, our productivity. Actually, we dropped productivity because we found this product. So you see that we're just not a serious race. Serious country.
It'll be interesting to find out how OPEC does the allocations. How they do their
there's OPEC allocation.
Is it by population or by deposit size?
I have no idea.
What's the metric that they use to allocate how much somebody should be pumping?
I have zero idea. I'm going to go check because I was going to check.
Because if it's not based on population, then it's skewed against.
One, I think they also consider your capacity to meet production quota. For example, the market requires maybe a particular metric tons or barrels rather of crude oil, maybe 1 billion barrel per month. And if they allocate to you and you can't produce, that means that the market will have a shortfall. You understand? So they look at your production capacity, which is also a factor of the investments of oil companies in your country. If, for example, Shell comes to Nigeria and install a capacity that is able to produce maybe 10 million barrels per day, and we have the resource and we have the political nous to push around and negotiate, that means if they give us that 10 million, we can actually meet. You understand what I'm saying? So look at that investment. All these oil companies, they've invested so much. The oil companies, they created an environment where the oil companies can invest so much in their infrastructure. So if they give them increased quota, they will still be able to meet it. You get what I'm saying?
But Patrick, we have a lot of untapped oil fields, a lot of finds still in the Atlantic that
So
are
it's
still.
infrastructure. That's what I'm saying now.
What
All
are
these
they,
countries have moved their infrastructures out of Nigeria or
my
sell it.
my biggest gripe with this thing is this: whatever the case is in terms of like investments that people bring to our oil industry or not, a serious country that has this kind of numbers has no business not continuing to do what we were doing in the early 70s and the late 60s with agriculture, with cocoa, with all those things. Why in the world did we drop that for this single product that's been pretty flat and a lot of time is going down? I mean, I'm not even talking about oil not being people not using oil in the future, but I'm just looking at our production numbers. Like, why will a serious country not continue to invest in other areas from time?
Kulata, let me just give you figures. At 31st of December 1973, 2.04 million barrels. So, and then let me just randomly jump up. 31st of December 1983, 1.24. And then let's go to the year just past, 31st of December 2022, 1.3. If we go to the middle, 2003, 2006, 2.4 million barrels. So Nigeria has never really been able to push past. I certainly have not seen 2.5, never mind 3 million barrels. So is that to do with quota? It cannot be to do to pump it out. It has to do with
There will be quota, yes, but there will also be your ability to produce, because your quota should be based on your ability to produce. Otherwise, why is Saudi rigged at 10 million barrels a day? Right? Like, have we shown the sea? Okay, why did we get to see?
I think Saudi improve on their capacity to produce more, because if I can remember, if my memory serves me well, in the 80s, I think our allocation then was 2.2, we are shuffling between 2.2 and 2.5. I can remember, and Saudi back then, I think the allocation was around 3 point something. They're a little bit above us, 3 point something million per day. With Iraq and them and Iraq and Iran almost at the same level. They're around 3 point something. Iraq was above us, maybe like 2.8 or so. So they developed their capacity. Patrick was telling us that capacity is one of those. But now we have lost that capacity. Our capacity has dwindled. Most of the those major oil companies, they left Nigeria, because Nigeria is not a friendly business environment. It's a very difficult environment to run their business. So they left. They sold. And do we have that infrastructure on our own, to improve on production? We don't even have it. So that is the problem. You can continue.
Yeah, but it's not just that problem. Like, assuming, okay, if this is the kind of what we'll be doing, then why did we disinvest from other areas? That's my point. Because our population in 1973, I'm sure it could not have been more than 60 million or something. But now we're at 220 million, so many mouths to feed. The same freaking oil production, same range.
Kulata, good morning. I want to draw your attention to.
Sorry, carry on, Simba.
Yeah, Kulata, if you take a look at the oil production, if you remember, you discover that even our government before, our leaders, our head of state or president before, they were not doing anything fantastic about our economy. is only, if you look at 1973, that's when we call the oil boom. That was when Gowon was talking rubbish that he doesn't know what to use the money for. That 1973, look at the oil production that time. Look at the surge. And if you remember, 1971, that was when Saudi cut oil supply. And that was when the oil price jacked up. And the same time, that was when Qatar started growing their economy, 1971. If you look at 1983, when everybody was crying in Nigeria, that was when the Buhari regime came about, when everything, austerity, everything. If you look at the oil production that time, during Obasanjo, that we are saying Obasanjo did well, he did fantastically well, it was the best that we have.
Quota was
the oil
high
production. Then. It was high.
Quota was high then.
When Jonathan was wasting money, also, in 2012, when the oil price was about 120, 140, look at the production also during that time. And the problem we have is that our problem has been perennial. It has been there for long. But what we do is that we fail to look at ourselves as a nation. The only thing we do is we blame our successive leader. This one is bad. This one is better than this one. You understand? We never sit down to see and look at what, I think I made one analysis. In Saudi Arabia produced is an average of 1 barrel of crude to 3 people. That is their production. Average of 1 barrel to if Nigeria is producing 2 million and divide it by our 200 million population, how much is that, Kolata?
Is that not 2 liters? 2 liters per Nigeria.
Per person.
You see, and when we say Nigeria is poor, you understand? When we say Nigeria is poor, or forget about corruption. Let us even be getting all this money. Look at our size. Look at our population. We are very poor. But Nigerians will not say, no, it's because of corruption. They are just stealing our money. They are taking our money. Let me tell you, if we are producing what Saudi Arabia is producing today, and we have this level of corruption that we even have in Nigeria, we will not be where we are. We will be better off.
So
there's no country, there's no corruption.
So Simba, answer me this. Why is anybody surprised that our currency lost value from like 55 kobo to $1 in 1980 or 81 to where it is now? Isn't it obvious by just looking at this?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to let you realize. Look at our population then. It's like 1/4. Our population then, when in 1970 was like 1/4 of what we have presently.
I mean,
and then
man. Continue, Simba. Continue.
So you look at why
sorry, Simba. The upshot of it is we need to get out of that OPEC. And
it's not. Let me tell you, one man. It's not a matter of OPEC. We don't have the capacity. We have never developed. Let me tell you, we have so much. Even as it is today, one man. The so-called oil thief that they were shouting in the Niger Delta. Most of our oil wells have been shut down. They don't produce because of all these activities that is going on. When you see that, okay, our crude increased by 250,000 barrels, it's not as if they dig new well. The old ones are still the ones that they put into action. So we have the capacity. If we have the capacity to produce more than the okay, why are you finding it difficult to even supply our local need, our own local refinery? If we can produce our quota to supply out, but for our own local need, nobody say we cannot produce more to supply our own local need. But we don't have the capacity. I think the best thing is to shift away from this crude. of the thing. The best thing is to look at alternatives.
Can someone tell me, with these pathetic numbers that I'm looking at, can someone tell me why it took forever to pass the PIB bill? This is, based on what I'm looking at, this is kind of like national emergency, something that they should have done since. And not just that, you guys had the audacity to divest from other areas in the 70s when you could not freaking increase your production quota. The investments there, everything flat. Now is down. And we're still in the situation where we're still not having alternative source of forex. And I mean, let's look, this is clear data, this is clear eyes. This I thought it was averages before, but I think it's as of December 31.
If we can grab Saudi's figures, or just in the course of the conversation, it'd be interesting to see. It just makes for depressing. If it's down to, I cannot believe that it's down to production capacity, because even the corruption wants to be fed, and if the corruption knows that increased production will feed it more, then it should be. We should be. It's quite a thing, you know. My goodness me. If you are wondering why Tinubu is in trouble, this is why it is. December 31st, 2023, 1.3 million out of the 2-point-something million allocated to you, you were only able to produce 1.3. So where are you going to get the dollars from?
One man, scroll down. If you scroll down to 2000 upward, we produce less than that. At a time, we are producing less than 1 million.
No, that's not here.
I have Saudi's numbers for you.
Oh, yes.
No, we're producing 1 million now. 800 and something now.
That's what I'm telling you, one man now.
It's not showing on
at the time we are it's not there. It's not there.
I think this is showing us December. Yeah.
At the time in Buhari's administration, we're producing about 800 now. 800, 900 or something.
So, but this is not a matter of OPEC, in my opinion. This was a matter of lost opportunity, right? Not just lost opportunity, recklessness. Because when the population was small, you did not invest in other areas that will have created forex. Not just that, you destroyed other areas that was giving us forex before we even found crude oil. You destroyed it because you had this.
And you say you don't want to talk about restructuring. Is restructuring not the answer to all this?
Why did you think that happened?
I mean, I was on another platform yesterday. They said it's spiritual.
It is because the best of us are not the ones willing on. That's just the best of us.
Spiritual problem.
It's a spiritual problem. I'm just weak. Honestly, I'm just weak.
Our politicians then go other needs of spiritual.
The best of us are not the ones willing on.
Yeah, but nobody should be surprised. Nobody should start referencing naira to dollar was kiniko. That was nonsense, because you can see now, like, there's no way we will not get to where we are. Like, I mean, yeah, plus corruption, it speeds it up. But no investment, a lot of divestment. Why? We don't plan for the future. Like black people, you just get money and start spending like drunken sailors. You don't think for your future generation.
Are you with Kaiser on that black people something?
It's true now. It's showing here. Like, okay, when the population was manageable, at least don't now start running away from cocoa, running away from rubber, running away from palm oil, running away from other things that we used to do. We just abandoned it and just relied on just this single thing. And the single thing, we can't get past that. 2.6 is the highest we've done, and 1.2 is the lowest. So we're just between one range, and our population we're just breeding like rabbits.
All right, these are the Saudi figures. 1973, they were producing. There was never a time they were not producing 3 times as much as you. Anyway, in 1973, they were producing 7.7 approximate million barrels. So that's 1973. Fast forward to December 2022, they are producing 12.1 So that's nearly double, somewhat thereabout. It's it's a marvel.
So, Mama, do you know the population of Saudi? Do you know the population of Saudi?
I was just about to check. You know, you
35 million, including immigrants. 35 million, including immigrants.
It's unbelievable. Yes, 35.9
million people.
And it's unbelievable.
So in one day, they have one person is 0.3 barrel. I mean, 0.3 barrels a day. One person in a single day. hey, what about our own?
Saudi's budget for Earth alone is more than our yearly budget. For Earth alone is more than our yearly budget.
So not like I want to like put fire on Tinubu's behind like I've been doing recently, but so all this target of him wanting to get to 4 million barrels that was in his manifesto by 20, what did they call it again? I can't remember the year. Basically, maybe it's end of this first term or maybe beginning of the second term or whatever. 4 point something barrels. Is that not pie in the sky? Is that realistic?
It's not possible. It's not possible.
It is possible though, because what is timing the productions? There are artificial blockages and corruption. So,
but we're looking at the time that the demand. I mean, people are even moving away from this resource.
Not now. What you are saying is not something that's happening. It's not now. It's not even the next 20 years.
I mean, but I get it, but
what I'm saying is that even if they give you a quota that is maybe 5 million per barrel, you don't have the production capacity to meet it now. Just like any factory, they have like optimum production capacity now. That you understand what I'm saying?
He promised to raise it. He promised to raise it.
The question is this now. You are now saying it's either you are going to talk to the people that were here before to now reinvest in their infrastructure, put in more money, bring in more maybe platform, rig and everything, which they have done before, and they saw the hell that they went through. So would they want to take the risk when they can just go to a Qatar?
Not onshore. Nobody want to take that risk onshore. Maybe offshore, but definitely not onshore.
But even they are attacking them offshore now. They attack them offshore now. So I think that is gonna can go to Middle East or go to somewhere in maybe Southern Africa, just Angola and the rest.
There's one place in South America now that
Kulata. Let me draw your attention to another thing. Do you look at the cost of production of oil in Saudi Arabia?
It's expensive.
And the cost of production in Nigeria.
It's cheap. In Saudi Arabia,
it's about $10. It's about
$9 or something. I read it a long time.
And our own is almost like $30 something or $40.
Like $30 something or something.
No, you need to. If you visit.
Why is that?
Insecurity is one of that.
It's not insecurity alone. The terrain.
The terrain.
You could be the terrain.
If you visit Aramco, if you see their oil facility, even if you are just driving along the road, you see everything is on the surface. It's on the surface. Very easy to police. You can
Zita?
see.
Zita is in this field. She should come.
Zita.
Sorry, Kulata and Simba. Let me just chip in my little experience of the oil industry. At least I spent some years in the upstream sector. Number one, we know what we are not a very oil nation. We are more of a gas nation. That's one. Number two, our limitation, our cost of production in Nigeria is one of the highest in the world. You'll be shocked that we spend about 30% of our extraction, that is crude drilling, on security, whatever name they give to it. Now, there are so many, we have so many obsolete wells, that are not really economically viable. And that was why a lot of the IOCs were abandoning our land rigs for offshore. for a very long time, new fund. I think after these two offshore fund, I want to remember that happened about 10 years ago, 2009, 2008. There have been no real major.
Is it the one for Fanfa? The one for Fanfa?
Not Fanfa, not Fanfa.
Or the Malabu?
No, not Malabu. After Agbabi, there was this deal by Total. What was this? They are big something. It was offshore too. It's not Agbami. I say it's not Bonga. Okay, Bonga. So there was a lot of people withdraw, mainly for insecurity. So our capacity. So we have a lot of short in, even from some of the multinationals. Short ins affect our daily production. Short ins they count it as loss, though it's not loss, but it is what you can produce, but you cannot produce. Because you look at, if I'm able to drill 100,000 barrels per day, for example, and at the end of the day, there's still 30,000. Remember, you have already spent 30% on cost of security. And like I said, oil production in Nigeria, I don't know now, but a few years ago, the cost of the production is one of the highest anywhere in the world for obvious reasons. So it is no longer profitable. Even you are producing an oil well, it's not something that you shut today and you just wake up tomorrow and just turn it on like you want to turn on, what do you call it? You want to switch on electricity or you want to turn on your tap. Immediately you shut it in to wake it up, to revive it again. What's the name they call it? Is going to be. So at the end of the day, what we were producing compared to what we should be getting is far, far too different. It's far, and it's a lot of factors that contribute to it. The best we can get, if all things, they revive all our wealth and everybody, maybe we can get close to about 3 billion. Yeah, we have reverse, proven reserve, but the problem is producing them. So one of the only ways we can get out of this is this. In the nearest future, let us reduce our crude exports. Let us add value in it. Is our money, because the quantity we are producing now is nothing when we just oppose it with our population and our need. Honestly, it's nothing. And I've said it here, Nigeria is not a rich country. People keep saying Nigeria is a rich country, don't understand. Kulata just hit the nail by going back in history. I used to say it here before, and I've said it repeatedly. I go and check what our population was in 1965 compared to United Kingdom, compared to France, compared to Germany. We were around the same thing, between 50 and 55 million. 60 years after, Nigeria is 200. United Kingdom is still under 70 million. They have developed a lot of things, a lot of sectors. We have not. Some people started agric long after we were supposed to have our own agricultural boom and the rest. Yet they have overtaken us in everything. The only place we are carrying number one is in population, where one man is boasting that I have 10 wives and I have 100 children, but he's not productive, he's not producing anything. So if we can do well in our oil sector, there are little amount of money we get there. If we reinvest it into the real thing that will develop us, that is the only way out. Nothing, even if we are producing 5 million barrels today, and we are still the same way we are, honestly, it's not going to move a needle in our life. It's not going to change anything at all. Then we need to bring down seriously the cost of production. I don't know why it's that crazy, especially in the area of security. I'm sure Zita will be able to speak to that. Thank you.
Yes, a lot of that cost of production, corruption embedded in it as well. So you can slash it by half for corruption.
Yeah, but what is mind-boggling to me is it's so clear that this was not. We were supposed to treat oil the way Mexico treats oil. Mexico also produces oil, but that's not their mainstay. We lost the plot. We lost the script in the 70s. Totally lost it in the 70s.
May God bless you, Kolata. That opportunity that we had in the 70s to develop infrastructure, even for 20, 30 years to come, we failed. We are wasting money. Our leader at that time, they were busy spending money on other African countries, doing what we call dashing people money.
Giant of Africa. They were doing giant
Africa,
of Africa.
yeah, exactly.
I beg to disagree. I think I
Momo,
no, I know.
Disagree. They want to blame our past government in the 70s and in these 80s. Actually, they are the one that built that country.
Let me ask you one question, because you are old enough to know this. How did we lose our cocoa, rubber, tin, all those other industries that we had that was reliably giving us forex? What decades did they go down? Which leadership? How? Why?
I think if we go back, that problem started in the 80s when politicians.
No, Ajale Cocoa is the 70s, not 80s.
Actually, I want to agree with you. We started from the 70s, but it got worse from the 80s down to where we are today. Yeah, because
I think I know the reason. Okay, I think I know the reason.
Yeah, let me learn so you can come in. So what I'm telling you, the little development in terms of the infrastructure that we have in that country was actually built between the 70s and the 80s. All the ports, the Tinkan Island, most of the highway, and international airport,
Why can't we build more? Why can't we build more? We have the money then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look, even since 1999 that we started this republic,
democracy.
If we have government, people in power that are really committed to developing that country, we will have done more during their own time. We will have done more because, like you said, during the time of Jonathan we were able to make a lot of money. But did they not squander the money for themselves? They did commit it to development of the country. That is the problem. So most of the development that we have, even in education and everything was done mostly in the 70s and 80s. So I don't want you guys going back like Simba saying, "Oh, they didn't do anything in the 70s." That is when everything started.
I didn't say they didn't do anything. What I said was that time when they was busy spending money on Gambia and all those things, they are not futuristic. That's what I'm saying. You could have just look at. Let me tell you, come and see what the Saudis are doing with their money here. You go into the desert where there is no human being, nothing. You see road, you see electricity, you see they've already built what they can use in the next 50, 60 years.
Let me address that issue. You see, Kulata, there are some factors that made that happen. The fact that we moved from our culture and everything. I will stand with Ajalepo that a lot of investment were made in the 60s. Bridges, roads, and everything. But investments were not centered in promoting other areas of the economy like agriculture. So even if they have built more, they will still have built more ports. Those ports were not necessarily built for export of agri-products, but for export of oil. You understand? The proper road construction would have been to the villages to support agri. But you were building the cities, so the farmers who were in the villages, they started moving to the cities. Then the big cocoa farmers, they discovered that, instead of having cocoa farm, we can invest in downstream. You understand?
Yeah, they were buying petrol stations. Where I grew up, I know some cocoa farmers that bought petrol stations and abandoned cocoa.
So there were no incentive for them to stay there. For example, instead of building a second mainland bridge, after that first one, go and build some rural roads. Very solid rural roads. You can imagine if you have solid rural roads in those places. Those farmers will stay there, build houses in the villages, housing infrastructures and everything. In short, people will leave the city and go and farm. So those investments were not in their villages. But look at what the Saudis are doing. The type of the village for the Saudis are the deserts. So even there were people living in the desert, they don't want to come together because now they have the same infrastructures in those places. So that's the thing. They did investments in infrastructures in Haiti, but they were wrongly done. They were wrongly, apart from schools like Ife that were started in Ife, some schools started in villages. What were the things that were put in place to make sure that the places where you have this agricultural activities going on, what were the things that were done to ensure that they stay there and they have access to markets and everything? So nobody wants to struggle now when I can just sell my cocoa farm.
Patrick, in support of what you said, even our industrial growth, our industrial development was recorded in the 70s.
Yeah.
All this money was invested on so many things.
But we
Our
abandoned
industrial
Ajale we abandoned all our other forex makers in the 70s
I think
too.
it was in the 80s that
it was in the 80s that it got.
Okay, someone mentioned a good point in the comment section. Like, you know what?
Yeah.
Our GDP grew.
Kulata, 1 minute. So even our industrial development, we recorded it in the. There are so many industries that sprang up across the country. It was like a wind fire everywhere. Industry.
Yeah.
Do you know how many textile industry that we have in Kano alone? Kano, we had over 40 textile industry in Kano alone that hire over maybe 400,000 workers. In Kano alone.
We have sugar company.
And not only that,
even in Niger, Sunti Sugar Company.
Even our international diplomacy, we were able to use that money to position Nigeria as the leader of black race in the international world. You see, the leaders we have back then, look at Gowon. What do you want to tell me that Gowon stole during his own time of money? He had nothing at the time that they overthrew his government. Nothing
was he not the one that did Festac? Because that's what Papa was saying. We were spending our money on Festac and
he had nothing in his foreign account. Some people have to pay for his school when he was in Britain, when they overthrew him. So,
what was the reason why Muritala took over from him? If you needed to, it was corruption. Corruption was part of the reason he gave.
That was not true. That's obvious now. That's not true. That's not true. Look let me tell you one of those that destroyed this country. Obasanjo and Muritala was one of them. Now we are asking for foreign investments. Do you know that Obasanjo and Muritala virtually told the foreign investors to leave? Who does that?
Yeah, that was when they were nationalizing all these.
Yeah. You just look at them and say, all of you go. Now we are begging for them to come. The people that were
that was when BP was changed to National Oil. First Bank was from Barclays Bank to First Bank, and
Shell is still in Togo, Benin, in all those Ghana and all those areas. Anytime I visit Togo, I see Shell there, at least in Togo. So, but we told them they should go. All those places where you have Eleganza, all those companies that were there that time, you told all of them to go. How would tell foreign investors to go? Now you are begging them to come.
All right. Round up that space, Kulata, and then I want to take you on to what's on the screen if it interests you.
So, I mean, this data, very enlightening to me. The cookie crumbled when we had the energy crisis in the early 80s. Someone rightly mentioned in the comment section, that Israeli war that sparked off the energy crisis.
Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur. And also, when I look at this data, I see that Obasanjo was simply lucky because oil production was it was up. It was very high during his government. And also there was a lot of investments coming in because we just got out of military government. So basically, None of our leaders has done anything spectacular. None. You were either just lucky that we had high oil prices and high production. When the oil prices tanks, our economy goes with it. We never divested. We never got serious with trying to like build up other areas and maintain it, especially maintain it like in Indonesia and all those areas. They produce oil, but they also produce palm oil. That even makes them more money than crude. So,
Kulata, if you are the president of Nigeria, will you or you want to just suggest how long do you think it can take somebody to fix Nigeria with the mirage of problem that we have now?
It go too. I'm not gonna.
It shouldn't take that long, go.
It will take small. It will. You may except get lucky. Let's just say we are lucky. Okay, with Buhari now, all the oil crude that we're selling, we're not making money out of it because it's used to pay BC. So we're not. I mean, even if oil production goes up, it will just make our petrol prices go up more.
At a time in 2020, if you remember, Kulata, they were selling at negative,
minus. So it will take time. It will take time. I'm not even gonna lie. Based on this thing that I saw, it's really opened my eyes. Like really opened my eyes. Like we've never been a serious country.
It's by miracle that Nigeria is still surviving. Kulata. It's by miracle. I don't even know how they are doing it.
You know, that's been the case for a long time. A lot of people wonder why that country has not collapsed. It should have collapsed a long time ago. I don't know what sustains. I think it's probably diaspora remittances that sustains that country. Probably.
And prayers.
Yeah, and prayers. You know, I don't know. You know, but Kulata, this story now is coming into the news stream. Iran-backed militia group hijacked Israeli ship with 52 people on board. So this is just the first entrance of this storyline into the news cycle, and we'll see how it develops. But if this is the case, then that opens that window of a launch against Iran. And if that launch against Iran takes place, then we're all in trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one because Iraq-backed Hezbollah, they gave Israel water like in 2016. So if Iran is entering now directly and hijacking Israeli ships, I hope Israel does not escalate this and use some weapons that are not supposed to be used in normal warfare. Honestly, I've tried to ignore this Middle Eastern space because I'm like, what my business? But it just keeps getting in your face and getting in your face. I hope it doesn't escalate into another full-scale Middle Eastern war, because the reason Hamas did this was because a lot of deals and peace deals has been negotiated with Israel, and you could see Saudi was going to sign with them. UAE, I think UAE has already allowed planes to be landing, if I'm correct. So things are kind of like Trump did a good job. That's one of the areas I like Trump. He did a good job facilitating a lot of like deals amongst those people. And I think Hamas now felt ignored. So Hamas feeling ignored, they did that bold move they did to reverse all those gains. So now we're where we are, and it seems to be escalating further. I do hope this, I mean, I don't know if there can ever be peace there, because you took over some people's land, right? And you, not only that, they have every single incentive to chase them away from Gaza because of the oil and gas find in Gaza, which could make Israel like $500 billion or $400 and something billion. So they have every incentive to even chase Palestinians out of that tiny Gaza. So it's Iran entering the scene frontally. It further escalates this crisis, and with that, oil prices may go up. Petrol will go up.
That was going to be my next question. Does
inflation will be unending. It's just like the snowball effect is plenty.
Does it favor Nigeria if Iran enters into the fray?
Back in the day when we could make money out of the oil we sold, I would have said yes, it will favor Nigeria. But right now, like I said, our everything is encumbered. It's already all whatever we sell is offset by some basic or the other. So well, it favors Nigeria, but we won't directly see the money because it's spoken for. And
Kulata,
if
it cannot favor us. You know why?
why?
Anytime oil price goes up, that is when you see the crisis in Nigeria because we don't refine our own oil. The price
For
will
now.
go up.
I'm
So
actually
most of the money that you are making.
Hold on, Simba. I'm actually talking about supply. Because
No, what I'm saying, yes, you end up
because
using most of the money that you make
yeah.
to pay subsidies. That's what
but
we'll be doing.
Simba.
An average oil price is what favors us in Nigeria. Average oil price. High price doesn't favor us. Low price doesn't favor us.
If favored us under the Babangida
High
administration,
price used to favor us in the past.
under the
Now,
Iraq War.
now it doesn't favor us that much because a lot of forward contracts, money owed to all these oil companies, trading companies that used to do crude stuff for us. All that, they're paying them back in crude, right? So whether it goes up or down, we're not directly making cash out of it until we get out of all this basic, this short-term basic that they're borrowing against. Now we borrowed against even our gas to be able to clear some of this forex backlog. So we're borrowing against our assets. So the only thing, the immediate effect to Nigerians is the price of petrol will go up, and so people will feel the pain at the pump. As it is right now, you can see that NNPC has kept the price of petrol flat. In what market, in what real market is the price of petrol flat? Like, doesn't change. Like, really, you go to your gas station in UK, you go back there next week, it's still this. The price is not changing. You go there today, tomorrow, today. Of course, who is fooling who? NNPC is not taking a profit. They will be taking a hit somewhere. Yeah, you cannot say, oh, okay, it's not subsidized, but if you're running an NPC like a private company, like you're supposed to be making money, they'll be taking hits. But are you looking at their books? It's now NPC it's supposed to be it's supposed to be run like a private company, even though the shareholder is still Ministry of Finance. So everything now is on NNPC books. You hardly see third-party people being able to import petrol because, of course, they know how much it's going to cost them to land it here. And NPC can take the loss. So if crude goes up, keeps going up again, Tinubu will be forced to keep the prices stagnant, the same. It's not normal for price of a product just to be the same for months and months and months. Like, what sort of inventory are you carrying? And that doesn't even respond to the up and downs of. Everybody knows that. So it will pinch our pockets. Let me put it that way. Because if it was back in the day that as crude went up, like we're getting the money directly, Buhari had not leveraged all our crude to pay one thing or the other. Yeah, we'll have made money out of it, even though petrol prices will go up. But at least the economy will be making money. So the immediate effect, it will pinch us, and our inflation that is going to 30%. Let's see what they do in the CBN MPC. I'm waiting for that. We need to jack up interest rates. We need to jack up interest rates real massively. CBN needs to do that. But I think it's going to pinch our pockets.
You keep saying jack up interest rates. How many people are even borrowing that money in Nigeria? How many people
you have to be able to attract even people to want to invest in you when you know that your returns will be high.
What are people coming in when they can't even borrow any money? When they don't even see any need in borrowing?
Rational mind, where we have inflation. One of the tools to control inflation is interest rate.
But
let me tell you a few things we need to do.
No, I understand. I'm challenging your view on what's the point of jacking up interest rate when
to curb inflation.
I understand. I get it. What I'm saying is, who are the people borrowing that money in an economy that does not even work in the first place?
Big business.
Big business is borrowing Nigeria.
What are the big business? Can you give me one? Dangote that is collecting
Hers Holdings. What about Hers Holdings? Tony Elumelu's company.
See, those economics that we learn in the books, it doesn't work.
It's not economic. Stop talking like an Agberu now. Rational mind. I'm not abusing you.
Rational mind.
How can you say they don't borrow money in Nigerian economy now? Rational mind.
Hold on.
Can I come in?
Borrow money.
Rational mind. Can I call in? Can I come in? Yeah.
You come in, please. I just want to challenge you because this guy always come in and just throw up. And at the end of the day, nothing happens, nothing works. You know,
I'm not working for the government, national mind. I can only run my mouth.
Listen. When Nigeria defies the economics that you people learn.
Stop saying that. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, why is everything not working in that country if it doesn't defy it?
Because there are many reasons. You want to talk about our inflation. Okay, what about the CBN printing money like it's about to expire? They've been printing money. These ways and means stuff. They've abused it. They've been printing money. Don't you think it will have an effect? What about the insecurity that's making zero farm produce show up? Don't you think that will have an effect?
Everything in the books of economy that has been used on that country, nothing has worked this very day.
Yeah, but rational mind.
There's something inherently wrong.
Let me come in.
Inherently wrong with that.
Let me come in. You see, that the country is the way it is because the economic theories are working. We are not producing.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, it's because the economic theories are working.
Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat that?
No, you say that the country is the way it is because the economic theories are working. The issue is that our people are not working the economy. They are not working the theories. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like you have tools and models. The models and systems are not the problems. It's the people that is running here. System. Yeah. The same system you take to another place to work. If those people in those places that the system are working for, if they have the same mindset and the same kind of people, it will still fail. You understand what I'm saying? But I wanted to just correct you on the interest rate that Kulata talked about. He said who is borrowing. When they say they increase interest, for example, it might be interested on government bonds. People, Nigerian bonds will now
they will invest.
Attractive. Yeah, it will become attractive. Maybe a Rockefeller Foundation or a George Solo will put some money in that bond. You understand? It's like that. That's how it works. It's not the people. It's not Yanata that will borrow money from the market.
Let me take you up on what you just said now. Hold on. Let me take you up now. Now, you talk about people buying bonds. How many Nigerians are buying these bonds?
Look at what
hold on. I tell you, people that buy the Nigerian bonds are, for the most part, I would say more than 60% are non-Nigerians.
Yeah, that's what.
And so this money they bring into the system, is it borrowed in Nigeria? Hold on. Is it borrowed in Nigeria or they borrowed from their own banks here in Western country and they bring it into Nigeria?
No, I think national mind, they are not getting what we are saying. If, for example, we say increase the interest rates, why do you want to increase it? We want to attract investments now. The incentives, if interest is maybe 10% or 15%, and if I weigh the risk factor, and luckily our rating is increasing, is improving. So if I weigh all the risk factor and I have incentive to invest, why would I go and put that money in Ghana or in South Africa? Or you understand what I'm saying? I'll put it where I'll get more money. Now, even you put it there if you're that kind of investor. So we are not looking at individuals now, we're looking at institutional investors who can bring the kind of money that will make a difference. And those are the kind of people that Tinubu investors are talking to. You get what I'm saying?
I don't get what you just said.
Let me just so I can let other people talk. Let me just round up. There's really 4 things Tinubu government needs to do at a macro level. We can, if people have time, they can start tackling it at the micro level. That tight monetary policy, you have to increase interest rate to fight, number 1, to curb inflation, number 2, to attract investments. Investments, because if people see returns, they'll bring their money. Number 3, they have to do tax reforms. They have to that guy is already working on it. What's that guy's name? All the different types of different tax regimes, they have to simplify it and they have to expand the tax base. That PwC guy is working on that, so I'm happy about that. And then we have to look for a way to deregulate sectors we've not talked about. We have to sell some government assets. We have to get investors seriously. We have to look at different areas. States needs to start leveraging those new those new constitutional whatever passed. Get people to invest in their rail, to invest in electricity transmission. Federal needs to invest in electricity transmission. That shit needs to happen. We need to like sell right of way. We need to do whatever it takes. Sell part of the refinery. I don't care. We need to kind of like bring investors in, deregulate, look for creative ways to just bring money into this, what's it called? And then the last part that Tinubu is failing woefully on, we have to reduce government spending. We can't be spending like drunken sailors. First of all, optically, it's not even good. Then second thing is, for Christ's sakes, this is not the time to like go on. I know government is the last, is the spender of last resort. But at this point in time, I think there are a lot of inefficiencies and bloat that can be cut down. Things that should not exist. Those are kind of like the 4 high-level things I think this government needs to fix. 5 things. Of course, security. Everybody knows that. But if Tinubu is not getting into all these things in a serious way, with all this data we looked at oil production, I think we're just joking. So let me round up with that, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. When is it never not excellent by Kulata? So thank you, Kulata. Stay with us. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, one man, just give me the topics, please.
All right, you can free flow or you can go to the topics, but let me give you this.
Okay, first of all, before we go into any topics, I just want to say something, one man.
Yeah.
I remember some few days ago, I came here and I was saying to you that the basis by which they removed the Kano State governor, President, I don't know, should I call him the present Kano State governor or the one that will soon to
it's still there, subject to Supreme Court, yes.
Yeah,
Even though Kwakwanso is saying he shouldn't go to, they should give it up. Yeah, but carry on.
Well, I didn't know that. I'm just hearing that from you for the first time. But I think I said something like one of the rulings, or even not the rulings, was the basis for that ruling was that it was not duly nominated for his candidacy for the election. And you read me something that I think most of the even Sahara reporters carried it, just the way you said it, that it was based on some calculation they did. They deducted some numbers from him. I think that's what most other major newsprint reported. But I know I saw it somewhere and heard it somewhere. And for me to confirm that, I think one of these other YouTube channel, is synonym or whatever they call it, Sino or whatever they go by. They had the NNPP had a press conference in which the chairman of the Kano State NNPP party said that the ruling, not the ruling that they based it on, was that their governor was not duly nominated by their party. So I was like confused. What's going on? Why all these confusing stories that we hear in our newsprint? So that is just that. So I don't know. Even other people here has heard about that. And I think that's the same thing that playing with this same guy you have on the screen here. What's his name? The governor of Plateau State. I think they are playing the same card of not being nominated properly. It didn't go when the primary.
At the primary stage. Yeah.
So you see, it begs a lot of questions. We kind of like, this is asking a lot of questions. I've said it on this platform, and I think I want to maintain my peace at some point with this.
Because what they told us about the primary stage, especially during the remember when Kashim Shettima was being challenged along the same lines, and they told us it was pre-election.
Exactly. So you see, you ask a lot of questions like, what is going on? You see, this is what you get when you have people like somebody like Tinubu running the country. If we had limited that guy to only just his Lagos, and maybe someday in the future somebody gets him out of that place. Now that you have this guy in the federal, oh my goodness, you guys that are who are supporting this guy, you are creating a monster. You don't know. I just wait for that country, that the trajectory that country is going to take on this guy. This guy will corrupt anything corruptible within the system in that country. Everything will just be dancing to his tune. Everything will just be to his whims and caprices, or whatever they say it in Nigerian English. You won't have a country in in the true sense of it, as being a country. You have a criminal organization run by some some criminals in charge. That's what you're going to be having. Because I tell you, when some of us like this come here, we dice this judicial people in Nigeria, we call them names, we call them out, and some people go to the extreme of bringing their children and their, which I'm against that. But you can kind of appreciate people's. Let me say you appreciate. You can kind of understand people's anger, why what they foresee might happen under this guy. We're seeing it playing out before our very eyes right now. So for me, I kind of shudder when I see all these things, and when I speak the way I speak about Tinubu, not because I hate him, because I just hate his politics. This guy corrupts anything corruptible within the system. So, woman, I'm asking the question: what was the basis actually for that of the NNPP in that Kano state? Because what they're because when I was
no, the Kano one was invalid votes, which is a more solid one than the one for Plato's.
Okay, but then one man,
that one is open and short.
Okay, well, that was what was reported in some national dailies, some newsprint in Nigeria. But I tell you now, if you can go to Synonym or whatever they call themselves, go and listen to what the what's it called, the Kano State chairman for NNPP said was the ruling in this Friday, that they said their candidate was not duly nominated, and for that reason his candidacy is null and void. And I mean, that's what I heard, because I know I've heard it prior to that, until when you said you were trying to correct me that very day, and I just had to keep quiet because I was like, I don't even know what to believe anymore in Nigerian newsprint. So until I saw that video where he was saying it, and so I was like asking questions, what is going on here? And so, but then I'm not surprised that they're trying to play the same card in Plateau State. Well, you see, for me, I just want to say, I'm just fearful of what Nigeria will become. And we're talking about investors coming to Nigeria and invest. If I am an investor, I want to come to Nigeria, seeing all the crap going on in that country. Do you think when I see criminals running the whole show in that country, and I want to come there and invest, and I have to bribe every single one of these criminals because the institution does not work anymore. There's no law and order. Everybody just want to get their own court. I mean, how do you expect people to come down and operate? I mean, do legit business. So you wonder when the Arabs are saying to Nigerians like, okay, we'll give you the money, but we'll come and implement the whole thing ourselves. I mean, because they know the person in charge of that country, they know that he's a criminal, and they know that all these people that are with him, they're all criminals like him. So how do you expect them to come and bring their money, their hard-earned money, maybe from their oil or whatever, to come and give to Nigeria and give to a criminal?
Can I interject?
See, what is that?
I want to interject because you're on an international space.
So what?
Hold on now. You see, why I'm interjecting.
Okay,
I'm interjecting because I'm in an international space.
Okay,
and we have panelists here, and you've been saying things and nobody tried to correct you. Everybody listening to you will say that, oh, he's correct. After all, there were people on that panel and nobody raised issue. Nigeria is not currently run by criminals.
Oh, okay, really?
Let my own attraction also be recorded on this platform. That party said Nigeria is not currently being run by criminals, and the people that surround him are not all criminals. They might be criminals in his own perspective, but the rulings that we have seen coming out this day suggest that the judiciary are working, and if you are a foreign investor and you come to the country, you can rely on judiciary. If they cannot hit a sitting governor, then you can find them in that country. That is the perspective from which I'm seeing. It can be laughable to you. The fact that you have a judgment that does not favor you,
people like you are the people
that does not favor you, does not mean you now praise you.
Problem now.
Investors come. Investors will come. Investors will come, and that country will. They will not go out completely out of that country. No progress.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For investors come and invest now. Abi, will not need. Is that not why it's jumping from one capital city to another capital city, begging for people to come and invest in Nigeria? I mean, do you even need to do all of that crap? Somebody was suggesting here some days ago that
you need to do it. It's the chief marketing officer of the country. You need to do it. You don't just sit down. It's the chief marketing officer of the country. You don't just sit down. You need to do
right?
Yeah, you will do it. You know why I would do
your house. You not put your house.
people like you are the one in the international community painting the country bad. So he has to come and correct you now. He has to do all that work. People like you are not doing what you are saying now.
You're not correcting anything.
You don't need to do all this work.
Yeah, this Mr.
The country is bad. Somebody seems to not even believe that we are Nigerian.
You are here in North America. You are here in America, and you are
in America.
I mean, in North America, I meant to say. You're in North America, when it's on the same continent, where things works, where their criminality is managed. They manage it to the lowest of the lowest. Not as if they don't have criminality here, but they have institutions that work. But now you and I were here, and you are trying to paint a picture that is not that does not even exist.
How corrupt would you say the United States is?
No, I don't want to do comparison here. I'm not going to do what about here. You're the people bringing what about. I'm just trying to say that you are trying to make some people are trying to make a case here that they are here in North America where things works, and you wish the opposite for our people back home. You have a government run by criminals, and you expect people to come and okay, no problem. You see, Shari, I only speak my mind. It's up to anybody to accept it or not. I'm not forcing anybody to accept it. We shall see. Because I said this some few days ago when one man was asking me, do I expect Tinubu to fail? Well, I'm not saying he's going to I'm not as if I want him to fail, but I expect him to fail.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Rational mind.
To fail is what I just said, the criminality around him.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
It's repulsive.
Rational mind.
Where
you're very hypocritical. You're living. Yeah, you are extremely hypocritical. Okay, you're living in a country where our Supreme Court justices. I don't want to use this to talk American politics, so just end it as soon as I say this.
Go on now,
where our Supreme Court justices are vacationing in billionaires' place. They're funded by billionaires. That one, America is. I mean, you're saying we're living in America like it's some righteous, pious place. The chief judge of America, and also the black guy there, Clarence Thomas, being funded vacations and all sorts of things, school payment by billionaires, officially sanctioned by this country. But yet you have the audacity to say Nigeria. Yes. Can anybody question the Supreme Court justices in this country that are going after billionaires? In my state, the INEC official, the version of INEC official in my state of Georgia ran for elections, conducted his own elections, and won that election. Can that ever happen in Nigeria? What are you talking about?
Hold on. What did you just read? Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that now?
In Georgia, the current governor, when he first won, he conducted the election. He was the Mahmoud of the election of the state. And he was on the ticket. And he did not resign. And he won. Can that ever happen in Nigeria?
Did they rig the election?
Of course. Why are you asking that question?
So let's not be saying all this. Let's not be saying all this nonsense. That Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that.
Hold on now.
What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that?
Can I address you?
Look. Yes. Hold on. Yes, he contested the election. But the institution worked. He didn't.
Institution.
No.
Let's stop this.
Kulata, can I answer that question? Can I answer that question, Kulata, please?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay, let me answer what happened here.
Let Adanleko Kola then come in after him, and then back to Rational Mind after that.
He ran an election. He wasn't the one. Yes. He still have his position in place while running. But he wasn't the one that conducted, that officially announced the result or in charge of the result. We have other members of that electoral committee in the state
that reported to him.
That carried out that process. So don't paint the picture as if he was running the election, and at the same time, he was the one that counted. He was the one that announced the result. No, the difference between the office and the personality, that is what we said when you have institutions that work. It was the institution that run the election, not his own, not by him, his personality, not his personality that run the election, but the office. he is different from the post. His personality is different from that office. So you should get it right.
Okay.
And don't paint the wrong picture to international. I mean, to our international audience.
Okay. Can I quickly come in?
So that's how you run elections in America.
Hold
I am
on,
a candidate, and I am.
Can I quickly come in? So, national take over. Can I quickly come in?
One at a time. Let Bishop go first. Hold on, rational, enigmatic. Bishop has been pushing to come in, so let Bishop come in. You come in after him, and then rational mind takes the floor back.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say two things very quickly. Ajanike, you are very wrong. Brian Kemp was the Secretary of State. He was in charge of the election. Shortly before the election, he supervised the delineating of what we call ward and what do you call it in our place, which was deliberately skewed about some minority voters. And they made so much noise about it. So this idea of somebody announcing or not announcing is not, he was the one that funded, coordinated, executed that election completely from beginning
Bishop,
to end.
they also cut the voters' roll, Bishop,
exactly.
remember.
Of course, they disqualify a lot, hundreds of thousands of eligible voters, in the delineating and the rest. So let's put that one to rest. Even people here know I live in Georgia too. That's number one. I want to say something about the Kanu vote. Two things why the Kanu vote was upturned was, number one, it was proven that the man was not a member of the party. In fact, he himself took INEC, APC, and the party, his own party, to court about the primaries that was not conducted. He took them to court, and the judgment is there. So apart from the figure that was deducted, that was said it was not valuable, the fact was established that he was not, because he himself took his party to court. I can look for the budget of that party and forward to you right away now if I pull up. So those are the two reasons. And in all honesty, I think they are cogent enough. But yeah, the Supreme Court is still there. Maybe when the Supreme Court decides, we'll come back and review whatever they say.
All right, come in enigmatic and then pick it up after a rational mind. Enigmatic.
Okay, one man. First of all, let me just say this to the people who are listening, the audience who are listening. Nigeria is not run by criminals, first of all. And people who are saying Nigeria is being run by criminals, probably they have to look at themselves in the mirror first, because the projection, the way they want to project Nigeria is probably, maybe by the virtue of their own understanding. Number two, Kulata made example about the U.S. He was talking about Georgia. He was talking about the Supreme Court justices, but he forgot to mention like 5 of those Supreme Court justices now, right? 5 of them are under intense scrutiny and investigation. But of course, we know how it's gonna pan out at the end of the day. In Georgia, Brian Kemp, he was supposed to resign before he ran for the governorship office. He didn't, and so we can pick and choose when we want to condemn Nigeria, but we have to be very careful just for having to bring up some salacious, faulty stories every time. Secondly, about the Kano stuff, the Kano situation is a situation that you liken to a house that is divided against itself. When you are going to, as a political party, when you have a tribunal case, they are supposed to go as a unit. But when they are divided, of course, you will see all of them working at cross purposes. That is the issue that happened in Kano State. In Kano State, for instance, the governor had issues with the National Working Committee of NNPP. There are some people who never wanted him ab initio because they believed he was an in-law to Kwakwanso, and then he was going to be an appendage of Kwakwanso. And then one that was there, people should, and I mentioned something real quick. Rational Mind and everyone on the platform should go and read the pronouncement of the National Legal Advisor of NNPP immediately after that judgment. If your political party's National Legal Advisor had to make such statement, and then somebody is saying Nigeria is corrupt because of what happened in house.
What did they say in the statement? Just for the benefit of some of us.
Yeah, he basically praised the judgment, throwing his governor and his political party under the bus. That is the summary, one man. So the governor was fighting against some people in the party. He took the party to court, and it was when he took NNPP to court that the Pandora box got opened. He opened the Pandora box by himself. So it was just like, let me liken it to a simple case. It was just like maybe Peter Obi taking Apapa to court, and Apapa is the authentic leader, authentic national chairman of Labour Party. And Apapa was just waiting for him to make that move, just to open the books for him. He made that move, and they opened the books for him, and APC capitalized on that. So APC was just minding their business, while all the cookies, right, were just falling on their laps through NNPP's internal skirmishes and wrangling. That's it. They have like 3 different factions fighting in Kano State, and they fought against themselves. And when you look at the reason why that judgment was made, right? The reason for the decision of the appeal court was that Abba Kabir was even never a member of NNPP ab initio. He wasn't supposed to be on the ballot. It was on the instance of that Abba Kabir challenged NNPP. That why would you say I wasn't a member or I'm not a member of your party? I need documents, I need evidence, I need proof for you to show that. That was a very wrong move for him. He did that and they threw him under the bus. They brought every details. So therefore, he was disqualified under section 177 and the paragraph C, right? And under that 177, even the subsection 2 of that, there was the reason for that. The reason for that decision is so simple. The issue of deduction, the issue of IREV, and all other sundry issues becomes absolutely irrelevant, or substitution of or determination that becomes null and void. You don't even have to think about that to determine who wins or who loses or who is the deducting number or not. But remember that it must be said that the appellant himself, which is the submitted 9 different issues, like I said, 9-pronged attack against NNPP. So at the time of deciding which one to choose, because at this point the Supreme Court had the latitude and the liberty to choose, because ab initio it has been established that this guy was even never a member of NNPP. It was NNPP themselves, right, that brought the receipt for the court that APC capitalized on to show that this guy was never a member of their party. So the court, in its own wisdom, right, picked and choose 3 issues, the 3 major issues in those their issues now. So first, when it was established that Abba wasn't a member of the party, so it became very clear that he wasn't even supposed to contest. He does not have the moral ground and the political even stand to contest ab initio. And at the time he participated in that election that was held on the 18th of March, that this guy now was the anchor of the judgment on that appeal was, you were never a member of NNPP, so you shouldn't have been on the ballot at all. So the reason is so simple. Once the court decides that a candidate is not qualified for an election, that's the end of all issues. It means that you have no business whatsoever with that election, to be in that election, to be on the ballot, to even be a party to this tribunal case, ab initio. So mutandis, that's the case. It is so easy to decide. So everything that deduction is coming is, you cannot build something on nothing. So you can talk about building the issues of deduction of number on the premise that if it's been established that he was actually a member of NNPP. But now that that base is already cleared, right, and already obliterated, it became so there's a vacuum. That's a lacuna right there. So that lacuna will have to be filled. For you to fill that lacuna, it means you were never a member of the party ab initio, so you cannot hold on to any to any mandate. They never had a
Okay,
mandate.
okay,
That's it.
all right.
So people, hold on, please. Hold on, please.
All right.
Hold on.
Land
Yeah,
it
let me
back to
land this.
Rational.
There's a reason why I come for this, because people only Nigerians are not listening to this. You may hate Nigeria, you may hate the leaders in Nigeria, you may hate the politicians in Nigeria, but nobody has the moral righteousness to come on different platforms to say Nigerians are being run, Nigerians are being run by criminals. we need to understand that, and do not come over here every time to lie about issues. Go back to the fact, read very well, and come and speak about it. You know, like an established and somebody who is educated and has some brains in the head. I will leave it at that one, man.
Yeah, Boro, Lennon, Magic. All right, one man.
Enigmatic, yeah. That little jar at the end was not really necessary.
It's okay. It's okay. I've learned to take some people for what they are. I will not even force about anything. Some people just irredeemable. There's no way you can talk to them. They will never change. I just realized that's how some people are. Let me just go move on. One man. You see, we all come here to talk about what we read, what we listen to. I'm not a journalist. I only do my own research as far as my time permits me, and as far as the materials that I have in front of me for me to do my own findings, and I will speak to that. If you go, woman, if you can play that that video on synonym, whatever they call by.
Is this symphony?
Symphony? Okay, I don't know if synonym.
Synonym.
I don't even know. I know it starts with S-I. I mean S-Y. So I don't know if it's symphony. I think it's symphony. You're right. Yeah, symphony.
Yeah, symphony.
Yeah. So if you go there, you see it.
Okay, I'm there now. So which video am I looking for?
You just go. You see the one about the sometime around that Friday. That's this past Friday. That was when.
Oh, okay.
This past Friday. So it should be either yesterday or Friday. You should be looking at immediately after this. They gave a press conference. Yeah.
Who am I looking for?
What was that topic? I mean, what was that?
Okay, carry on.
I'll carry on, but then I'll let you know if I see it here. I think I should have an issue on my my YouTube channel, my YouTube here. So anyway, yeah. So from what I gathered was that when they went to court was to challenge, I think, the issue of the plus and minus that they did. But when during the court case, they now had when the judge was now ruling on the issue of somebody being legitimately nominated to fly the ticket or not. So that's where I kind of like say, I was like wondering that, was it not part of the, just like some courts, just like what we saw in this last, this tribunal in, even the one in Enugu State, where a judge is making a case for a defendant that he never even mentioned. He was even making a case for him. Like somebody saying that somebody brought somebody up for stealing.
Would it be this one, Rational Mind?
I don't think so. I'm still looking for it here because I actually just.
All right, carry on.
Anyway, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that, yeah. I think I must have. I know I was appeal court judgment on Kano governor destabilizes NNPP. That's what it says here. I think that that should be that one. Appeal, yeah.
Yeah, it will be this one.
No. You just passed it. No, not that one. Go up. The one on the that one with the Kapanso there speaking. It's a 22 minutes. 22 minutes,
okay.
57 seconds.
All right. You have to. Okay, carry on. We'll say.
So anyway, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that what he just said here, I don't even know what he's just talking about because, like I said, we've seen the many reports on talking about the figures that were deducted. They never mentioned this issue of the candidacy now, but somebody now came here now started twisting the whole thing because he feels that he's more knowledgeable. he has read the whole story and everything, and he knows more than what is out there, well, I'm yet to even see what he's talking about. But my point is this, one man, is that INEC has this guy's nomination form and everything. If he was not, INEC would not have allowed him. And we've seen here that the Supreme Court has made pronouncement in the past that anything that is supposed to have been handled before the election, if you did not handle it, when you're not a party to that election, you cannot bring it up. But now that APC is bringing this up now, suddenly now realize, you say what?
Point of correction, or information. Sorry.
Okay.
INEC, by the new
guideline,
electoral law, does not have right to disqualify anybody on the basis of what do you call it? Educational qualification or something like that.
Well, I'm not talking about education. I'm talking about the ruling that by the Supreme Court that any pre-election matter that's supposed to have been pre-election matter should have been handled before the election. And if you're not a party to that election, you cannot even challenge it. I think there's a Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, was that not the busybody rule that they used
that thing, we are mixing it up. Please,
hold on, please, Joe, let me land, please. It's called interloper, or whatever they call it, whatever this is the legal jargon.
Meddlesome interloper. Yeah. I'm international.
So, but then suddenly now it's a matter now in this case of what this. You see, I don't do I even give a effing whatever for the NNPC? I don't care. Let them do whatever. But it's just that when we see strange things like this happen, it begs for a lot of. So many questions. It raises a lot of questions, like what is going on? Why are getting these conflicting conflicting judgment rulings, when there are some rulings that are similar to what we're seeing playing out before our very eyes, that you cannot bring up a matter that has been a matter of before the election, and now somebody's bringing it in and then they are admitting it and they are ruling on it. It calls for a lot of worries. So my point is this: is that you can speak whatever legal jargons you want to speak here. Tell us that they are legal NNPP. That's an NNPP, whatever. You can say all of this. Yes, you see, I said it, one man here, that Tinubu will buy anybody buyable. He would play any of those role that is silly politics that he plays in the book. He will play it just to get whatever he wants to get. I'm not surprised if the treasurer or whatever he calls himself in NNPP just suddenly came out and say, yeah, you people should forget the case, or even this what's his kid name? Kwapanso is now himself talking about you should forget it and should prepare for the 2027. I don't. You see, this is the same guy we saw.
But with Kwapanso, it's a different matter. I think they've expelled him from the party. So
they've expelled him. Yeah, but that tells you, even if the party expelled him in the first place, that tells you there's something they knew that this guy was doing already behind them. Because we see this guy in France with was he in France, or where was he with Tinubu, dilly-dallying with him every time going to Aso Rock, and then people were thinking maybe he's going to have some kind of political position. He was going to be giving a ministerial position. We knew this guy was just maybe selling his party.
With Kwapanso's backing, that guy is toast. If they call for a rerun with Kwapanso and Ganduje both on the same side, it will be a landslide.
Of course, I mean, see, that's what I'm saying. You see, like I said, I don't even care about what happens to the Kanu guy. All I care about is, where is all this thing heading to? What are we turning this country to?
Are they not sanitizing the electoral process, though?
What are they sanitizing?
If 165,000 plus are invalid votes cast for this guy, and this guy even from the get-go was not meant to be even on the ballot in the first instance, are you saying that the system should ignore all that?
Woman, what is good for the goose is good for the ganders. That's what I'm saying. If APC, they do they have their own crap that they did, and Supreme Court is ruling that you cannot bring it up because it's a matter of election. If so, you're not part of it. You are meddling interloper, or whatever they call it. You cannot bring it up again. So why can't we use that in this case? That's the question. That's what they were arguing on. That is what even the NMPP now said they're going to argue on, that there's a Supreme Court that you cannot bring it up. Maybe it could be that the guy was not properly nominated. That's the crap that's a system we run. A system that does not even, we don't do things properly. Like when the Yoruba himself was even signing his paper, signing his what's it called, his form in 1999. That's why he went to Chicago. He was putting there, Chicago State University, putting different two universities there. So he went there. Even this one that he did recently, all the crap that he filled out, and they had to use the back door to like whitewash the whole thing. I mean, it tells you that there's something inherently wrong with our system. And then, yes, some people are trying to make issues. Georgia. I mean, you saw what happened in this last election that took out Trump. When the Secretary of the State, Trump called him and was asking him to help him find certain number of votes so that he can get ahead of what's it called, Biden in the election in Georgia. But she saw what happened. That's a system that works. These are the people that were involved. They are now in court. They are facing criminal.
Rational mind in support of you. The guy that said he rigged the election is the one that pushed back against Trump. The Kent governor. He's the one that pushed back against and they are in the same party.
I don't get it. I don't.
Different Let's not make this an American conversation.
We will because you.
But they're different times. He ran for election in a different time. He pushed back against Trump in a different time. How can you make the same thing? They're not equivalent. How can you equivocate both of them together?
Even there was reason why they quarreled, because Trump was sponsoring another candidate to stand against him.
Here we go.
But yes, that woman, that skinny woman.
Yeah, exactly. But these are the facts now.
But the point is this. The point is this. They have a system. They have a institution that works.
That allow for a contestant to organize the election.
Hold on, all the people that are involved that were trying to like bring in some maybe work for Trump, all of them they're all singing music now.
Let me give you an advice. If you don't understand the legal proceeding, hold on, please. If you don't understand the legal case or illegal proceeding, next time I'll advise you wait for Benny to come on the platform.
No, I won't wait for anybody. Don't tell me I have to wait for anybody. I'm learned enough to know what is going on. I read it and I say it, and I speak to it the way I say it.
You are reaching.
Google is your friend, Jerry. Google is your friend. I
just brought up a case now again, and then they try to twist the whole thing. I said
because you don't know the nuance of the case. Stop acting like you know.
But what is nuance about the case? What is the nuance?
There's a limit to our manflinks that you do.
They are all facing federal prosecution right now. Do you know all of them are facing federal prosecution right now?
This is not the US. We're talking about Nigeria. You clearly don't understand. You clearly don't understand the nuance involved in these cases, and you're thinking they're the same case.
No, you are people who brought it up, and you are using your judgment.
We've already moved on now. I mean, we're not talking about US
it's
here.
Convenient for you, you move on. But when you're not
we've moved on now. We've moved on. Understanding. Just ask someone. There are people, they're lawyers on this platform. Ask the lawyers. Ask the lawyers and don't assume.
Forget it. I don't need any lawyer to tell me anything. The point is this: is that you people are just sitting here. You just talk about the economic woes that country has suffered over the years, and you people are here just trying to make case for the criminals still there now, trying to make it look like it's nothing, it's not a big deal. Even after all, they are doing it here. They are doing it here, fine, but they have institution that works that checkmates them when they have to check. Do you know that? Okay, let me give you an example. You see, I don't like to compare America to some certain things. Do you know that there was a sting operation that was done recently? They've been watching some lawmakers within the capitals there. One Biashewo, one G alone, somewhere in Virginia. One near on private brothels, even some generals, they are all involved. FBI had to do a recent clampdown, all of them. They've been watching them for a long time. For the one time. So these are
collect America from
hold on. Let him land. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So they've been watching them for a long time. That's how they operate here. They will gather case against you. Now all these lawmakers in capitals and also in Virginia, some of those I think is in Central Point, or was that one of their military academy there. A lot of them, they are all in deep crap. They will be facing cases. Even this is it New York State, New York, one of this mayor in New York City there, Eric Adams. Is it Eric Adams? Recently, he had his iPad seized by the FBI. They've been watching him. There's a maybe he's involved in some corruption case. So these are a system that works. When they deem it fit, they will challenge you. You will face the music when they deem it fit. So my point is this: I'm not saying that they don't do corruption here, but their institution works here. The Georgia case you're bringing up, no, it's not the way you people are saying it. See, let me not go into all this. My point is this: is that I'm saying that our country needs to work, but we cannot have it working when we have criminals at the helms of our peers calling the shots. They will corrupt anything that can be corruptible. Even your judiciary will be corrupted, and that is what we're seeing playing out in the case of this NNPP. Because if you can say in some cases that you cannot bring up a case that has been pre-election matter, you cannot bring it up. Why are they bringing it up in these matters in this guy's case? I don't care whether he was nominated or he was not nominated properly. That's the crap we say that system operates. Even your present president, he did crap in his forms too. So my point is this, one man, is that I think we've overflogged this topic. I fear for Nigeria under Tinubu. I'm not surprised because the template he used in Lagos is what he's going to replicate in nationally, and we all should be worried about it. I rest it there, one man.
All right. Let me take you to another. Yes, let me take you to another talking point, and then we see how it flows from there. PDP governors are not with Atiku. His days are numbered in the party. This is an aide that once upon a time a functionary of Atiku. So who's calling time on this guy? And I think time is up. Usually in the UK, well, it's been a while since I went to a pub. But usually the pubs are meant to close for an about.
You went to pub.
Well, I used to frequent pubs, but also quite motivated. Because I enjoy playing pool, and I enjoy drinking, so I used to enjoy drinking. Well, we call it pool here. You call it billiard over there. It's a different games anyway. I used to be an ace actually. I probably still am. You
and I should go and get some drinks and go and shoot pool one of these days, right?
Yeah, when you come to the UK, you're coming now. So yeah,
I'm sure I'll smoke all of you in pool.
Yeah, you want to
okay, you can come with rational mind. You know the life there. You go, you play pool, you get drunk. What I was going to actually say was that when it gets to round about 10:30, they ring the bell. They will say last orders please. So that's what they are calling for Atiku, last orders please. But that UK something, you get drunk and then you get a kebab on the way home, and usually you throw up before you get to your house, and that was how people lived. So last order space for Atiku, time up, rational.
Yeah, you see, I think Atiku should just ease himself out of this political because I don't know if you people are listening to what is going on. I was reading an airline some few minutes ago that Biden's rating is dropping in the polls, and one of the things that people were talking about is it's like this guy is getting more and more senile. He's no longer. They said his aides are the one running the government. His aides.
Look at that. We just have geriatric. It's quite a thing. Nigeria. So, Atiku, Tinubu, Buhari. These are the sort of people that Obasanjo.
Yeah. So if Biden ever loses the election, it will be based on that. Not as if his guy is not doing well. He's trying his best economically, I would say, but maybe not what Americans are really expecting. But it's the kind of politics we play here in America is the Republicans will create crap, and then the Democrats will come and clean it up for them. And while they are doing that, they will start taking all the heats for heat, all the abnormalities that they've created in the past. So, but then, don't get me wrong, I'm not neither am I Democrat or am I any of those parties, but so what I'm trying to say is that why should we have these Methuselahs leading us if the younger people here suddenly realize that we don't want Biden anymore? It's like this guy is no longer getting it. It's not all up there. Comparing Atiku to Tinubu, I would say I will rate Atiku more better when it comes to somebody who is still up there, who is still like getting it up there. I think Atiku still look normal than Tinubu.
You think is he mentally agile though? Is the thing
mentally agile?
You think Atiku is mentally agile?
Yeah, but then we don't need any of this Methuselah anymore. We just need them to just go and rest and play with their grandkids and enjoy the rest of their life. And before they call it they kiss the mother head goodbye. But then I don't know how this PDP whole thing is going to play out. But I'm still trying to see how Wike is going to handle this. How Wike is going, what role Wike is going to play. If Wike does not join APC, which he has called at one point called cancer, I don't know. I don't know if he will have any. But I'm trying to understand. Even recently, the video I saw of what's his name, Bukola Saraki, that I saw him when he went to taste his food. This is something they always like.
Kitchen cabinets. With kitchen cabinets.
These are politicians are very, very ridiculous. They just turn things to like comedy. Makes it like, oh, he's cooking for audio. But Jadamila was there the other day. Now it was Saraki that was there. Bukola was there. You start wondering like, what is wrong with all these people? What are they making Nigerians look like? I mean, thought Nigerians look some kind of circus or what? So, but anyway, so I'm trying to see what game both of them are playing there. Saraki and Wike. Are they trying to like still make him to remain in? I don't just know what. I'm still trying to read that maneuver that is going on there. But I see there could be a grand plot to kick him out, to kick Atiku out. I think Atiku is a problem within the APC.
Do you think he even needs to be kicked out, or do you think he should make a dignified exit by himself?
I think if he doesn't,
because if he's kicked out, he would lose all of his cachet as a statesman.
It will dent his person because people respect him. Some people still respect him. I think it would be better for him to just ease himself out of this whole thing rather than the likes of Wike and all of them. They yaya him out of that place. But the thing I'm just trying to look at is, I just feel like Atiku is still needed in some ways. We need him. When I mean we need him, and let me say we. I'm not we. I mean PDP. They need him. They need his experience. They need that reach that he has within the northern space to some extent. For me, I just believe he just needs to ease out. He just needs to just bow out of that thing, bow out of politics and go relax somewhere. But Wike, it's very, very difficult for me to understand or to see how Wike is going to, what role is he going to play, because you cannot be dilly-dallying with the APC right now, and you want to join the opposition against APC in the future. So that is why
I think Wike is playing for 2031 because he's certainly out of the circle for 2027. He cannot go from Minister of FCT and then go and pick up PDP ticket and say he's fighting. It's just that can't happen. I think he's playing for 2031. And a lot of people feel that the power will be going to the south after. No, not even 2031, is it? Because that's the northern slope.
Well, you see, one thing about politics is that every day, every single hour that goes, anything can happen. Wike is there today.
And how old do you think Wike will be by 2031? You are talking about
Wike will be in like in
Wike is in his mid-late 50s now. Yeah.
So so it will be like 60 something now. Then, so you see, we don't need all these people. I mean, this is the same idiot that was talking about Wike a few days ago. We're talking about I played the politics in River State so that something like I think he said something like around the I mean, like, kind of like
it's 55, so it still has 16 years in name.
Yeah, well, a woman, whatever it is, I just believe that these people will not be relevant at some point.
So you'll be 70. We have to deal with another 70.
If it's 71, well, is that not the average age of the Nigerian president?
So, yeah, we don't need them. We don't need them. So that's why I don't. You see, woman, it's very hard for me to say anything right now. But I just think, let me just answer your question. I think Atiku just abandon that party. You are too old. You'll be 80 something by the time Tinubu will be doing his 4 years. You'll be 80 something. So and Tinubu too would be like in his 80s. I know we are just lying that he's 71. So but
how old will your candidate be by then? Rational man.
Whose candidate is that?
Obi
will be like for 71. Will be like he was going to his 70s.
Well, Obi is older than Wike.
He's older than Wike. He's like 5 years older than Wike. So rational man, you still support to be that time.
Well, at this point, I don't have any candidate anymore. Everything.
Obi's last throw of the dice will be in 2027.
What if politics is doing well?
That is one thing about Tinubu. Tinubu mafilaye sumo. But a man run politics says that you just throw your hand in the air and just leave this guy. This guy he just captured everything. Nothing you can do because he will make sure everybody around him, anybody capturable will be captured, and you just see yourself as the only person out there in the cold, and that's why I don't just like talk about him at this point. Since he has become the president, I just don't like talking much about him anymore because it's meaningless to me. The only thing I can just say is that whenever I see opportunity to beat on him, I'll beat on him. That's just how it is, but that's what I can do. But you see, woman, just in conclusion, other people are waiting. I think Atiku should just pull out, just be like somebody that just give advice and support people and support other candidates within the party, and that's all I think he should be doing. But if he's looking to contest again, because this one that he's talking about, let us all come together and form a mega opposition party. Is he trying to be the leader of the party? I don't know. People like Shihora and the rest of them Obi, I don't think any of them want to be part of such a group. So he should just be like somebody who supports, not like as a godfather, because I don't want to use the word godfather, but someone who will give his support to the upcoming politicians within that party. But then if he still wants to contest, well, I wish him the best on that. Woman, I just let me rest it on that.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always excellent by Rational Mind, of course. Our fans' favorite, Rational Mind, fans' favorite. So another fan's favorite. Hopefully the connection is good enough, and it's not as echoey as we were hearing earlier. Patoski, you're up next. I hope you have you're in a better place to speak. Patoski.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's much better. There was some echo, like you were in some tunnel or something, but that's much better now. So do you want to
lower now?
Yes, but okay, he's always rattling something in the background. So yeah, speak to us.
Yeah, but I think as per all the topics, I think everybody has really exhausted this. But looking at Atiku, let me just speak on that, and then I can just pass the baton on to someone else. Atiku might run in 2027 because he will be running against an equally old person. You understand? Tinubu is running for second term, so what stops him from running? You get what I'm saying? And he's someone who can really battle Tinubu, and it would be obvious that he could only run for just one thing. So I don't see Atiku not running, except that maybe he has become born again. That greed and incentive that keep pushing him to run is still there. I don't think he has been delivered from that. So I don't see anything happening that will make him run. But another thing I also want to say is that Tinubu has a lot of work to do. And as far as I'm concerned, he's not pulling his weight yet. That's the truth. I supported him. But it doesn't mean that when the guy is not doing well, we cannot try to correct him. He's not pulling his weight yet. Nothing is being done in power. You understand? The guy there is just down. He's not even talking to people. They are not moving anything. All the things that Buhari has done is what is still going on in power. Then They promised us that they will make sure that 2/3 of our arable land are put into production. Very soon, rainy season will start, and nothing is happening now. This is the time to start clearing the
But I
land.
think yeah, I think they have released some strategic grains and they've synergized the Ministry of Water Resources with the Agricultural Ministry.
No, what they told us, you see, when people just talk in campaigns at times, they just yarn and they are not careful. You should go and listen to all these campaign promises. They said they are going to recruit how many million you to clear the land. You understand? We have youth, able youth. The guy was speaking the grammar then. We have able youth that are going to clear the land and we are going to make sure that everything is doing well. Now they are not even doing it. They are not even cleared one plot and the time is going. True, I remember also in Abeokuta, he said, oh, Egbe Kupamo, Egbe Kini Kupamo, Elo Farabale, Ama Agbe Wale. What kind of Midian is that? Is there a way you could bring it down? Now, if they hold him to that, they will say, he didn't say that. People just be careful about what they say. You understand? The guys should go and review all these campaigns all around. That's what they should do. They should go and look at all the videos and see all the commitment they've made and let them start working on it. He's not doing any of those. He could be running around for investment and still be doing that as that. You can chew gum and still run at the same time. So nothing says that you should not start working on those things. That's why you have ministers. You understand? We need to work on power. We need to work on agriculture. And those were commitments he made. So I'm going to recruit youth, forest guard. What has happened to them? Is there anything being done in that area? Those are the reasons why some of us say, oh yeah, this man seems to have some ideas and some meaningful um, idea rather that can help the country. But he's not doing that. 4 years is too short to work on all those things, and he's not doing anything. 6 months is gone. How many 6 months do you have in 4 years? 8. So what are we talking about? 1/8 of his term is gone, and he spent it appointing people. I don't see any fantastic person there. All of the appointments, a large number of them, apart from his Lagos boys, are political settlements. They are political settlements. So he has to sit up. He has to sit up. Let him not embarrass some people. Some of us that would think that he has the capacity to make changes. Thank you, that's one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Do you want to speak to this on the screen, or do you want me to move on? Stranded professor who announced Nigerian citizenship expelled from his new country. Did you hear the readout?
I didn't get to read that too. What happened?
No, it's the narrative. I actually thought it was an obedient story, but it was more of a 419 story. So this guy now, he's been living in South Africa for decades and decades. And then he went there to do his PhD. He completed his studies and all that to naturalize himself into that country. He married a local, and then through that local, he got naturalization. But in the process of going through their home office, their whatever it is, there, he was telling them ultimately that all the way through rather that he was a single man. And they asked him if he had any relatives in Nigeria, and then he mentioned one name as his sister. So after they naturalized him to give him a South African citizenship, he very quickly divorced that South African woman, and then very suddenly a woman turns up to be his wife. So now the documents that the woman presented to come into South Africa, it actually predates the date that he married that South African woman as his wife. So now, when they went through the process, when they went through the documentation, they now had to strip him of his citizenship. So he's now a man without a state. So I thought it was an obedient story, but apparently it's just some rascally man that
But what man, did he renounce his? Is it a requirement that he has to renounce his Nigerian citizenship for him to become South African?
Well, I'm not sure, but that seems to be what played out.
So
Yeah, I don't think he has to renounce it, but I think he's just misfired by tearing his passport. It doesn't mean that he's stateless now. He tore his passport. That was it. He probably should get
No,
another
that's what
one.
they're saying. They said that having earlier renounced his Nigerian citizenship, Edwin Ijeoma, a professor of public sector economics at the University of Fort Hare, was left in the cold after his South African citizenship was revoked by the country's Ministry of Home Affairs. He is now stateless.
No, even his name is enough passport now. So they should just get him to come to Nigeria. They should deport him to Nigeria. That's all. He can't deny it.
I wonder why they deport somebody that is stateless too. They have to deport him to New York, isn't it, and hand him over to
actually
the United Nations.
Actually, nobody is supposed to be stateless. But what I read earlier today was that he actually renounced his Nigerian citizenship. I don't know, but that was what I read.
He will announce
if they revoke his South African citizenship and he has renounced his Nigerian citizenship, then they cannot remove him from South Africa.
Yes, I agree with you. They cannot remove him because one of the United Nations Charter said nobody can be stateless. There's nobody that can be stateless. So it's just that they might deny him a lot of privileges that he's enjoying as a citizen of South Africa now, which is going to make life extremely difficult for him. But I don't think Nigeria will have any issue with him if he wants to come back. I don't think so.
No, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Patuski, do you want to round up that space and then I'm going to Simba?
Let me pass on to Simba.
All right, Simba, you're up next. Simba the Sailor. You see?
Omar, what do you want me to talk about?
I want you to talk about all your rascality in Saudi Arabia and all those Sudanese and Zimbabwean nurses. You think I've not been getting reports? I've been getting reports, so you don't think I know?
Oh man,
this Zimbabwean nurse that you are being rascally with.
Africa ni gbogbo wa ń tọ́jú ara wa ni. Taking care of ourselves.
You know what they used to call do you know what they used to call all those Zimbabwean girls in London a couple of decades ago? They used to call them slim. Do you know why?
Why?
Wọ́n ní pé wọ́n ní àrùn tí ò lóògùn. You know àrùn tí ò lóògùn. Yes.
Slim. Okay.
What does that mean, slim? When you say slim?
Slim as in they are losing weight.
So what does that? How does that? I don't get it, one man. So if
for reasons of àrùn tí ò lóògùn.
AD.
But Oman the backside go now.
No. They say a lot of them won't feel on the HIV. That's
all. Ẹ̀rù ń ba rational mind.
Yeah, but right.
They used to call them slim back in those days.
Only backside now.
Money though. That's that. I think universally everybody knows that.
Àwọn South Africans àtàwọn Kenyans àwọn níyẹn jù. Zimbabweans wọ́n fi bẹ́ẹ̀ ní backside much.
From academic studies.
May God bless you. May God bless you, one man. Don't mind rational mind.
All right. I mean, I'm not sure if you want to attack any of the topics. Do you want to?
What I want to say that let me say this. We have been discussing this opposition, the margin of opposition for several days now, and I've been wondering that we are talking about this opposition, and do we really mean opposition to help our country to move forward, or we just want to have opposition for the sake of having opposition? Because this group of people that we are talking about, are they not the same group of people? If you are talking about Maja, I think who is championing it is asking Kwankwaso and the rest to be and all those things. Are we really thinking that, okay, if they even take over, they'll be able to move our country forward? Because I've been wondering, is it that we just wanted opposition for the sake of it, or we think that they are better off?
To put the government in situation under pressure, they have to feel pressure from somebody that is that has the potential of replacing them. So that would drive performance.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, because this is the same thing that happened in 2015, and we all know what happened. So if we are also preaching and hoping for the same scenario, then to me, it doesn't really make sense. So I don't think,
So,
and
so
if you look,
you want Tinubu to have an open ticket, Abby?
no, we should look for a better alternative rather than this same group. Okay, you have the same opposition. Is it Saraki group? Is it Atiku group? Is it Kwankwa? So they are the same people who are flocked. Saraki has been in APC, he left. Even this same Atiku, it was part of APC, he left. Even it's just everything is just nonsense. But every day we talk about it as if we are talking something that is good for our.
No, it is good for our democracy. Do you not want the government to be under pressure? From
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely, we have.
Oh, you.
But do you think they can? You think that okay, the opposition that they will provide is going to be a genuine opposition, or they are just doing it for the optics for them to get into power?
No, a lot of people are hopeful that opposition will emerge out of that obedient space, but they have to get rid of the toxicity within that. So they have to get rid of Peter Obi first. That's just the first thing, and then they have to get rid of all those toxic, like Aisha Yesufu, and then condense it to core arguments, like people like Uptown. They come here to present, like people like Sake Fada. You know, if the opposition has to come out of that sort of narrative.
But if you look at the so-called, even the young ones, I think maybe we have succeeded in actually perpetuating lies in our country. Because if you look at even the younger ones, the so-called, because every time we talk about Uptown, it's not the same Uptown that came here and said that it's government that came over. To me, I think everybody in that country will need a reorientation, and we have to be more patriotic. We are not being sincere. The kind of opposition that we have in Nigeria is not a constructive opposition. It is a disruptive opposition. They want everything to go down for them to be able to get into power. And when they get there, they will not do anything. That's not the kind of opposition we should be praying for. A opposition that will be praying for a sitting government to fail for them to be able to use it against them. It's not a good opposition. They are not wishing Nigerians well.
Yeah,
those are not the kind of.
Is there any opposition anywhere in the world that doesn't want the sitting government to fail? If the sitting government don't fail, then they will be in opposition in perpetuity.
Then that means we will continue in a cycle. That's the way I see it, one man.
But then will you blame the opposition for their failure, for the failure of the government that does not fail to perform?
Hey, one man, that assertion is I don't think is correct. One man, if I can.
What assertion?
I don't think all opposition in the world wants the government to fail. I don't think so. The reality is that opposition, they have their own agenda also, that they try to twist harm the government to abide to theirs. And back and forth. That's the way it goes. But the kind of opposition. In fact, we have a non-opposition in Nigeria. We don't have one. We just have people that support the government, and the other side, like rational mind, wants the government to fail, because the man didn't win. So that's not opposition. That's more like evil. That's like hatred towards.
Exactly.
So I'm an evil person. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, you're an angel, not you. I mean, people like you I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, really. Yeah, right.
Well, that's sarcasm.
I'm telling you that, listen, I'm just saying to you that I expect him to fail. I'm not saying I expect him to fail. That's the right word I should do. Maybe I should put it right. I expect him to fail because all the indices is pointing that he's going to fail. Because in the first place, how he came in, and all the crap, all the propaganda they sold to us, and they feel they can still continue ruling with propaganda rather than do what is right. And you say you want to bring about a new kind of government, a new kind of style of government, and then you are spending money. You heard Kulata, and I didn't say it. Kulata was the one himself saying it here, that the way he's just spending money like a drunken sailor. So you ask yourself question: is this guy really sincere about wanting to change things around? It's not the same template they use in Lagos, whereby you just squander money, the money of the state is being used for himself and his cronies.
The country where you live, okay, America.
Here we go with the country I live
America has not balanced its budget in, like, I can't even remember. They're in the deficit, especially
you see when you make this kind of comparison you make, it's just so. I mean, sometimes I just beyond, man. When we start, let's talk about the country you're talking about.
But you've been comparing to America for a long time, so yes.
Well,
only when it comes to moral, aptitudes. Other than that, it doesn't do any other comparison. That's so disingenuous Russian man is.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, when I say what I say, is when I see any comparison, in some ways I will compare. I know Nigeria is incomparable to economies like America and maybe say Canada, but I'm saying that in some ways, if you want to build a society whereby you want people to bring money, people to thrive, then you need to put in place things that needs to bring about such kind of atmosphere.
Yeah, like traveling to Saudi Arabia, like going to India.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Because if you don't put your house in order, you cannot expect. I mean, you woman, you read it here. I don't know, maybe it's on your platform here, that the Arabs were saying to him that, look, if you want us to give you this money, we will come and implement and use the money for ourselves to do what we want to do in your country first. What kind of conditions?
Yeah, just like the Americans, just like the Chinese, the Europeans.
Let's not talk about America. We're talking about
You want to paint a picture that the Tinubu government is a failure, and what they are doing is
it's because they know the kind of persons that is there in the government, in governance. They will not give out their money to them, and then they start telling them stories that, oh, we'll start paying you in 50 years time to pay your money back to you.
That is not true.
You're stealing all the money.
USAID, when they give free money, quote unquote free money for their non-profit projects, they even send the people, they monitor the budgets and expenditure. They control it. Just like the Chinese.
That's a different thing. USAID is different from when you are asking for people to give me money, loan me money. It's different from I'm giving you aid.
That's even worse. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
It's a loan. It's not an aid. Do you understand the difference between an aid and a loan?
You know,
when you're loaning, you're going to pay interest on it. You're going to do all of that.
Write a business plan to a bank. The bank wants to know, yes, you come to borrow money from the bank. You're going to pay interest rate, but the bank wants you also to make sure the money that you
exactly they will definitely
goes towards the right project. So what is wrong with it?
But not in the way that they condescendingly treated him when they tell him that, look, we will come and implement it ourselves. What the hell is what the hell that does that?
But it's not strange though. You borrow money from they borrow
money from strange because I've never seen any country that gets its shit together.
No.
I don't want to use that word. That get its crap together, and then they will be treated this way. If Nigeria were to be in the rightful place that it's supposed to be in the community of nations, not even the likes of Saudi Arabia will be talking to us. We'll be far gone more than them. We will be giving them terms. Because we have useless leaders right from the 60s that has squandered that money, squandered that country and just misdirected that country.
That is progress. At least you go to the 60s. From the 60s, that is good. You're not blaming from 2023. That is good.
Yeah, here we go. But then I'll make case for you that those years were even better than these years that we have today.
Of course they are. Of course.
They were, yeah, because we still have things were not as corrupt as now, even though it was corrupt back then. So you see, let's not do this. What about?
Simbat, go ahead, please.
Don't call leader from 60s. Let's be fair to those people. They build that country. They make us.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They are not for them. If they are like these crazy people that we have now.
Amuni that's just how they are. Psychiatrist, you start asking
rational answer.
What is wrong with these people? I mean, you deny the obvious. You see a country as Nigeria with those kind of potentials. And you're telling me here that what about this? What about that? Come on, you ask for a loan, give me loan. You're not dashing me. You give me, I'll pay interest to you, and let me monitor my money the way I want. Money I'm borrowing, it's my money. I'm going to pay you back.
No, Rashma,
But they're telling you, no, we will bring it to you. We'll give
no,
you that. We'll bring that money to your country. We'll
Rashma,
implement it ourselves.
you're talking in abstract terms. You're not even facing reality at all. You just like to talk sometimes because you want to talk.
I hear myself, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Because people,
all right,
depending on the bank, the nation that's going to give you money, they will state that stipulation for the money. And if you don't want, guess what? You don't have to take it. Just like Mike said,
they don't do that to every. They don't do that to every borrower.
How do you know?
I'll tell you that. Yeah, I know for a fact. They don't do that to every borrower. If you are a big-time borrower and they've seen you to have done, that's what we call credit worthiness. If somebody has a very good credit, they don't care because they can see that through your credit history that, oh, this guy has done great things with his credit and he has been paying back. They'll just give it to you. Go and do whatever you want to do with it. But if you're a first-time
so have we ever defaulted in our borrowing? No. Just answer that question.
Okay,
have we ever defaulted?
Let me answer your question now. Then we'll look at your history. Then go and look at your history and see whether you've defaulted or not. Go and look at your history.
What do you by which history are we looking at? We have never been defaulted in our.
Let me give you an example. It's not just about if you're paying or you're not paying. It's all about a lot of things they will look into, because if they are looking at, okay, we're borrowing you guys this money. This thing you people are using this money for. We're not even seeing the impact on your country, and you still come back and ask for the same money for the same thing you should have done. So what happened to the previous one we asked you to have done? You asked from us. So these people too, they want
is that one their business? Is that one? If you borrow me money, you will pay my money that you borrow. What is your business with what I've done with the money?
It's because they also have people who give them feedback as to what.
If we borrow money and we are meeting and we are paying the interest and we are meeting our obligations, our financial. Wait now, you can say and borrow, but the facts are facts. I mean, facts are sacred. Opinions are free. If we are meeting our financial obligation to the amount of money we borrowed or to the bonds that we float that people invested in, it is none of their business. Ghana had defaulted a record 14 times in meeting their financial obligation. At some point, their bonds, nobody is even subscribing to their bonds. Nigerian bonds were oversubscribed over and over again. Egypt has defaulted a record about 6 times now in their international financial obligation. Rational mind can be enigmatic. So the point is, yeah, we have issues. We are in difficult situation, but we are still meeting our financial obligations to our lending partners, whether it is bilateral or multilateral and other financial institutions. We are meeting our financial obligations, and that is one thing that is keeping us afloat.
But why are they still scared of borrowing us this money?
Who is scared of borrowing us money?
Who is scared? Where did you get that information?
Where did you get that information from? We are a beautiful bride. Anybody we turn to, nobody has turned us down not to borrow us money.
Okay.
So don't say anybody's scared.
Yeah, Nigeria is a beautiful bride, and then
yes, to borrow money too. Yeah.
Hold on now. It's finding difficult to bring in foreign investors to come and.
No, now what do you mean difficult? No,
loan is even from investor. Now why are you mixing things? Loan is even from an investor now.
When people want to invest their money, there are different things they look at.
Okay.
And it is their prerogative to look at the factors, maybe the duration of return, the what they call it, the rate of return. They call it IRR or whatever they call it. So there are different factors. It is you that will decide, okay, this is where I want to go and invest.
Bishop, you see, the thing is this. You people can continue making this case. We are all here. We all live. We live.
Hello, woman.
We are optimistic. We are optimistic about our country.
Make this case. You always want to spin
things. Can you interject a little bit, please?
Okay, please go on.
Is that you, Femi?
Yes, sir.
I was actually coming to you immediately after Simba. Apologies, I kept you waiting for such a long time. But you can interject,
don't worry, I'll wait.
Yes, because I've been waiting to hear your voice. So you're not being ignored. You are in my thoughts. Yeah.
I'll just wait. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Well, so in conclusion, sorry, Femi, Simba and Femi. For me, you people can continue doing this Agbado narrative. for me, we all live here and see what Tinubu does at the end of the day. Because the way he's just going about this whole thing, I don't see anything out of it. Put your house in order first. Put everything that will draw investors when they see that everything is, your institutions are working. People that are supposed to be prosecuted are prosecuted, and they're being sent to jail. Everybody will show that. Other people will fear. You to create fear in the other people. Nobody wants to mess with the country or mess with the money of the country. It's taxpayers' money. It's taxpayers' money. You don't even touch it. It's for the country. It's sacred. But when you have a country whereby everybody run amok, everybody just does whatever they do, how do you expect me to bring my money there? Because you see, let me just leave it at that one man. Let's move on, please.
All right, bring it on, Simba, and then we go to Femi.
No, you can go to Femi. I'm busy.
All right, yes, I did think that you were busy because often if you are not busy, if anybody says hello, you interject for about 10 seconds. The chief interjector. All right, let's hear from Femi. Femi, I suspect this might be your first time with us, or am I mistaken in saying that?
This is actually my second time, but like I'm always joining, I'm listening from the always at the background listening and all that every day, every time, So, but first, I would want to say a very big thank you to you for this platform. It's totally different from every other thing we have out there.
From the Bula Balu and the Bulaba.
From the what's this funny platform, satanic, everything is satanic, every single day, satanic. It's so terrible, But one man, can we kindly send Rational Mind to one of those obedient channels? This guy is
they will coronate him, they will make him a king. It will be like a god. Can you imagine Rational Mind on Niger Watch? They would deify him.
The hate is just too much. Is it because they didn't give him the shop at Tejo Show or whatever?
Oh, you remember? You must be long with us.
Oh, really? I mean, Femi, you sound like somebody who has been listening to us for a long time, right?
Of course.
Because I remember ever saying that a long time ago. So is that what you think it is? Because I was
not be objective for once. Look at Kolata. Kolata is there. He's a batified. No, hold on a second. He criticizes objectively. You understand? Look at all the guys there. When they want to criticize, they criticize. The Rational Mind does not even have the facts. He's just jumping around. Nigeria is not creditworthy. They gave him 5 that Nigeria is the most beautiful bride. He keeps jumping around. Okay, why they do it? Come on now, Rational Mind.
You know something, Femi. A part of me actually thinks that Rational Mind often instances is just play acting. It's just trolling. It likes to be the villain of the piece. I think that's what it is.
Femi, I never said Nigeria is not creditworthy.
That was what you said.
No. I never said that. Let us go and play it. Let us go back and play it. I never said Nigeria is creditworthy. I said there's something wrong with how we how
you said they are not. We said we are struggling to loan money, which is to say
that yeah, I might say that way. That we're struggling to get money. People lend us money, even though we have credit. I mean, good credit. Maybe because we pay, but that does not mean that we're getting money like we should be getting. Because they see these people that give us money, they look at the money they gave us in previous time. What have they done with it?
It's not the business of the lender as long as you're meeting their obligations.
I get it. I'm a business person. I understand what Bishop said. I never said we don't have good credit. I never said that. But the way they don't give us money like we should be having the money. Because why? Because they see the corruption. That's what I'm getting at.
But all right, Femi, let me take you to the politics of it. Come in at whichever, or do you want me to line it up, or do you just want to free flow?
I mean, I didn't really start from the beginning, so I didn't follow the readout and all that. Just come up with some. Let me have the headlines and let me see which one I can.
Okay, that not the topic of how the country is configured is a topic that continues to recall only because it's central to the difficulties that afflict our country, the malaise we find ourselves in. Nigeria's current structure hinders development. Restructure now. So Afenifere now having their own son in charge, wanting him to effect their own agenda. So the country, surely there's no room for progression under this present sort of configuration that we have.
Yes, I totally agree with them, and I can tell you that Tinubu is an apostle of restructuring, and he might not want to do it this first time because politicians, right? He would want to go for the second time, go to again. So he might be a little bit tricky, lenient, and all that. But I definitely believe he's going to restructure Nigeria because the moment he gets the majority in the House of Senate and all that, because of course you can't just restructure Nigeria with by fiat now. You still need to go through these guys at the National Assembly and all that, and so that's the more reason why it's even good to have more APC people over there so that there won't be so much opposition when it's time to do that. But I strongly believe he's going to restructure Nigeria. I strongly believe so. Because he's been talking about what he called regional policing and stuff now, state police and stuff like that, even before now, but and he will restructure. I'm sure he will. I'm like, let me say like 90% sure he will when the time comes. He's a very strategic person. So right now, it's politics and all that. And I can tell you, most of these ministers, he's still going to shed some people as time goes on. He's still going to like fire some people, get some new people and all that, because most of these guys, some of them are there because of what you call the political IOUs. That's why, what I'm saying. So at some point, I've not met him, but I just kind of like his politics. He's very, very strategic. He's probably like one of the strongest and best politicians in Africa. It doesn't matter what you think about him, he's smart, he's intelligent. I remember this guy, what's his name now? Former Minister for Works, Babatunde Raji Fashola. He said, if you underestimate him at your own peril, you know, you underestimate him at your own peril. It looks like somebody that is going to die today is like somebody that is going to die tomorrow. Baba way hand, they shake, blah, 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 and all that. He's a smart guy, but he will restructure the country. I'm very sure. I'm sure about that.
Talking about that state police, Femi.
One man, how can you be sure? How can you be sure? Are you sure?
Don't worry.
He's confident, is what he's saying. He's confident.
These are like Bado people. You are just so sure of everything.
It's not an Agbado thing. It's about when you see the one.
What is the antecedent?
You don't have an open mind. That's the problem. You just.
What is the open mind about it?
That is still disturbing you. That Jojo shop.
No. That's not. Let's forget that. That's not even the issue. Why are you so sure? This is some of you come here. I'm so sure Tinubu will do this. You keep making this case like Kulata will come here and be doing this about the economics, like as if he's one of our Tinubu's cabinet. At the end of the day, we'll see him do something contrary to what he's saying here. I don't get it.
This guy is just 6 months old. Allow him. Didn't you see what he did in Lagos?
Why not? 6 months.
Didn't you see what he did in Lagos?
8 years, and he left a mess for everybody. You're telling me?
Yeah, but they are two different people. The Yorubas, you say, come bali, shikini konoshin somoloruko. You understand? So don't worry, he's not Buhari. They might be in the same ACPC. It doesn't matter. He's not Buhari. You understand? He's not Buhari. Obi this your Obi that you are following. Tell me, why are people not running away from Lagos to go and live in Anambra? Answer that question. If Anambra is that good, why are people not relocating from Lagos to Anambra?
You see, Femi, permit me to say this real quick because I know, man, let me just permit me. You see, as much as I want to refrain from doing certain things, and I think this is the second time this person is doing this on this platform, not you, Femi, enigmatic. You see, I don't know how toxic, because when the Nobel laureate said recently that some people are fascist, I hope he will go back and reapply that word to the Agbado people, especially those people who are pro-Tinubu people. We saw how it plays out in this last election, how you people went ethnic, or you went tribal. Now, somebody in this second time, hold on. This second time, Enigmatic is doing this thing. Despite this guy is from, that's what he said, that is from my state, we're from the same Ondo state. He keeps saying that thing, and that he's repeated it this night. There are people from the creek, people from the Ondo coastal part. They are this, they are that. How can a Yoruba man be talking to me as a Yoruba person, making me look like I'm a bastard or I'm somebody who is different from the regular Yoruba? I mean, it kind of made me wonder what is going on here. What are we creating here? So my point is, it's just what you just said a while ago, Femi, that really brought this to my mind. That what kind of politics is this?
Okay.
Some Yorubas will be looked upon as lesser Yoruba because they did not support
Rationama, can I say something?
No,
Can I
hold
say
on,
something?
hold on, sir. Can you let me quickly say something? First and foremost, there's nothing like tribal. I'm Igbo. Because my name is Femi does not mean I'm Yoruba. If you, why is Amechi, Chibike Amechi? Why is his name Rotimi? I'm Igbo. I'm from Imo State. I'm from Owerri. I'm from Nnekede in Owerri in Imo State. So I'm not even Yoruba in the first place. If your name is Femi, it does not really mean I'm Yoruba. So there's nothing like tribalism. Do you understand? I'm saying
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay. All right,
I'm
that's fine.
talking to enigmatic. But it's because of what you said earlier that really brought that to my mind.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So
Okay,
yeah, but I'm just saying, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, is he Bonyi Mabi?
Oh yeah, I want more.
Okay, that one.
Are you testing him out? Are
Yes,
you
he wants to test me out,
doing
yeah.
the Emeka test on the
the Odogo of Alaba, Ichie, Kichichi Madu one of Alaba, Anuporoku Nejonu one of Alaba. Go ahead.
That one. Okay.
Okay, you don't sound Igbo now. You sound like
you have a Yoruba accent.
It's just like he's speaking like he learned Igbo.
Exactly.
Born, bred,
that's why I don't trust all these Agbado people. They'll come
I think it's a Lagos.
Born, bred and buttered in Lagos.
There you are. So that explains it.
Okay, I don't know, but he's speaking as if he learned Igbo, but no, Allah. As far
Did
as
you not learn it? Everybody learns it now. Did you? Were you born speaking it? Everybody learns it.
You don't learn your language. It's born. But what I want to say is this: rational mind. The point you made earlier was very clear, but it's just that maybe they don't want to understand you because what you said is just what the current finance minister said. That a lot of investors don't want to really cooperate with the current administration. One man, I said you the headline.
Yes,
so what's the argument there?
Yeah, but that's because of a global climate. It's not peculiar. It's not a Nigerian peculiarity. It's a global situation.
Well, I don't know whether it's a global peculiar, but just that the national mind was saying is that people are saying that it just looks like he don't know what he's saying. But it's the word of the current finance minister now. All the outing that are going are not yielding result because of some certain issues. Maybe I don't know the reason. But as far as it's the word of the finance minister, why are they tackling rational mind because of the statement he made? Something that comes from the current administration. From their position that is their position, not even rational mind position. I read it.
That's what
investors don't want to cooperate with Nigerians currently.
Where did you get that? Was that one of the obedient space articles?
It's not obedient. I read the headline. I sent it to one man. One man can bring it up if he wants to. If he wants us to.
One man check the credibility of the article.
No, it was a headline from the finance minister, but I'm not quite sure it's in the context that I kind of is presenting it. But,
Oh, okay. Okay.
What rational mind is saying? Well, borrowing is even from investor. We are talking about borrowing. Do you understand?
Okay, but my point is this. My point is this. What this administration is doing is as if when they bring any policy, you guys will start to dance to it. When they change it, you guys will still dance to it. It means that there is no direction.
Which policy? No, let me tell you, which policy have they brought that they changed? Just tell me one.
Okay, let me talk about the 40% derivation of the...
That one is not a policy now. Is that a policy?
No, it's not a policy, but let me finish. Whether it's not a policy or not, when they came up with it, a lot of people here have defended it.
No. The problem we lack sensationalization. Okay, let me give you instance. Let me give you the instances because what you are saying doesn't have anything to do with economy. It doesn't have.
Femi still has the floor, by the way, but have that conversation.
But I still want to make this interjection before Femi continues. You know, it will let us be clear with ourselves with this country the way we want it to be going. It's not everything that the government say that we come here to evangelize.
We are not.
When they come up with that policy,
we are mixing things. Which is not a policy.
No, I'm not trying to put. I'm not trying to say that there is no direction and there is no concrete. Like somebody that said he believed that Tinubu will restructure Nigeria, this and all that, without even a concrete evidence that the Tinubu will restructure Nigeria. Because what we are doing in this government is trying and let's try this whether it will work out. If it doesn't work out, we'll change the policy. And I'm telling you that even everybody here had defended that policy of 40% revenue derivation from the tertiary institution. But at the end of the day, the government changed it. Maybe because of the obedience you are calling.
Did you listen to me? Did you listen to what I said when they changed it? I was very mad when they changed it.
I don't know.
I was lamenting.
It makes a lot of people stupid. It makes a lot of people that support him look somehow. But if you people don't understand it, that way,
it's not a major thing that can affect our economy now. Even Kulata, want to be getting.
This is not the first. I can still go on.
Which other one? The other one is the palliative. All those things are not. They are not. It's not. They are not things that have bearing on our economy.
Simba, what he showed me is lack of
when you are
vision
talking, if you are just hold on. If you are talking about something,
it's lack of vision and lack of policy planning. That's what it shows me.
Just be telling us what you are discussing on your obedient WhatsApp.
Don't argue with it. I want to ask, rational mind, why did you dodge the question Femi asked you? That's why I came in. The question was, why is Obi not living in Lagos? You came in and you were now talking about
exactly. That was the reason why I even said what I said. You see,
answer the question. Answer that
question. All right, answer the question, and then after that question, let Femi take the floor back. I want us to establish Femi's voice on the platform, but answer that question and then.
So, when Femi said that was what reminded me of what somebody said in the chat, and I brought that up. So. You see, that question you asked me, it's so no disrespect, but at the same time, I will say my mind. It's so disgusting a question. If you ask me that question, I don't know if it's Femi that's asking that question again. The other Femi. It's a very disgusting question, and it's very. Let me rephrase it. It's a very irritating question. Let me say disgusting. It could be disgusting too, because why would you say somebody could not live in a certain part of the country because it doesn't come from that place, or because his own place is not.
I haven't governed Anambra for 8 years. Is there no moral obligation?
He has.
I'm maybe Eldorado.
Hold on now. He has his own country home, where he stays whenever he's in Anambra. He has it in Anambra State, but by virtue of how Lagos is to the rest of the country, virtually every. In fact, I don't think he even has. I don't know. Let me not say that for a fact, but I think from what I gathered, he doesn't have a house in Lagos. I think it says he stays at somebody. I think is it doing Okukpe's apartment or one of his friends' apartment. That's where he stays whenever he's in Lagos. He says he doesn't have a house in Lagos. I don't know.
Rational mind. Obi don't live in Lagos. Obi live in Onitsha.
Hold on.
So forget that narrative. Yeah.
All right.
So he comes to Lagos. I remember one man. I remember he said he comes to Lagos and he stays with a friend. That's what he said. I don't think he has a house. So I don't know why.
We know he has a house. I can even tell you the address. It's in Apapa. And do you know why I know? Because it was 200. Actually, it was caught with 200 million that was stealing from Anambra State. That they want
no, it was a government house they said they have there in Papa now. Isn't that what they said?
Do you want me to go and dig it out again?
You can go and dig it out. One man.
I've read it out. Okay, don't even take. Okay, hold on. I don't even have to dig it out. I will have an obedient explain it to you himself. So watch this, and then after this, back to Femi. And obedient will tell you.
Allow me. You still give me right of talking now, one man.
All right. Okay. Let an obedient explain it to you.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No?
There you are. Yeah, so there's an obedient telling you.
Did he mention anything in the house there? I don't know.
I can go and dig out the house.
You never said anything about house, owning a house.
Yeah, but he confirms that he looted the money, which is what I'm
one man. I want you to dig your enemy's this thing. If you dig it too deep, it's likely that you are going to fall into it. He didn't know he would be supporting the deal when he was castigating him in this video. Now he's an obedient.
You see, hold on. Well, it's up to you, whatever you people want to think. But my point is this: is that let us stop this ethnic this tribal bigotry that we all do here.
That's a heavy.
What he says is not tribal now. What is tribal in this?
The tribal thing is that somebody cannot choose to live in Lagos because it's not from Lagos.
Oh, right.
That some of you says, because he campaigned.
How is that tribal? People are saying if he turned his state into the El Dorado that he claimed he turned it into, which he used to campaign, then why is he not resident there? If he's made it,
the same thing I will say to you, which I will not owe Tinubu to. You know, Tinubu has a house in Abuja. If Lagos was at El Dorado, then why does he have to have a house in Abuja?
Tinubu lives in Bodilon. What are you talking about? Tinubu lives in Bodilon.
When we throw the same thing to you people will have to look for one excuse.
Tinubu lives in Bodilon and Peter Obi lives in Apapa. Peter Obi lives in Apapa.
Hold on. The same way Tinubu has a right to own a house anywhere in Nigeria. Obi has a right, but you not use that against him because he's not from there or because his state is not as Lagos. I mean, we need to stop this. We need to stop this ethnic profiling and ethnic bigotry that we always do here. I'm not saying you want that.
All right,
do that. Please, let's stop that.
All right, let's get back to where they live. They want to live. Let's get back to Femi, who was just gathering his loins to give us back to you, Femi. We were just luxuriating in your elegance. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So, rational mind, you really do not, you're just dancing from left to right. You don't have any concrete answer to give me. The question was, why are people, I didn't say Yoruba, I didn't say Igbo or Hausa, I say, why are people not moving to live in Anambra if it was that good, if he did that well? That's the question. It's not about if Tinubu has a house in Abuja or in Kafanchan. That's not the question. Why if Anambra was that good, he was that good of a governor that made Anambra an El Dorado, why are people, why are people not moving over there to live there? Why are people running away from Anambra to live in Lagos? Do you understand? That was the question. But that's by the way.
All right. Let's get into the topics.
So I'm just going to end that restructuring thing that Ahmed Bola Tinubu is going to restructure Nigeria. Take it to the bank and to cash. Next one, please.
All right. Let me take you to where do I want to take you to? Do you want to go international? Okay, let me take you to Atiku. So let me take you to Atiku. PDP governors are not with Atiku. His days are numbered in the party. This is one of his trusted aides calling time on just the nuisance that he has turned into within the Nigerian political space.
His day should have been numbered as back as like yesterday already. What else has he got to do? He doesn't have anything anymore to. You see, he was using idea to call for what's it called, mergers upon mergers and all that. Call it because he knows he's finished already. He's finished. He's finished in PDP. A lot of people are against him because of the way he just came from Abu Dhabi, from Abu wherever, just to come snatch the ticket. And that's what he does. Every 4 years, he runs away. Then when it's time, he comes back. The guy is done. He's gone. Let's forget Atiku. That he's finished.
Are you anticipating? Because I can see a final throw of the dice in 2027. I think he will attempt at it, but I think that the PDP will repel him. He might not, almost certainly will not get that ticket, but he will try at it, and that will be his final humbling. Yeah.
I even doubt if he will, because they are going to battle him. They'll battle him to the last. Wiki and Co. Those guys, they'll be strategizing as well. Because, this guy cannot just go and be hiding in Abu Dhabi. 4 years later, you just come from nowhere and pick up the ticket. If this 2023, that's his last. He can't do anything anymore. He's not going to get that ticket in 2027. No way. At what age? At 80 or 81 or something? They're not even going to allow him because he's
they were helping him down the steps even when he was campaigning in this cycle. Even about something as small as 5 flights of stairs, they were helping him down. So
the obedient will not see that. Is the behind the shake and whatever. That's what you see, the blah blah and all that. They will never see that article thing. If you remember, you said, let me tell you something. As far as I'm concerned, what's it called, Labour Party and PDP, they are like brothers and sisters. You see, they never really attacked themselves during the electioneering period. It was all about APC, Tinubu. And Tinubu, he says, I am a thinker, I am a doer, and I talk less. Do you understand? And that was right. So he gave them what to be focusing on, all the drama and theatrics and all that. That was what they were focusing on, while he was strategizing on the ground. And that was how he won the election, But forget Atiku, man. He's done. Politically, he's done. He might just go and, if he knows what is good for him, let him just sit down as Baba Saleh, controller general, and be giving blessings and all that. But if he wants to come out again, he'll be ridiculing himself. That's the truth. I don't think anybody will want to vote for him.
All right. Do you think the country needs a viable opposition in order to bring the best out of the government? And if you do, what shape do you think that opposition? What shape do you see that opposition taking under this landscape that we have at the moment?
Yeah, for any democracy to thrive, you actually need opposition. But unfortunately, I'm not even seeing any opposition right now. The Labour Party is all noise, nothing constructive. Nothing constructive, honestly, that's the problem. PDP, they are being decimated here and there. The other day, I think some few weeks ago, the chairman of their governors forum or whatever was praising Tinubu. You understand? Everybody wants to be on the winning side. So you see people who start relocating, or what do you call those, deflecting or whatever, to the other party, to the winning side. At the end of the day, you saw the Igbo guy, that I think the Anambra guy that used to be in the YPP, that joined what's it called, that moved to APC, and he said that people are still going to move, to APC. Unfortunately, I don't think there is any strong opposition right now, but there should be, though. There should be. For a thriving democracy, there should be an opposition, but unfortunately, they don't have any right now. That's the problem.
All right. In terms of still the opposition space, for all of their faults, do you not think the obedient space gives us the nearest we have to the semblance of an opposition? Even for all of the fact that they're just they're difficult to digest often in space, but really anything that looks like holding the government to account seems in that space. PDP, as you said, Mr. Bala Mohammed, Tinubu at a...
Yeah. Well, truth be said, I think they are the, on the, opposition right now, but they are not really deep in the opposition thing like that. They should, they should be more strategic. They should be more, come up with, something that is meaningful, not all this noise and cries and everything. The elections are over, the campaigns are over. This is time for go. Now you sit down, just like Daniel Boala was saying the other day that he came to your on your channel, on your your space to talk about. Those are credible, something credible. When they do well, tell them they did well. When they do wrong, let them know they did wrong. It's not all these. Unfortunately, they should be though, but right now they are really not. It's just so much noise and cries and hula baloo. That's the problem we're having. But they're more noisy than, they're not more, they kind of noisier than what's it called, than PDP at the moment. If you just go to the internet space, they are they everywhere. They, but unfortunately, like I said again, there's nothing concrete actually coming. It's only complain, whining, crying. How long are you going to do that? How long? I don't know, man. They should change their strategy and become more viable opposition. That's my take on that.
All right, Femi. Let me take you on to this next phase, and then I'll go on to Prince after that. Now for there might well be merit to the individual cases, but the collective optics of it. So first we had Zamfara State, which was won by PDP. Now the court's giving it to APC. Then, of course, famously, Kano State won by NNPP, and now the court's giving it to APC. So, not satisfied. Now, Plateau State won by PDP. The court's now giving it to APC. Is the narrative imagined that what they couldn't get via the ballot, they are strong? And by the way, Tinubu says is increasing the salaries of the judges. So is this the payoff for that?
No. So the thing is this, I mean, if how they say witch hunting and all that, right? But the truth of the matter is, if a witch doesn't fly, how are you going to hunt the witch? The witch, do you understand? So the witch has to fly for you to hunt the witch. The truth of the matter is, these guys, they have some problems. Okay, the Kano thing, especially the Kano thing. Let's even forget about the pre-election matters and all that, because that has already been taken care of in the Supreme Court. When they were trying to this last Supreme Court issue, the presidential thing, when they were trying to talk about what's it called now, OB, that he wasn't a member of Labour Party on, as at when they submitted his name of Labour, but the Supreme Court has squashed that. So that is not going to fly, because the Supreme Court is not going to reverse itself. Okay, but that 156,000 vote or whatever that was cancelled, because that is going to stand, because they didn't sign those ballot papers and all that, and no stamp and all that. So maybe it was those criminal things that people do. They just go to one local government and be interpreting and all that. So yes, on that they probably would because the first two courts right now have, they are on the same page. I doubt if the Supreme Court is going to go is going to overturn those judgments. So yeah, Kano State is as good as gone back to APC, because how can you have a chairman of an APC that doesn't have a state that is controlling? And even the Kwankwaso guy himself is a dealer. I'm sure that guy will end up in APC with time.
I think it's a bit like Daniel Boala, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's already, the bags are packed and the taxi is ordered.
Yeah, they're already homing up. Boala himself right now, I was listening to his interview on TVC like 2 days ago. He's technically he's no more a party man like that. So he's just on the fence right now, ready to move to the APC. Do you understand? So everybody wants to be on the winning side. That's the truth, because Nigerian politics is winner takes it all. So for you to have something, you have to switch to the winning side. So Kano State is gone. Then Plateau and Zamfara, well, I don't really know so much about that space, but whatever happens, let it happen. That's his politics. It's politics. That's it. It's Baba Jale Koko there. Can I say hello to him? Is he on? Is he there?
Yes, Ajale Koko, one of your many fans.
Hey, I'm listening to you. I'm enjoying you. How are you?
Aja Baba Kemi Olagun Baba Kemi Olagun.
Adé apẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí bàtà apẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀.
Kírù kẹ̀rẹ́ pẹ́ lọ́wọ́. Yoga Baba, Aja, in fact, I just like you.
Is Ajale Koko your favorite?
He's one of my favorites, no doubt, because he brings some kind of stability to the channel. Whenever there is problem, he's a mediator. He just brings his wealth of experience and all that. I kind of like him, though. I really like him, no doubt. But I have a lot of favorites. Kolata is definitely one of them. Prince Daddy is another guy. Bishop. I mean, you got a lot of great guys on this platform.
It's a star-studded field. Superstars, every one of them, superstars.
Is Baba not here today? Baba, he's another.
He's in the comment section, keeping things 100%.
Okay. Anyway, thanks a lot, man.
And you are the new star discovery. So that's a new voice being documented right there, Femi. So Femi, stay with us and make sure you join us just as often as you can.
Definitely will. I will.
So now the voice that you say you favor, here he is now. He makes the ladies swoon.
Exactly.
Prince Daddy. And the funny thing is, the annoying thing is, when Daniel Bwala turned up, and Prince Daddy turned up his camera, he's handsome as well. So it's just so annoying. Prince Daddy, what's all this nonsense?
He's a player.
He's trying to be, although he's a player now. Prince Daddy, we are talking about you. Are you there, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, talking about James Bond.
All right. I think it's taking a moment. So he's taking a moment. Let me go to Ekene and have him take the floor. The Megida of Alamba Central. Oga Hafa. You don't sleep. Wait till be that. No, you just they talk 2 minutes ago. Wait till what happened to your voice now.
No, I know they sleep. That time I just wake up. A lot of activity yesterday and day before yesterday. So
business is booming, Abi. That second Ferrari on the way.
No. A few of my friends are getting married, so we are into committee of friends since Friday and
my God. Today.
So
what's the standard when you do that committee of friends? What's the standard budget? Do you have a set amount for, or does it depend on your relationship with them?
Yeah, it depends. Now, if you have a lot of friends, you can gather at least nothing less than 5 million for that.
Yeah, no. What like each individual? What do they throw in? What do they chip in?
Nothing less than 10,000.
Oh, all right. Okay, that's
300. Any amount, but nothing less than 10,000. So you can gather like that. My friend have up to 500 friends again for that occasion. So
right. So it's a real big something. Oh, was that where I saw you? Was that what you were doing in this afternoon when you had your camera on?
Yes. I wanted to join, but the noise is too much. So
okay.
I said, let me go. Yeah.
All right. What did they happen? What's in the news today? I know you like to speak to your own topics.
Well, there is nothing much. I just this Plateau state governor sacking is eating me up deeply. I don't know why. The other one didn't affect me, but this one is really affecting me. The thing is just the thing is eating me up.
Yeah, but the guy is illegal now. The guy is an illegal something.
I don't know how illegal it is because the only thing I heard about he said that the guy was elected based on not having structure. And I don't even understand how can somebody. Wow. According to Abati's explanation on this day life, he said the guy was elected based on not having structure. I mean, what kind of judgment is that? And most of the issue they threw up was the issue they say were pre-election matter during the presidential listing. I don't know. This country, the way I know many APC, especially this their chairman is desperate, but not to this extent. And I wouldn't want this country to be only one party, because if they sack this guy now, sack Kano governor, is the other one, is it Taraba or what is that Matalawi guy? So
yeah,
who remains?
That's Zamfara.
Who will now be the opposition?
I think they only really need Kano, Katsina, Lagos, and River State. So if they have those four, which they seem to have now, then Tinubu is guaranteed.
I think Alex Otitu is going, if it's not careful.
No, Alex Otitu, he said
you mean he's going to cross over, or it's going to be cut out? They're going to.
Who is that? Alex Otitu?
Yeah.
No, his case is concluded.
Concluded?
No, yeah. Yes, it's concluded.
You mean at the Supreme Court? Or?
Yeah, I think his case is concluded. Yes, I think so. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think they said
it's the appeal court that he's got his victory.
Well, I don't know, Sha. But the last judgment he got the winning. So, but the issue is this. All these things are not good for the democracy of our nation and the way APC are doing it. The only problem I have with APC is that they know how to play politics, but they don't know how to govern. That's the only problem I have with them. Politics is different from governance. So, and that politics, they're playing dangerous one, which is not good for our democracy. So, this gentleman that just got Plateau State, and the guy seems like, since he got there, Plateau is getting somehow stable, and they want to destabilize that state again. A state like Plateau should be allowed to have some peace for a moment. At least let us know if we can get the agricultural this thing back in that state. No, but if that is the kind of politics they want to be playing, I know they cannot last with it, because one day all these things will backfire. Just look at Kano. Look at Kwankwaso telling the other guy, his guy, to wait till 2027. That guy is somehow ridiculous. So that Kwankwaso of a guy, why would he be telling his guy to wait till 2027?
When the guy is illegal now, is illegal. The guy is illegal. So that.
Are you sure? Kwankwaso is not the one giving them all this information about the guy. So because if you look at it, this same Kwankwaso, was it not the same guy? Was it not there when they were giving scholarship to some people? It was in the airplane. He was giving them money.
Yeah.
And it was with this same governor. So I don't know what kind of a traitor these kind of people are. I mean, like, he was there when they were doing these their mass marriages. I mean, is it mass marriage where they were giving
that guy is not a good politician. This Kano State governor.
How?
He was a reckless. He was when immediately he came, he was one bulldozing everywhere, knowing fully well that you have kids in court. He started stepping on toes and other. I'm not saying that is good though, but he didn't actually marvel his tactics very well.
This, and so for that reason that they should just remove him illegally, right?
No, what I'm saying, let me tell you, none of them is clean. Do you understand what I'm saying? None of them is clean. If people that brought you in, you started stepping on their toes, they know your secrets. That's what I'm speaking about. They will expose you.
Who brought him in that is stepping on his toes?
Okay, why are you saying? What is Papa now? Do you think this guy has the political this thing? Who knows him? He cannot win on his own.
For me, it's just his treasury. It's just for me, it's just his treasury. It's insane that people can be betrayed this way. I mean, Kwankwaso is a betrayer. I mean, that's why they got to be expelled from that party. Because I don't understand the kind of politics he's playing with Tinubu, that he's doing Wale Watak and Tinubu. I don't understand that kind of politics. That tells you that guy has some things up his sleeve, and that was why they could be able to use this. Because how could they have even figured out that this guy was not duly nominated for his part? I don't even understand they even got all this information. somebody within their ranks is giving them all this information, how to pull him down. And I think it's also. Now look at him saying that he should go and get ready for 2027. What kind of, these are the people that
rational mind. One question and Tinubu has been coming a long way.
And so for that, so what?
No, you can't.
People talk about loyalty. So
no.
Does Tinubu have to always have the loyalty of everybody?
Look.
Question. You people are always
in different party. Look, the fact that they are in different party does not mean that they cannot meet. I mean, the fact that they are opposition party doesn't mean that at the leadership level they cannot meet or they shouldn't meet. So, except some people that are doing their, what do you call it? They are playing their politics with bitterness, like Atiku and Obi that doesn't want to meet him. So at this time, I think they should be meeting. For the good of the country. So when you saw him with, at Aso Rock to meet with Tinubu, it doesn't mean that he's trying to sell his party or, betray his party. I mean, if the president called for him, he should be able to answer him and have a discussion on whatsoever between them.
You are just trying to make a case about it. I mean, let's forget.
Are you suggesting that he shouldn't have met Tinubu? Is that what you are saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he should not have met Tinubu.
Why are you?
My point is this. So you are
saying that he's the one behind the.
I believe, because why would the party expel him? That's
hold on, his own candidate.
What are you talking about? People are
candidate. The candidate that he sponsored.
People are traitors.
In his own state, hold on, rational mind. In his own state, the candidate they don't have any
boss. Hold on, just to get whatever they want to get.
No. What does he want to get? Dan?
Okay, go and say that to Wiki.
No, hold on. Let us look at this. No, let us look at this well. Kano State is the only state in his control. How can you come to conclusion that he prefer to sell that Kano off and they won't have control of any state at all? Does that make sense? Or how do you think that good for him politically?
Let me answer your question.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think? Hold on. Answer that question.
You asked me a question.
Do you think that is good for him politically? The state that they control, he want to sell it off, and for what? What does he want to get in return?
So what are you suggesting, that he did not sell it off, and then it's dilly-dally with APC? Is that what it is?
What do you mean? He only met Tinubu once.
They made more than once. Even
more than once, and that means that he's trying to sell off his own.
What is he looking from Tinubu that you have to meet him more than once? That's the question. What is he looking from Tinubu that he has to meet him more than once?
Why can't he meet him?
I'm not saying he should not meet him. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he should not meet him. But what kind of thing is going on between them that they have to meet more than once?
That shouldn't be.
I have to say that
that doesn't represent that he doesn't want to. Is selling his party.
You don't know politics. I mean,
you don't know. I mean, it doesn't happen like that.
Rational Mike, can I say this? There is something underground. There is something underground in meeting his Tinubu that met NMPP.
There is something more than what we
know. To sack him from that party.
That doesn't know.
Something is underground.
You people.
NMPP would have discovered something very, very, very ridiculous from this guy. After meeting Tinubu, that made them to sack him from that party.
No, leaders can meet. The fact that the party sack him, it doesn't mean that he should give up the control of his governorship in his state.
That's what I'm saying.
It's possible now. Do you know the deal they struck? Do you know the deal?
You don't know the deal. Don't know what
because the party cannot come up to sack their national leader. This is their national leader. Without this guy, no NMPP. And they have the mind to sack him.
They can
after
sack
that
him.
meeting.
Let me tell you.
I believe something is underground.
Hold on. He's not the one that formed the party. The party has been in existence for over 11 or 16 years. He just run into that party when, just like Obi did, run out of PDP to Labour. He run out of PDP and go and enter that party in order to promote and champion his presidential ambition.
Somebody is correcting us in the comment section that they said this Kwakwanso that we're all talking about is not the same Kwakwanso. It's another Kwakwanso in APC.
Forget, how does that person know? Forget about that person. Does he know?
That's Samuel. That's Samuel. Samuel is on the same diet as Pansat.
I don't know. Somebody's just saying that there.
That's Samuel. He uses several names.
So, let me say this.
So what you guys are saying that he wants to destroy his own political
people do
it's political. Hold on.
He's not destroying it. Okay, what did you get in NNPP?
Hold on, let us be reasonable. Kano is his own political base, and you are telling me that you want to sell out his political base for something? For what? Don't you see the way that Wike was going crazy against his governor? Wike came out and tell us the fact that I will not allow him to destroy my political structure. The political structure that I built for so many years, and for somebody to say you want to come and destroy it, no, that means I won't have political relevance again. I won't have nothing to show that I'm a politician again. So you think that Kwakwanso want to destroy his political base for Tinubu? For what? Let's be reasonable. It doesn't happen like that in politics. Let's be reasonable. They could work alliance, but not for him to destroy his own base for the other party. That is not going to happen.
Okay, now
why is he throwing his own governor under the bus then?
So
how did he throw his governor under the bus?
Look at the headline now. It says accept defeat, prepare for 2027. Kwakwanso tells Governor Yusuf.
Look, we cannot, not everything that we see as not everything we see as headline.
Not everything, I mean.
This news is everywhere. It's not just a news, bro. It's everywhere.
Did you read the body of this story?
Not yet.
Okay, so don't go by the headline.
But it's everywhere according to Kennedy.
And don't read the headline. It headline could be polished in such a way to sell newspaper, to sell story. But when you read the body of that of the story will not align with the headline. Read the body.
Aja, you see, I would have believed what you said. I would have believed everything you said earlier, that he cannot like to destroy his political base. But this news is what got me somehow to think about this Kwakwanso of a guy, the way he plays.
Have you read it?
I read it now. If I didn't read it, would I be talking about it? You see, the only thing I know is that maybe there is a deal on the ground between him and Tinubu. And that is why he feels so just reluctant about what is going on in that.
I won't be surprised if by tomorrow he come out to debunk it.
Maybe he should, because this news is almost 2 to 3 days now. We haven't had anything from him. So, but another thing is maybe that Kano guy, APC is trying to beat him hard because the way he started his government is not really all right. You know, most of these guys, they think somehow that demolition he started with. If I were him, I wouldn't have started with it until he's well settled in the.
Kwakwanso was supporting him back then. Now he was supporting him. He was defending him.
Maybe they are trying to flog him out of that office because of that what he did. So, but with the exception of that, I want to touch just a few things. You know, when we talk about governance is all about planning. When you see a government that comes into office without a proper planning and documentation, you will see all this trying and error we are experiencing in our system today. Because what we have been experiencing since the inception of this government is all about trying and error. And I give kudos to people that defend this government. They are trying, they're really doing a good job. A lot, especially those in our platform that that are really trying to defend the face and make the face of this government to look good. They are really very knowledgeable, because I wouldn't be thinking so hard to defend this kind of government, but they think very well and they come up with good defense to some people, but not for me. Yeah, because I would have been asking. Few days we're in this platform, people were saying, yeah, we know the reason for that 40% derivation or tax from the tertiary institution. So they gave a lot of reason, and we say, okay, no problem if that is their reason. And you know, this effects, this policy has jacked the tuition fee of many universities. It has close to more than 300% increase. Many universities has increased their fees, double, triple. So, and now this policy has been reversed, and it's very difficult for those universities to reverse that increase they have made. You see the effect of all this kind of policy, and people don't look into it. When you say that university should be paying tax or submitting 40% revenue to the federal, and they look into it, increase their fees, all that, and you defended them, and it may be because of some cry and all that, they came up to reverse that policy again.
Can you give me a second, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, can you give me a second?
Okay, defend it. I'm
not defending. I just want to correct what you just said. You have mentioned tax now 2 times. There is nothing like tax in what is being discussed. What the federal government is saying simply is this. Federal government supply 100% of the funding of university. Capital, what do you call it? Recurrent and overhead. 100%. Now, universities make money either from different areas, university people, and they are saying, let your IGR use your IGR for 40% of the university overall expenditure, whether it is capital, it is recurrent, or what do you call it? Because most of the universities don't account for the money they charge students, either for the post-UME, for there are several charges. Now they have increased it. So universities are making more money. So let government give you that part that is short. You take care. The decision of the federal government to cancel that decision of that 40% is one most ridiculous and unfortunate decision of Tinubu. I don't know why he took it.
What do you mean by they don't account for all the charges?
Do they account for the money they make for the IGR?
I mean, what do you mean that they won't account?
Don't ask for the. I am saying they don't account for the IGR in all the universities.
Why wouldn't they account?
Oh my goodness. Okay, I will answer you. Let me answer you, Ajaliko. Let me answer you. Ajaliko, let me answer you. Let me answer you. Let me answer you now.
What you mean?
Let me answer you. Now, I will answer you if you don't mind. Now, one, most of the universities, when they were clamoring for university autonomy, federal government was ready to give them autonomy, but they were asking for administrative autonomy and still want to be collecting funding 100% from the government. Now, if you are asking me to be funding you 100% and to give you autonomy to administer, so you don't want me to ask you question about how much you are earning. And the problem started when government said every money that the universities were making must be accounted to. Let me finish now. Let me finish now.
What do you mean administrative?
Let me finish. Administrative means federal government said bring every money that you're making through TSA. University says no, they must be exempted from TSA. Am I lying about that? Answer me. Am I lying? That no, we cannot account for what we are earning. And so what's the argument about? They don't want to account. They don't want that money to form part of the money that is their generated IGR.
So where does the money go? Where does it go?
You ask the university administration.
Oh, okay.
One of the worst corruption in Nigeria today happens in the university.
No. Look, what we don't know, we should not.
No, it is you. It is you that should not defend what you don't know. Don't tell me that. No, don't tell me that. Universities are making money. Universities. Hold on now. I asked for an interjection, so it is Sajale Koko that interjected the interjector. Universities are making money. We cannot deny that. They are making so much money. Now, let that money be part of the money that will be accounted for in administering and funding university. They said no. So government should continue to sponsor university 100%, but you are collecting money from the student. What are we talking about?
Okay.
Okay, but the only thing I know, as far as I'm concerned, okay, Ajay, go first. Let me come in.
Look, what Bishop is saying, I don't know how it is possible. If they are making money, if, for example, let us say they set up a revenue generating a kind of revenue generating system within the university system in order to run the university well. Which, when government fail to give them adequate funding to run the university, but them on their own sat down, look, okay, what can we do to sustain the university system, so to keep it going, so that it will not totally collapse? And then you are saying, okay, bring this money, send this money to federal government account. Send this money to federal government account when, in the first place, it is not the by federal government making for them to generate that funding that they are even using to sustain university education. What sense does that make? It's kind of a revolving revenue system that, okay, we are making money and we are using it to fund, to run the education, the university system, so that it will not collapse, because the federal government funding, it is absolutely like nothing. Go and check your budget and see how much that is budgeted, is allocated for education.
No. Let's go to that issue of budget.
Hold on.
Don't let's go there.
Hold on.
Don't let's go there. Your argument is very.
All right. I think Ekene is ready to carry on.
But what I'm saying is that, look, this is an educational system that have vice chancellor, that have that monitor that place, and they know how the system runs. So the revenue system that is created by the university itself is even helping government to achieve a lot of things. But now you want to take that revenue from them to give them nothing in return. It doesn't work like that. You fund it while they are sourcing their internal revenue point to support the system to work better. That is what they are doing. It's just like you are telling Lagos State that is generating its own IGR, and federal government is calling, hey, send that money to federal government because we don't want to give you federal allocation again. It doesn't work like that. So let me leave it like that.
And the bishop, if the policies or what you explain here is what it is, why then would the federal government go ahead to reverse it if it's really good the way you explain it? Why should they go ahead to reverse it when they know that these guys are generating a lot? and it's a nice policy for them.
Okay, do you want me to answer you?
Yeah, why should they now go ahead to reverse it?
Good.
I want you to answer.
Good. Just please, I beg you, just give me just 3 minutes, just 3 minutes to answer you. Number one, I told you one of the things I disagree with Tinubu for. I did not elect a president or support a president I cannot disagree with. I see him as wanting to turn towards popular demands, and I really am not agree with that, because there is hue and cry and there is noise about this. You want to capitulate and say, okay, look, I don't know why, maybe it is strategy, but let me correct what Adan Lekuku said in 1 minute. Fact remains that the
No, I don't want to. I want you to speak to what I said.
I
not
have answered what I have answered what you asked me, and I want to I'm going to say.
I think he wants to take the floor back, but
I want to say no. He asked me a question. Now, if you don't want me to answer it, then I'm ready to let go. He asked me a question, so if you don't want me to answer it, that's fine.
No, if you have answered my question, I'm okay with that.
Hold on. Now, let me finish my answering to it. Yeah. I asked, can you give me just 3 minutes? I've not even spent 30 seconds. You have cut me short. If you don't want me to talk anymore, I'll let go.
No, carry on, Bishop.
So Adan Lekuku said, what I said was this: yes, federal government was sponsoring universities 100%. Universities, when they were charging whatever they were charging, let's assume they were charging 10 naira per every student, so they were making 10 billion. Let's just assume. And now, because of the increase that everybody is making noise about, they are charging 20 or 30 naira, and they are making 30 billion. And the government is just simply saying that the amount you are making now constitutes so much percent of what you need to run the university. So let us give you the balance. We are not saying bring the amount of money you are running, you are making. We are saying now you are earning. You need 100 billion to run your university. Now you are making 40 billion. Let us give you the 60 billion to make up what you need to run the university, because it is still the same government that initiated the need to increase the fee. But universities say, no, you must continue to support. Let's just remember that one of the major problems we have had with university autonomy. Now, you cannot be asking for autonomy in our university, and until we all agree and we can tackle this monster, because we think it is only politicians that are corrupt. Oh, civil servants are not corrupt. Oh, in the university system, they are not corrupt. No, all of them, both politicians, both civil service, and even in the academia, they are very and extremely corrupt. So if government is saying now let us know how much you are earning. Okay, we cannot do 40%. Okay, how much are you earning? How much balance do you need to be able to run the university? That would have been a better argument, but not that, oh no, give us what you are giving us. Don't bother ask us questions to account for what we are earning or internally generating. That is. Then we are not going to leave this quagmire. We are not going to leave this nonsense that we are in. So if we want politicians to account for whatever money they are getting, then people in the academia, in the university, should account. I want us to spend more on primary and secondary education, and people that can afford university education should go for it. That's my own personal, but that is personal. I'm not saying that's the government position.
Okay. No, your personal is also my view. So, but since that is the way it is, you see, for me, as far as I know, our professors and those lecturers are still well underpaid in our system today, because that is why a lot of them have to go into selling handout and all those things to students to make sure they meet up with their daily distance. Because most of our lecturers, those guys, I'm not excusing the fact that there is corruption in that system. Yeah, there is corruption, but definitely those guys are underpaid. You look at them somehow, the way the politicians even insult those lecturers, because those lecturers, for me, in other countries, they're well respected, they're well dignified, because their role is one of the highest role in the system of every state. To educate people to come up with some careers and all that is not an easy task. You can't compare it to just to go up there to loot some monies and call yourself a governor or a president. But for me, it's just that we don't dignify the right things. We continue to make them to look ordinary because they are lecturers. You go to the state you are living, you know the kind of cars, the lifestyle your lecturers live in that state. Not to compare to Nigerian lecturers. The lifestyle, at least I have one retired. Nothing to show for it. Nothing. You just go there to spend all your years, 30 years and all that. Just come back with just few. He was only able to train his children in the universities. While your legislatures can get what your legislatures can get in 1 month is more than what they can get in all their lifestyle spent in the universities. So how do you want us to explain that? And that is why you see all this nonsense in our educational system. So the little one they are using to sustain the institution, you say that they should give you the revenue. How does it sound? Even those ones they are getting are not even enough to sustain them. So the system is well corrupt. We are not dignifying the right thing, and that is my view. Education is not a child's play. The way we take education in this country is why we are looking like this. The way our politicians, you see, that is why many of them, because they believe they can forge certificates and get whatever they want. So they don't care whether you are educated or not. So that is the way we see education is why our nation is looking like this. Our nation is just bending head somehow because we see education as just nothing. Education is good. I believe that. I know that. At least that's primary and the secondary school education is a compulsory thing, should be a compulsory thing for every child giving birth in this country called Nigeria. But the way our politicians look down on just look at our primary school teachers, secondary school teachers. How much are they being paid? Look at them. They're living in abject poverty and penuries. The people that are supposed to be celebrated, they are supposed to be given a well treatment in our system. But you look at them, you trample on them, they are nothing. They just spent 5 years, 30 years in that system for nothing. The best they can get is 50,000 monthly in this economy. I know them, I see them. You compare it in that state you are living, the way you celebrate your teachers there, your professors there, and all that. But when it comes to our system, we have some explanation to give to cover all these nonsense politicians we have, all these thieves that we have that call themselves politicians. We are not giving. My problem is that, especially many people that have the opportunity to go out there to experience the universities in the US, in Canada, and see how they operate there, and see how well their teachers are well treated, their lecturers are well treated. But when we come to our own nation, you wouldn't want to apply that same knowledge you gather there to use it to speak for the betterment of our own educational system. Rather, we defend these thieves that call themselves politicians. I have nothing to offer. I want to tell you, Bishop, our lecturers are supposed to be any more than any legislature today. They're supposed to be any more than them. What are you telling me? Why do we have to be giving explanation for people that transfer knowledge to the public? These guys are transferring knowledge. They spend their time, do a lot of research, do a lot of physics and chemistry, mathematics and English. And we come here to defend people that only know how to go and thief, go to the ballot box, use all sort of violence and all that just to acquire power. Most of them are not even, in terms of knowledge, they can't come close to any primary school teacher in terms of knowledge. But because they found themselves in the position of being a governor or a legislature, they have the mind to give nonsense laws. The way we put our nation is looking the way it is today because of the way we see education, especially our politicians.
Can I respond to the few points you have raised? Is it possible?
Yeah, you can respond.
Yeah, number one, if lecturers and teachers, whether in primary, secondary, or university, finds politics more lucrative, let them leave teaching and go into politics. That's one. Number two, Nigeria is one of the few countries that I know of that we have lecturers that can be working in one university and two universities and three universities and be on the payroll of the federal government. I am not telling you because I think or suspected. I'm telling you because I know individuals that work in 3 universities and they are on the payroll. And it is one of the reasons why majority of our lecturers in ASU fought against IPPS, integrated pay, whatever scheme. That's number 2. Number 3, look, nobody is saying we are not appreciating what lecturers are putting into the system. I am being realistic. What we have presently, using countries that we are peers, that doing a peer review realistically. Oh, do I want an Eldorado in Nigeria? Absolutely. We just discussed something earlier on, that we were producing 2.5 million barrels of crude oil in 1973 when our population was less than 60 million. I am saying that authoritatively because I know. And we are still talking of less than 2 million barrels. And then we have cocoa, we have granola, we have palm kernel oil in 1973. But in 2023, we don't have 50 years after, we don't have the cocoa, the palm kernel oil, the cocoa, the granola pyramids have disappeared. We are doing by 1.3 million barrels with a population of 200 million. Let us face. We need to. How do they say this thing in English? We need to bite the bullet at some point and face the reality. The kind of luxury that some people that live then were able to afford, that the state was able to give to them. We cannot now. It's painful, but that is the reality. So university lecturers cannot be different from people we are asking for accountability from.
But politicians can get 160 for their own vehicle.
Look, you know what? This 160, you are hammering about. Let me tell you.
No,
and I am
question.
saying this.
So
I am saying this. I am saying this without reservation.
But we cannot afford to
listen
pay
now.
University lecturer.
Listen to me. I am saying this, and I want us to devote time to study it. There are more rots in the university and the civil service system than in the political system. There are more. We lose more money to corruption in those areas. I am not saying the politicians are saints, but politicians are every one of us. If you grow to be politician tomorrow, it is not supposed to be a profession. Everybody have their own primary calling. A teacher can become a teacher can become. Hold on. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. A teacher, just give me a minute. I'm not defending.
Pay 160 for politician vehicle, but we don't have money to pay for university lecturers.
There are state, there are university vice chancellors that their personal staff overhead is greater and bigger than what you will see in the. Look, let me give you an example of what just happened about a few years ago in the University of Lautech, when what's the name of this vice chancellor? Professor, what's his name? I think is it Badegeshi or something? the man that ran away when this man he became governor. I think he was back there guessing. Now he said the amount of money that was being thrown on unnecessary nonsense, how do I put it now? In the name of guest house here, this thing there, meeting there, was humongous, that he was embarrassed about it. Was it not somebody that became the chairman, or is it the chairman of JAM, that we know that JAM can refund billions, that return billions of naira to federal government? The first money he refunded was 7.8 billion. But before, they have never returned more than 50 million. But this same man reduced the amount of JAM form from 5,000 to 3,500. So where was those money going all those years? Look, there is corruption everywhere. We are getting too fixated, thinking it is only politicians that are our problem. Civil servants are our problem. Lecturers in university, the clergies are our problem. Now, finally, just finally, everybody comes into politics. We have seen clergymen. Have you not seen Reverend Father or Imam or bishops that are coming into politics? So everybody comes into politics when they see the opportunity. Either they want genuinely to serve or to serve themselves. So I am not defending them. I'm just saying that we should not be fixated about just one sector. Our university education can work better. And I will advocate, let us concentrate on primary education and secondary education. In fact, in the recent of the word, the federal government should just be regulatory when it comes to education.
All right, land it, and then can I wrap it up, and then we go on to the next country.
Thank you. So, the federal government should just be, federal government should just play their regulatory role when it comes to education. Federal government should not be owning any of the university. Give universities,
Bishop, let Ekene round it up. It's not even got the moment to really flesh out. Ekene, to you.
Okay, so Bishop, everything you said is still on our government, and the reason why people, or most especially those Reverend Father you mentioned and lecturers, go into politics, because after many years of service they didn't get anything, so they have to go where the money is to grab their own. So that is the point. So there is no reason why people should be rushing into politics if politics is not the most lucrative business in Nigeria today. So it starts from that politics, and if we continue to do it that way, our system will continue to go down. That's how I see it. Another thing, one man, I won't go there, but I don't know. There is this argument between this guy in Lagos State. Is it somebody do Hesi or something that which is Showere Sonwolu? There is this is it budget or so that there's this some. They're having some argument.
Is it between Rhodes Vivo and Sanwo-Olu that Sanwo-Olu use state money to pay for his legal fees in the?
Yeah, that one is apart. Then he said that he used 2 billion to purchase. Is it a rechargeable fan and all that? Those arguments.
Oh yes, and chicken and chicken.
Yeah, the chicken.
Why did you bring it up now? Because I was ready to bring it up. Why did you bring
it up? I just thought we had enough headlines. I do say to people to speak to yes. You could have brought it up, rational mind.
So I didn't read it very well, but it's a very good argument, and it's going on. As in 2 billion for a rechargeable fan, some millions for chicken, all those things. So the guy that was contending it with him was this is it ADC guy? I don't really know. Somebody do Hesi. I don't know.
For long, I mean, Funshov, Doherty, something like that.
Yeah, the guy gave a full details on how the Lagos state government is wasting money and all that, and people were just crazy today in the internet. So, but I couldn't, I cannot speak unless one man can give us the detail. Then we can go there. One man, I'm okay now. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ekene. So, thank you, Ekene. So, let's see if Prince Daddy is ready for us now. Prince, are you there? All right, let's see if Jide is ready for us.
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't even come
we came to you earlier, but but now we have you fully. So
Prince Daddy has his mouth somewhere else now.
He's a man of God, though. So touch not my anointed. A man of God. When he will start quoting you verses from the Bible now.
He is the man of the gods, not man of God. He's man of the gods.
Man of the gods. Okay, rational mind.
All right, just come into the conversation however you choose to, or do you want me to line it up?
Just give me one or two main topics, not everything.
Yes, we were that thorny issue of restructuring that refuses to go away, only really because the Nigerian problem always circles back round to it. Afenifere saying to Tinubu, Nigeria's current structure hinders development, restructure now. So that is Afenifere giving Tinubu an assignment.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we've never had a leader in Nigeria that truly believes in restructuring. And of course, I'm talking the person of Tinubu, right? So if anyone's going to do it, not that shenanigan that Jonathan did in his last days of his administration, nobody really wants to do it. And I think Tinubu would be the right person to do it. And that's why truly is systematically working to break that, if you want to call it this Fulani hegemony in the country, because that's really needed or required to get the structure that we're talking about. And he knows better. Tinubu absolutely knows better that what Nigeria needs. It does. So we have hope. We have great hope, in fact, for anyone to do it. That would definitely be Tinubu. And Afenifere, yeah, they know. They know that he is capable. It doesn't need to be, pushed overboard. It just needs to be nudged, a little bit, and of course, is more likely to accomplish this in his second term. But knowing Tinubu as being a bold leader, one that likes to take the bull by the horn, he wouldn't mind starting to do it this first term, just like he came in and carried a subsidy, even though it was difficult, was painful. But that's how a strong leader, and that's why he did it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he starts restructuring a program or the talk, not just silly conferences or a conference or convention that they have and spend a bunch of money and time and they do nothing about it. We thank God we have Tinubu, we have a strong leader, and we are hopeful.
But Prince, what a lot of people are concluding is that if he is going to restructure, he cannot do it under his first term. So because that would jeopardize, of course, any his re-election bid. So any talk of restructuring will be when the Constitution says that his time is up, which will be second term.
Well, that's what I said. I say, it's probably more likely to embark on that like rigorously in his second term. But again, I don't take it past Tinubu to start in his first term. He's a bold leader. That's how I say it. And it's very calculating, right? It's very calculating. And I said earlier, it's working, quote unquote, to break that Fulani hegemony in the country. Because if there's any group in the country that's more likely to oppose strongly and defeat that agenda, that'll be the Fulanis. Okay, unless I'm mistaken. And I think most of the Southwest is down for it. Southeast I believe, is down for it also for a different reason. Okay, it can convince the Middle Belt and maybe the Northeast, but the Fulanis are the main, if you want to call them, obstacle to the whole thing. So yeah, if anyone's capable of doing it, yeah.
President, I think that will be very difficult for Tinubu because of his vice. I've made that point very clear. I know Tinubu once said that Nigeria needs restructuring. He said that. But being a politician, and he's an ardent politician, it's not as if he play politics a little. He play politics to the fullest. He wouldn't want to incur the wrath of the Northerners where he got his majority of votes, especially the vice. The vice said, to hell with restructuring. He said it. So how is he going to...
Did Chitima said that? Really?
Yes. He actually said restructuring my food.
Restructuring my food.
But in what context, though? In what context did he say it?
There is no context to it. The most important is that he made a statement. So that is why I don't see him restructuring Nigeria. Because I don't know how he's going to convince Chetima and especially most of the Northerners Because the problem of restructuring is the oil in the south. You can believe it or you cannot believe it, but that oil is the problem. It means that you're going to
I believe
control your
Canada,
resources.
but the oil is beginning to become less and less of a factor.
But
in
most of
this
them
thing.
don't want to understand that now. Even the Northerners don't want to know that they even have more resources than the South. Because they are blind. They lack creativity. If they know how to create, they should know that the riches of this country lies in the North.
Those your statements are, one, not based in facts, but it's unfortunate that you just blindly say they are because they are blind and they lack creativity for the whole northern Nigeria. No. That's not fair.
I mean, their politicians, if they know what they have in the north, they shouldn't be confused with the oil in the south.
Hold on. Just give me 1 second. Who destroyed regionalism in the first instance? Is it not the Easterners? Who introduced the unification decree number 31? Is it not the Easterners? How can you just use I dissociate myself from that your last statement that they are blind and they do nothing. That's ridiculous.
I mean it, and I mean it with all sincerity.
That means you know nothing.
Yes.
You don't know anything. That is unfair.
I might not know anything, but that's my belief.
Then you don't teach. You know nothing.
I just want them to know that they have the resources. They know the resources.
You just blanketly say they know nothing.
They continue to concentrate only on oil in the south. That is why they don't want restructuring.
Forget it. It is a lie. It is the Southerners.
That is my point.
It is the Southeast that destroyed that regionalism that we had in Nigeria. If you want us to go to that part, let's go there. So you coming out and ignorantly say did not know nothing, I dissociate myself from that. And that is ridiculous. And that is the kind of mentality from people like you. It is the kind of mentality and unfortunate utterances from people like you.
All right. Ekene retains the right to express his opinion, but Prince Daddy, let me play you this clip just to capture what Ekene was saying to you earlier. It's about 30 seconds.
Elon Musk is talking about constricting the journey from London to New York to 31 minutes. But unfortunately, the topical issue in Nigeria is restructuring. Restructuring my foot. To hell with restructuring. Let's improve on the quality of governance. Let's work for the people. Let's invest in education. Let's create jobs. All this matter.
So that's the context that you wanted, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if I understand what I was trying to say. So for what I heard from that video, it was simply trying to prioritize what the country needs. It talked about education, which I think everybody believes we need, and maybe infrastructure. So to his point, if I'm not mistaken, there's been so much resources and time spent on this so-called restructuring deal that to him, just like myself and many others, it sounds to be ridiculous. It's another merry-go-round project that doesn't lead anywhere. If you ask me, that's what I understood from what he said. That's the context I'm talking about. I don't think Chitima is a loyalist. If you ask me, he's a loyalist, and I think is a smart person. We all agree, and he can be. It's all about appealing to his, to the right reasons why we need restructuring. If you ask me from that video, I don't think specifically is against restructuring. I don't think so.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You just heard him.
What do you mean, Prince Daddy? Everybody hold on. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Prince Daddy asked for context, and that is the context right there. What Shetima, and I can play it again, it's only 30 seconds. What Shetima was saying was that out of all of the priorities that the country can have, restructuring should not be at the front burner. And that was what he said.
Exactly. That's what I heard.
Well, let me tell you. Even, look, woman, the way you said it now, that look, this thing should not be the highest priority among others. You see, everybody will understand. But for you to say it categorically clear that, look, to hell with the restructuring under my foot. He doesn't believe in it at all. And what does that mean? What that means is that what all the southern leaders are asking for in rubbish is, he said he doesn't believe in it. So don't let us put, it is clear, the way you said it is clear. Don't let us put some context to it. Or no, he said, I don't believe in it, and it's under my foot. It's to hell with it. That's a very strong statement that
Prince
he
Daddy, can
carried.
I interject?
I mean,
can I interject you real quick?
Go ahead.
That speech was made before the election, before he was elected vice president. And if you look at the context of which he was making that speech, of course, he knew this principle. As at that time, he was not even selected as a vice presidential candidate. He was making that speech in his own capacity as a senator. However, he's serving the mandate that he's serving is Bola Tinubu, his principal. If his principal wanted it, all he needs to do is just to lobby for it. Now, like somebody said, that is not going to happen in the first. That would be suicidal, political suicide in the first term. But the second term, let's say the game the Baba is going to bring, I can bet you is going to introduce, if not fully, converse for it, but at least some level of federalism will be, put in the constitution. I can bet you on that.
All right, all right, Prince. Let me take you. Let me take you to this headline. You probably will say,
Woman, sorry, real quick before you move on. Have you seen the headline about the Boko Haram trying to maybe assassinate the Yobe State governor and the Borno State governor?
I saw it in passing, but I don't care much for me and Malabuni.
Because why I'm saying that is because of what is happening in Niger. Because Nigerians are also part of the JTF or Joint whatever national. So if Tinubu is hostile to them, they might be okay. Let's just go on. Maybe when I have the time again, if I have the time, I will speak.
All right. I don't miss being president. This is Buhari, Prince Daddy. You may well say that I probably would not miss you too. But let me play you this 2 minutes snippet, and then you react to it. Watch this, Prince.
What do you miss the most about being in office?
Miss? Oh dear me. I don't think I miss much.
How would you adjudge Nigeria's diplomatic ties with other countries of the world? What would you say were your footprint in that regard?
I am so preoccupied with the local problems that I hardly think about the external problems.
There was this impression that your administration was hijacked by some cabals. In fact, the word cabal became so popular during these last 8 years. Was it a figment of imagination of Nigerians, or was there something? Do you really feel that your government was hijacked?
No, it must have been.
In the first months of your administration, you came out to say you have never been this ill. What really was the problem?
I think only my doctor can honestly answer that question.
When you were leaving the office, you did that to that your chair. What was the significance of that tap on that chair?
Goodbye.
Oh!
So that's an about to be released docu tell all by the Aboki from Daura. I don't miss being president, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I think he hinted on that like a few months or so before the end of his presidency. So I don't think we should be surprised about that. But the fact that unless I heard him incorrectly, they asked him, did he think his administration was hijacked by the cabal, and I think he said he thinks so. Is that what he said? He said, I think so.
It was in the. I think it was in the throes of because that's a teaser for something that is about to be released. So it was in the throes of a fuller response, but they just snipped it just to tease you into watching it. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, what can we say about Buhari? He wanted to be the president, and he became the president. And that's one thing about being a politician or a leader. It doesn't matter your competency or incompetency. If the people like you, they will vote for you. That's the claim that Buhari was trying to lay claim to, or the votes rather he's trying to lay claim to, or the 12 million votes from the north that he thought Atiku was going to have, which is a joke. He had it. Buhari had it for what, 2 or 3 times in a row, and eventually won. So that's it. You can't, when people put themselves forward for leadership position or in politics, it's totally up to the people and how they play the game, and that's what determines if they win or not. So it's never been politics has never been a contest of the best of the best. It's a popularity context in one way, and plenty of other factors. Money, who has a lot of money, is a big factor also. So there we are, and we had Buhari. Now is gone. I mean, I never thought about him. I've always said about Buhari, just looking from outside, he had an antecedent when he came to power the first time around. What about him? He's a military guy, and he believed in command and control. And quite frankly, if he had operated that way when he became a civilian president, he probably would have done much better. But he's not a business person. We all know that. I don't know why people are shocked by his performance. He doesn't know how to negotiate. He doesn't know none of that. It's not part of his repertoire. That's not Buhari there. But now we have Tinubu that's a salesperson that's going to go out into the world and sell Nigeria to attract investors and sell the country in general.
So, Daddy, can I interject you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
You seems to be giving excuse for his performance. As not a marketer, as not not vast in economics, principles and all that. We shouldn't observe him about that. A leader doesn't necessarily have to have those qualities, but his ability to gather, the think tank, people who know how, together, and to formulate policies that will touch life. That's the quality of leaders. So we shouldn't observe it. Nigeria believe and thought that he's going to do. But trust me, he did some things, but when it comes to security, he failed woefully. But Nigerian voted for him not because he's good in math or good in statistics, but because they see him in a leader, as a leader, with somebody who can galvanize and unite the country. Not that people thought that he was not going to perform. They saw a leadership in him with somebody who had been the head of the government before, and with the authoritarian way of governance, people thought he was going to replicate the same with this administration, and he did, and he couldn't because his hands were tied. This is not as a democratic system. So,
yeah, I agree with your definition of leadership. Actually, ability to recognize the good in people around you, to use the people in the right way. But here's the thing: I don't. Again, I'm not trying to absorb him of anything, but I don't. At the same time, because I remember before. The first time around when he was running for the presidency before he won the first term, I was having a discussion with my younger brother, like, what about? And I said, what about Buhari? I know we know him as a military guy in the younger days, but what about him right now that people like him so much, or people wanted him? Oh, he's gonna come in and fight corruption. He's gonna come and fight corruption and do this and that. I said, and that's what a lot of people were talking about, failing to recognize that Buhari is coming from a command and control environment into a democratic system whereby he has to negotiate and talk to people and come to consensus, which he doesn't have those skills. So I blame the people that voted for him. I do.
But President, can I say something, please? Can I say something?
Right. Can I? Yeah.
Yeah. You know, first of all, I cannot thank him enough for giving us that second Niger bridge because I benefited from him infrastructural benefit. So it's a plus to my area because I continue to say it. That second Niger bridge is just in front of my house. So it has opened up a lot of business activities in that area. But regardless of that, the economy, he messed this up. So I don't expect him to miss anything because he never had a plan to govern. If he had a plan to govern, he would have been missing some things that maybe there are some areas that he would have wanted to touch that he didn't touch before leaving office that he would have been missing. But because of that lack of planning before coming into government, it's just propaganda. So I don't expect him to miss anything because economically, he just bankrupt the nation. And that's what I want to know about him.
Well, thanks for the Kenneth. But to your point and Aduali's point, the fact is that, yes, if you have a leader does not have to be an expert in every area, but they should have that spirit of wisdom when people make proposals or bring something to them, ask the right questions, and know how to go about executing the agenda. Buhari, to me, again, I'm not trying to absolve him from anything, but to me, we got what we got. I don't know what is the projection of the voters, the followers that projected all these attributes on him, and that was what happened. It wasn't because he came out there and told people, "Oh, I'm going to do this and that." I don't think he did. He just campaigned, and it was the most popular choice that we had, and he won.
Prince Daddy, do you not feel that Buhari's administration somewhat demythified him because he ran and ran 3 times, I think, before he got to the 4th time, and every single time people were saying, "Oh, if this guy gets it, he will fix a lot of the problems that afflicts the country." But he didn't. He actually made every single the ethnic diversity became an ethnic albatross around the country's neck. Insecurity, all-time worst. Corruption, the worst we've ever seen. All of those things that they thought that he was the panacea to, he actually was an enabler. Has it not been maybe it would have been better off not being president. Then we would have said, just like Awolowo, that it would have been the best president we never had.
Yeah, I see. But what do we plug in that 8 months of absence due to medical condition? What role did that play in his entire presidency? Because that was the beginning of the foundation of his presidency, that a lot of people, bad actors, if you want to call them, that came in and seized a lot of the power and a lot of things. And that's how the cabal came about. I think that was the beginning of that strong cabal being at the neck of the government. That was so hard. I remember one time his wife, Aisha Buhari, what's her name? Yeah, she came forward, and when she was complaining about the cabal, so that 8 months that he was missing in action, that they had a Shibanja there, it did a lot of damage to the Nigerian space. I'm not sure if he had started off not being sick, it would have done any better. I mean, it's yet to be known, or we never know, rather. But
do you think he became paranoid after that episode?
Prince Daddy, is that Prince Daddy?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, can you permit me a second?
Go ahead, Bishop. Yeah.
Good, thank you. I think after post Buhari's ailment, he never recovered in the recess of the world. He never got out of what happened to him when he made that statement that he had never been this sick. I stand to be corrected. Buhari lost his mojo after that ailment, and I was never Never. In fact, I remember I was discussing with a group of friends, and I said the best he could do for Nigeria was run for that election, win that election, resign, and hand over to Osinbajo. And I actually speculated that let Osinbajo pick El-Rufai and do one more term after that one that he inherited. Because there was one experience I had with someone here in the US about Buhari's ailment. And I have said repeatedly, the only person that would tell me that his ailment was an act of God was Buhari himself, because of what I had. So unfortunately, Buhari became a shadow of whatever, whether intellectually or potentially or by character he could have presented to Nigeria. Unfortunately, those things incapacitated him very greatly, and his regime or government or administration was hijacked completely away from him.
I agree with you. Yeah, though it took 8 months, in reality, it probably was much longer for him to recover and be fully well to govern. So yeah, that play had a big effect on his presidency for sure. Yeah, but you know the talking about him being poisoned to whose benefit? If people are poisoning, Osinbajo, a Southwesterner, a Southerner would have become the president, right? So we knew. I mean, we don't really know what happened.
How do you think history will judge him, Prince Daddy?
You know, maybe a couple more years, 2 or 3 more terms of new leaders. I think they're probably going to judge him very well, actually, or fairly, actually. I think there's this especially from the North, right? This affection for him, there's this affection for him. Yeah, I think overall people would judge him well. Even the people that feel really they have a lot of reservation about him right now will probably see him as time passes as being an okay leader. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Was there anything else you wanted to bring to our attention, Prince?
Well, yeah, kind of.
So sorry, I think Femi wants to come in. Let Femi come in, and then you take the floor back. Femi, did you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to what was it that you guys were talking about the other time? Oh God.
Oh, are you taking us to a totally new topic?
No. It was about the topic before this current one that you guys are on right now. I just wanted to. Oh my God, I just can't remember now.
Shetima and
no, University
Fund. Thank you.
University Fund. Okay.
Thank you. It was the Shetima thing. Yeah, I just wanted to also align with Prince Daddy that in the context in which he said that he wasn't dismissing what's it called now? Restructuring. Yeah, he was actually, basically what he was trying to say there was, look, if everything is fine, nobody's going to be talking about restructuring. Actually, if everybody feels like they are part of the country and everything works well for everybody, so it wasn't like he was saying restructuring my foot. It's not in the context of like to hell with restructuring. That's not what he actually meant in that video, so I just wanted to support that notion. That's it.
All right, back to Prince.
Yeah.
But hold on before you continue. What is all this?
You want to call him Babati again,
Prince Daddy, please. What is all this thing everybody does here? Especially the Agbado people. We heard something here, and you are trying to speak. I mean, God.
Are you trying
to say we
are? Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Are you trying to say we what we heard? We are crazy for what we are hearing. That this guy said
you can hear with a closed mind.
Even you yourself, when you hear some things, you will say the context. You will talk about the context. So why can't other people talk about the context and situate things?
Context? Somebody saying that you heard him saying that restructuring.
You only had 30 seconds, probably from a 30 minutes.
What did he say? What was it? What was the beginning and the end of what?
I don't. Yeah. What we are saying is that you only had 30 seconds. Okay, do you know what? Let us give ourselves an assignment. Let us go and look for the full. No, now. Let us go and look for the full speech. No, one man, is that not a fair thing? Let's go and look for the full speech so that we can all listen to it together and make deductions.
You see, even when people meet at Tinubu on top of a woman, you will continue making cakes, right? No, it wasn't a woman. He was just dancing with the woman. I mean, I don't understand. I mean,
are we getting into Monica Lewinsky territory? Where are you taking us to?
Rational mind. Do you read the general comment? Do you read it out?
I read sometimes, but I'm not.
Oh, you read? Oh, please try and read it more often. Don't. Sometimes you sound so extremely very, and with all respect, I don't want to use words. Ridiculous.
Very naive.
No,
right?
not naive. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. How ridiculous? To the Agbado people, I will sound ridiculous now.
No, stop this Agbado something. You are sounding very monotonous.
That's how
no, look, you are my friend. You are our friend.
I don't sing your song.
You are sounding very ridiculous. Let's move on.
All right, you can sound however you choose to. Rational mind. We like your voice here. Back to you, Prince.
They say you guys are sounding like obedient none in the comment section.
To wrap it up,
it's been you wanted to take us to something that particularly struck you. It's been a while since we played that Agbado. Maybe we'll play it. All right. So back to you, Prince.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a lot of people are familiar with the African Americans in America about reparation and reparation to other groups around the world. And I've been thinking, if there's one thing the Agbado people and the Obedient and Articulated can perhaps agree on is reparation for Nigerians. And obviously, if you ask people now, people's mind will probably go towards reparation from the colonial masters, the white people. They should pay us reparation. But if you ask me, where our reparation lies is in the hands of Nigerians, the people that have looted the country. If you ask me, I don't have real fact numbers to back it up, but I would say that Nigerians have stolen from the politicians and the leaders. They've stolen from Nigerians more so than the British or the colonial masters had.
Sorry, Prince. When Prince Adebayo was here, I think he estimated it as comfortably $1 trillion. Yes, of course. From independence till date, yeah.
To date, I would say by now it's more than that. When Dangote can just reach into his back pocket and pull, I don't know, is it $500 million or $1.5 billion to pay back to the central bank? We don't have a clue what is going on. So the true reparation is to come from Nigerians. I mean, and I think that's a focal point that we all can agree on. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that we're not talking about it. And these people, they will continue to loot the country and run away with it. They have to pay back. I've thought about this for many years.
Prince Daddy. So the slave masters that robbed you of your humanity and your dignity, that is what less than $1 trillion. That's what you're telling me. Somebody robbed you of your humanity, that your essence, the people who robbed you, change your way of thinking, and you say that is less than $1 trillion.
Well, Babati, according to Mike, our favorite Mike on the show, see, perhaps over 90% of Nigerians or Africans don't even know that the colonial masters were ruling them. So this humanity that they've taken away and stripping off our dignity and all this stuff, I don't bite. Because if you ask me,
now you're not in my mind. Now you are going. You were far right before. Now you're in the Tea Party territory at this point. That's where I have you. I'm telling you. I know. I am far right, but you are far right.
Tea Party.
Okay,
I've always been the Tea Party.
slavery, colonization, and you are now comparing that to $1 trillion being stolen by politicians. I mean, what are we doing here? Come on.
No, that's the point. They've stolen more than that. But apart from we've stolen more, is not the issue here. If we are able to get back what our own people stole from us, then and truly then we'll be serious about going after the Europeans or the British people and demanding reparation. Until then, I don't think we have the right to be doing that.
So how are you going to do that? But because when you use that word, that means they will be willing to do so. So it's like force. So unless you're going to force them to do it, then you cannot use the word repatriation. Like if they have to pay you back, I mean, okay, we're done. Okay, I don't want to steal from Prince Ade anymore. I've been robbing him blind for 20 years. Now I want to do the right thing. So you think these armed robbers are going to just say, well, they're going to just wake up one day and say, you know what? We want to do the right thing and return back the money we stole from you guys.
Are you talking about the Nigerian politicians?
Yeah. That's the way you're making it. Like, oh, what? We are done robbing you guys, and we want to just do the right thing.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I myself, I don't have a clue. But what I'm saying, in other from the preamble to my this discussion was that, look, I said this is a focal point whereby we all, the obedient articulators and the Agbado people, can come together and work on one thing in unison. And
my brother, they cannot come together. Do you know why? Once, let's say, okay, let's start from Peter B as number one criminal. Yeah, leave him alone now. Why him? Why must he be the first person? Why can't we do Tinubu first? That would be the end of the so-called brotherly love. That the tribal thing will just enter. Next thing you know, it's over. So you can't even solve your once you bring up any name. If you bring up IBB now, you see people leave him alone now. What do you mean? Don't you have a thief in your own town? Go and deal with your own first. That's the end of this whole arrangement. So you know how Nigerians are. So don't even waste your time.
I know I may be living in La La Land. I may be, but I believe that. Well, that'll be a good starting point. If we are, because we're not serious now, this tribalism and these other reasons why we give, we're not serious. But I'm telling you, in thinking about how much these people have stolen from us, and they keep stealing it. I mean, we saw on the television a few months ago somebody that works with the oil marketers or the Petroleum Corporation talking about these people are making money over fist, that they're even tired of making money, and I believe them. There's so much money in that country, more like outside of the country, owned by Nigerians. We have so much money. We have so much money to squash our forex problem literally overnight. We do have this money. We have this money that we don't have to borrow. Okay, but if we're not doing that, well, it's very easy for people to point the finger at the white man, the colonial masters being our problem and this and that. Sure. But to me, that's not the starting point. We have to get serious as a people. If we truly care for that country and we want to move forward, we have to get serious. Come together. When that day comes, when everybody put away their cloak and just wear the cloak of Nigeria, green, white, green, and we move ahead as one.
Prince Daddy, come on. This is not a Super Eagles match now. That's the only time we come together as come on, let's be honest. The only time we come together is like, once the guys Super Eagles is playing. That's it. When it's done, we're back to our tribal corners. That's what we do.
Even the Super Ego match, people are not coming together again. Don't you watch the last match?
Is that bad?
What are you telling me?
Is that
it's
bad
that people are not coming together? Even the Super Ego, people are not coming together again. So
I understand, guys. I'm just being optimistic, and I see it as a way, perhaps in the future. And I'm not like rational minded. I try to be optimistic. You never know; anything can change. I believe in impossibilities. I do. You never know. I don't give up on people or Nigeria. I think eventually, who knows, if you get the right leader that's able to come about that everyone, it doesn't matter your tribe, your ethnic affiliation, and we can rally around that person, we can do it. Other nations have done it. I don't see why we're any different. You see, tough times, they're good, but we can do it. I believe in it.
Prince Daddy, I called you Brick Daddy. I said Prince Daddy.
Big Daddy came. Are we at the
What are you
mountain
doing?
hour? Brokeback Mountain. Eh?
Prince
Yes,
Daddy,
yeah,
I know you
yeah,
know. Prince Daddy.
Call me Daddy.
rational mind. Is that you fucking me? You know, sometimes I want to. Hey, Prince Daddy. You know these folks.
No,
The
you call him
current.
Pimp Daddy. I mean, Pimp Daddy.
Eh?
Prince Daddy. What?
P. Diddy. P. Diddy.
Okay, Prince Daddy.
What's going on, man? What's
I'm
going on?
okay.
I
I'm doing
don't know.
fine. And she's your logo right. Every time, every man. Thanksgiving next week. I'm gonna show you and shine. Hey, Prince Daddy. You know this current political actors. How old were they when they moved back in 1999 to join the political movement? And today they are reaping that long participation in the political process. So every single one of us here, keep on rambling and whining all the time. Not that these folks were rich. Some of them were poor and wretched when they moved back home. So what will it take us? Consistency, showing up, participating, getting involved in the discussion. Maybe we can move it forward and be a part of that movement that actually propel Nigeria to the greater height. I don't see a reason why we cannot, get involved in political activities and participate in the electoral process, other than just staying abroad or and keep whining and complaining all the time. These folks don't have two heads. They were almost in their 40s, 50s when they moved back home. I mean, the criminals among them hijacked that process and they were poor. So why can't we do the same thing? Replicate that same strategy, and maybe we can make that change within internally.
I agree
When
with
are
you
you moving
totally.
back home? When are you moving back home? You particularly.
You know, we have to.
Follow
Coco,
you.
I'm actually ready. We don't know each other, but I'm actually ready. I've spoken to some people. First
You
of all,
spoken to Alake. You spoken to Alake, your
I'm
brother.
go Kowoje now. So the back
Do you know what, guys?
I'm just kidding. I'm
Just
just
wait till
kidding.
tomorrow to ask. Wait till tomorrow to ask Diwali that same question because listen,
Well,
Mutito, I don't know. Maybe he
no,
doesn't know what he's talking about.
I'm actually, I'm so, yeah, I'm Kowoje. Your
Wait,
consistency will make your Kukulowo Rishi. Consistency will make you, steal from the government because those people only usually issue they don't throw any book. If not, they will put Ayala on you or poison your food. You'll be
Diwali,
uh,
no, Diwali, no. Diwali no suru. Only iṣu no to when bonu epo abi.
issue
Epo no.
throw any book.
Epo ohun ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni wàá lo spoon àbí
No.
kò lo
Let
knife
me
tó
tell you, Babati. Sorry, Prince Daddy. It seems these guys will not back off. Look, even though you wanted to make that change or be the agent of that change, at least you are not an alien. You came from somewhere. The moment you are appointed into any public office, you will see entire community where you come from come to claim you. This time around, they want to identify with you. And sometimes you need that voice, you need the people behind you, and they will come whether you like it or not. And guess what? They will start trying to, make you see a reason why you have to identify with
Ọmọ
them.
wa ni ẹjẹ́ ó ṣe àbí.
So in that process, you would need them because in Nigeria politics, you need people. You need people to support you, to speak on your behalf. So, and at the end of the day, they will want something back from you. So they will want you to steal for them. And if you don't play the ball, guess what they're going to do? They will poison you just like they did to Akérèdọ́lù. You just be flying you around, the world. So you have no choice except you quit and if you've abandoned everything what you are here and move back home and quitting is not an option or I mean it's an option if you have integrity, but at the end of the day people they die there, so it's not
So
a matter.
Is it
So
Adewale speaking?
does that mean we are
Yeah.
doomed? So no way
Adewale,
out.
We are not
I
just
want to just you to rewind. Sorry, Adani Koko. I just wanted to hear something I thought you said now. I'm not sure I heard it. Did you just say, in the course of your last few sentences, that the same way they poisoned Akeredolu?
I make that up. I'm not so sure. I just make that up.
Okay.
I can bet you that you don't want to.
But that is what that is what his wife alleges, though. Do you remember what his wife alleges?
I better leave the wife from us. I just want because I thought I heard what he said. So let me. I thought I heard wrongly.
I have to put a disclaimer on that so that they won't go and quote me and say I say that. But I just our people are very devilish. Our fatek was before you knew it. We'll just be flying you around like Buhari.
They were letting people not the dialogue, Benny.
All these people, they are like they are everywhere. For how long?
You see,
if you don't,
irú ìlú wo nìyẹn ogun tògùlá tó máa fi ṣèjọba. One man, so that guy is right. The other platform talks about spiritual power. Don't ban Nigeria.
That much more after the election.
Do you remember? Sorry, do you remember that woman that resumed as the NIPOST chairman? Her first day in office, when they gave her a chair to sit down, she said, "Don't worry about the chair." She went and sat down somewhere else.
Guys, Minister of Tourism, Lola Adejon, used to be my guy. I didn't really get close to her when I first joined Magnum Trust back then. But she was a very nice woman. She's a Christian. Do you realize that since she has been appointed into that position, she has not for one day served in that capacity? She's in London. She is in admission in London. She's been poisoned. She's been poisoned for someone who has never been involved in politics. Poisoned. From reliable source. I have a family member that spoke to her while in London.
On a more serious note, if you want to play at that level, unlike the dialogue bell, I'm sorry.
ìyẹn ọmọ àbọ̀ bàbá tí àti máìkì káàkiri nísìnyí nìkan lè mú wọn lọ sílé bàbá náà.
ẹnu ni bàbá tí ní kò lóògùn.
èmi ò ní ọkàn so wọ́n máa ní.
bàbá tí tó sáwá sí Amẹ́ríkà wọn kọ́ ló sọ fún wa lọ́jọ́ kan pé ládùúgbò àwọn èèyàn kú pípípí. Nigeria.
I will follow Bishop to church to pray for me so that.
No, but Baba Shey not Ogun State nígbà the first time Osobagba yẹn. One gbé ẹbọ wá sórí
see Tinubu now. We don't even know whether that man is. I don't even know whether it's now. What is it called? What they call Buhari there? Something from Sudan. What is it?
Jubril Sudan.
You don't know whether he has turned to Jubril now.
No. Hold on. Do you notice that the first 3 months of Tinubu's government, the guy never even slept in the household? Did you know this?
Yeah, I know.
No comment.
No comment, Bishop. I said I will follow you, so you go and pray for me.
Oh yes. I had that one. We need to talk, please. I'm very serious about it. We need to talk.
Bishop forgot the first effect in Nigeria.
No. No. Let me say this. I'm very confidently and very boldly. If there's anybody that my next major step is to Nigeria, that person is me. and Mudesoile with all of my mind. In fact, it's either I go to somewhere in Akimori or Iseyin or Akoron or Nara. But my next major
Wọ́n máa ń ṣògo gan lákìmọ̀rin o, that's where I'm
gbogbo
from.
náà wá fẹ́ ṣe kán ṣe tí ì bá lọ sókè ògùn.
You know what we have is an Oluawo there. We don't even have a Bale Oluawo.
I almost said what my name was now. You almost made me to make it sleep. Anyhow, Alawo Okpa, Alawo Okpa. There is nobody that is from any of our real. If you have your roots in Yoruba land, that you are not associated with one of these deities or the other, at the earlier begin to go back to our roots. And that's one thing I have come to realize that we have greatly missed because of what they called Eseajoji. A lot of this Eseajoji is what has made us to miss our path. But if there is one person that's my biggest ambition, my greatest desire is to go back to my roots, establish myself, and live my life in retirement. Because I'm past qualified for that retirement something. That person is me. So ojú ti mi lásán pé mo ń padà lé o. Ilé ni ìsinmi o, báwo ló ṣe máa ń pè? Ilé làbọ̀ ìsinmi oko. I am past due to be that person. So I will be talking to you very soon. I'll be interacting with you from home.
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Even though that sounds very, very patriotic, interesting, but you see, you also have to dress softly. I don't have to tell you, Agbala, only
is that Prince Daddy?
Is still Adewale.
Okay, Adewale, let me answer you in one sentence. I know where you're going.
Yes,
If I close my eye in death today, it is not with any regret. So don't go there. If I die today, I am dying proudly.
But there's one thing I've noticed, and it's becoming a trend.
Yeah.
When people move back home with good intention, with open heart, with intention to help people, not necessarily, you are not looking for a job, right?
Yeah.
But what I've seen as trending is that when people move back home, the people back home tend to have this selfish mentality.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They want to exploit you to the last penny on you.
Yeah, you
to the point that you will be rendered penniless and useless. And not you, but that is the trend. And at the end of the day, people will keep coming to you because of what they could get from you. If you even if you get involved in your community where you come from, they still want to exploit you. And I wanted to say something earlier that so when they see you, they can tell that you are not one of them, even though you were born there, but you just you've been gone too long. Before you now are basically and they can tell that you are different. You look different. You are fresh. Even your accent, even your dressing, your the way you talk.
Very seriously, jokes apart. So what you are saying is very, very instructive. But let me tell you very sincerely, and I consider this to be private conversation. I have considered these facts, and I've come to a very. I will still take that part. I want to be home. I want to be amongst my people, and I have said, even to people that really cared for me, that honestly speaking, if I am the only thing I'm praying to God is, and this is very, very, I'm very sincere, I want to see the death that's going to kill me and look at it boldly in the face. And I want to look at it very confidently. I don't want to die a coward. Whatever it is that is coming, but one place I want to die is home. Under whatever circumstance. So if it comes tomorrow, if I get home today and that death is coming the following day, no regret, and I've said this to everybody that cared to listen around me. I just want to be there. And whatever I am able to do, whether it is for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, and that time comes, or more, I am very, because I have seen people that did not even get to where I am. I have seen people that have not been able to acknowledge to express themselves as I have been able to, and they don't have any story. I have stories to tell. So for me, yes, I want to be there.
All right, brilliant. Round of that space, Prince Daddy, and then Dewale take the floor.
Oh no, yeah. Thanks, one minute. I'm done. Dewale can take the floor. Thank you.
All right, Dewale, you're up next.
It seems we've digressed a little bit from politics. We're now speaking.
You can just carry on. No, I think we're in that
life.
hour now that we're just talking
I
now.
kind of enjoy that because, you know, this is what I like the most when I, you know, have a Georgia with people with life experience and they're not holding back and they're willing to share, not just share on this show, but, you know, the listener too will benefit. That's what I like. When it becomes that, no, I don't do that. Let me go back to politics one man so that we can keep it, you know, interesting.
No, you can just free flow as you like. You know, we don't have to. I think we've circled the topic so many times. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
If
yeah. I was listening to Kulata. I think it was displaying certain stats about all the productions and all that, but my phone wasn't clear, so everything was just muddled up. So I couldn't really figure the and I heard Kulata talking about, you know, how the administration since 70s has been, you know, less focused on production, let's focus on other areas that the country could generate revenue and focus on you know, killing the one that even sustaining us. And I think that's what he was saying there, if I'm not mistaken, one man. But I didn't see the stacks. Well, I can bet that the stacks was depressed in the first place anyway, because Komoriwu, um, you know, our country is kind of like peculiar. The leaders want to do something, but our own people, we Nigerians, are the one that is, you know, for what we're saying. Uh, we have this mentality of, she won, is it yours? After all, it's for everybody, it's for government. Take the one that you can take, right? We shifted our attention from things that could easily, you know, become source of revenue for today. United Arab Emirates, one of the Emirates, the Dubai, and what is the other one? They make revenue from, they get revenue from tourism. They develop Dubai, right? They develop the country and people bring in their hard-earned money and spend it over there. Not that it's like a paradise, but people want alternative. People want a place where they can close their eyes and open it. I said it on this show last week ago, I believe it was last week, when I watched a documentary of African Americans coming to Ghana. You know, I think the president also appointed a lady who was in charge of that diaspora movement, you know, coming to Ghana. And I watched it with keen interest. And honestly, I was moved to tears. What was it that they have that we don't have? We have it in abundance. It's just to put it together. The other day also, I was watching a documentary of the museum in Onikom. And thank God it recorded on a 4K camera. And you could see how dusty, how rusty, and how unwelcome the environment was like. You would not even call the place a museum. And I saw the Mercedes Benz where the one that Muritala rode and it was shot. And I look at it. If this were to be in a sane environment, right here, every day, people will be coming to see these things and they will be paying little money. And we have corporate organizations to sponsor and to put this museum in place. I mean, I went to Paris, I rode the red bus. They were taking us to.
No, you have to pay money there too to watch that Moitala this thing.
Yeah, I know, but it wasn't well kept. It wasn't inviting. Babajale Koko. It wasn't well put together. You could not even call that place a museum. At least in this 2023, it shouldn't look like 1999 or 1988 museum.
You're right. You're right.
Dusty, you see, I was nurturing fear when they returned those artifacts to Benin the other time. I was like, I don't trust my people, because look at how precious these antiquities are, and they're handing it over to us. Of course, we wanted it back to its original base, but how are we so sure that these things will be ordinarily? It shouldn't have been controlled by the government. They will have appointed maybe a committee or to source for funds for them to put it together and continuously maintaining it. Look at this cathedral in Paris. What did they call? The one that was engulfed with fire not quite long ago. What is it? How many times that building will be on fire? Will always be on fire from time to time.
I think they rebuilt it within a year.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. God bless you, sir. Notre Dame.
Mr. Triumph, you are the Frenchman, so you should know this.
Immediately after that thing, was burnt down, guess what? The non-governmental organizations started springing up, started sourcing for funds, and people were making pledges and all that, because it's not just about tourism now, it's about the identity. There's no way you go to Paris that you would not stop by that cathedral. There's no way you go to Paris you would not stop by the Eiffel Tower. How come? Because that's become the identity of that country or of that particular city. So, but here we are. What we are supposed to be doing, we now left it for a smaller country to be benefiting. African American African American lives in Ghana more than in Nigeria because of insecurity. It's shameful. And you see, somebody once said, I think it was Buhari on your show, I can't actually remember, that politicians were the one that brought this insecurity, this banditry and Boko Haram. They were the one that brought it upon us because they wanted to use them, and they procured arms and weapons for them, and they became uncontrollable. And today they became a menace to our society. Even the government could not even, the people that put them together could not even control them in the first place anymore. Look at the South. I think the most peaceful part of the country is Southwest as of now. We can even carve out of that Southwest the one that a little bit, if you take Lagos, a little bit of Shuna and Ekiti. Those ones on Koja you want to anyone. But you see, thank God that Ogun State is close to Lagos, because Ogun State, Loman Beka Akiri, all these people, we know that.
Hold on. Kí ni yẹn túmọ̀ sí?
Inferior Yoruba.
Ẹgbẹ́ Èkìtì kì í ṣe orí bí àbá ni, kì í ṣe abúlé.
You see, if there's one part of the Yoruba land that has corrupted the rest of them, it is Ogun State. It corrupted Lagos. They're now corrupting Oyo Tetilu Lenti. Now they're now coming to Osun, where Kulata came from. But I mean, those places are relatively peaceful, right? And but if you look at its geographical location to Lagos, it will be disservice to put those tourist centers in also those areas, because Lagos ordinarily would have been the one to take those positions. But we also look at other parts of the country. How could somebody travel to Nigeria and stay in Lagos only and said you've known the entire country? So part of the north, the south, talking about the Akwa Ibom, Calabar, those are nice places. Honestly, those places are also peaceful, relatively peaceful, right? But you see, I mean, people coming abroad, when they go to the Department of State website and they read those long, what do they call it, caution or whatever it is, you just say you will cancel your own trip.
No, Dewale, you're wrong, because those places too, with the kind of funds that they're getting, let's say, for instance, you also have to put infrastructure in place to attract people to come to your state. So don't blame. I mean, if you want people to come there,
what will it stop? People stop going to Obodo Ranch because what? People stop going to Obodo Ranch because number one, because of insecurity. Number two, wasn't well promoted. When the proponent of that noble idea left office, that idea dies there.
But that is the state government's problem, not you can't blame the federal government for that.
But the thing is this: there's one in the Ekiti State to call Ikogosi Warm Spring. That place was, every government since Ayo Fayose, they've been paying lip services to it. Thank God that the current governor, I think this current governor is from Ikogosi. I want to believe.
But once again, that's my point. It is the job of the
people do travel, but they were not well promoted. They were not.
But you can't expect. Okay, you can't expect me from Ogun to be promoting your own, because I have Olumorok as well to promote. So if you don't promote yours, then you can't blame me for not helping
a country that is not even well fed. Show Olumaro no put on love for tourism. No. Let's just put it in that perspective. A country that is not even, they have not even eaten enough. Would not be thinking of they want to go on a picnic, want to go.
No, it's not for necessarily for the people in your area. It's for outsiders. Like it's for people that have heard about it. So from other states,
those people coming from outside, I won't just look at what people are doing back home before.
No, doesn't work that well. Like even I went to like Olumoro for the first time in 2017. So even though I lived in the area, I never went up there before. So if you live close to something, you don't value it as much. It's just human nature. So you can't blame people living around that area for not exploring what they think is just theirs. They're not going to look at it. So it's mostly for people from the outside that have heard about the stories and want to see it for themselves. Those that you want to market those things to do. But you cannot blame everybody. You have to blame the people of the state. Blame your governors.
Let's just assume that it's a collective failure.
Collective. You want to call any DM, hold that hell on your own. Don't try to.
But you see, what you don't have, you can't give. And I think cases like this, where you have government coming in, they prioritize their own, project, and they don't include those tourist sites as one of it. And that is what brings, years of decadence and degradation of those sites. Honestly, when I watched Taiwo Aina's movie about Obodo Ranch, oh boy, I almost wept. And I look at it's not the same Obodo Ranch Obasanjo lodged in 2003 or something like that. It was terrible. Now it's not in the bad shape.
But you also ignore the fact that sometimes when you don't have, Lagos is lucky that they have this continuity, like the same political party, the same political cliques.
It's not just. I think
some of the I've not enjoyed that.
It goes beyond that. I don't know if you are familiar with the Tony Street in Ikeja. There was a water park there before. I don't know if people are familiar with Tony Street in Ikeja, very close to Okpebi Island. There was a water park. I used to frequent that place in the 90s, around 93, 92. All of a sudden, it closed down. It wasn't government. It was a privately owned water park. And they closed down. Why? Is it because of lack of patronage or, or lack of funding? Or people just...
that is privately owned, right?
Yes.
Water park. Yeah, it's a harsh business environment now.
No.
Okay.
The harsh business environment now.
No, I don't think it's harsh business environment. There are several. Okay, when you leave that, I know the water park you're talking about. By the way, there is this amusement park somewhere around Apapa.
Mm-hmm.
I want to remember that name. I've been there several times. I used to live in Ojolegba Road.
Apapa Amusement Park.
Amusement Park. Yeah, it was completely privately run, and they were running very profitably. Are you going to say it was because of the business environment? No, it was the attitude and character of people that ran that place down. And I know what I'm talking about. I don't want us to go into that. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not arguing anything, but I just want to, because I have been to that, I mean, what he was talking about in that Ikeja. There's quite a lot that we need to do that we have not done before about how business are sustained. Of course, in some instances, business die because of certain things, but the rate at which business dies in Nigeria is beyond ordinary. Our own attitude and the way we do other people's work has a lot to do with it, because people want to reap from where they have not sown. And now I can tell you that is part of what killed what he's talking about. It's not just because the attitude of individuals that you employ every day. That is everyday people.
Bishop,
People
you mean the Ogata Owalara mentality?
Owalara. Ó tẹ̀ sí kọjá owó yẹn gan òṣìṣẹ́ mọ́ sí. Owó yẹn gan òṣìṣẹ́ mọ́ sí. Owó yẹn gangan kò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ sí. It is in the instance that, look, you employ people and they are helping you to calculate how much money you are making, and they must be able to get their own fair share. They are not considering the fact that how many years have you been investing in that business, and you have built it up to the extent that you are now making income. So they are now looking at all your income as profit, that they must have their own fair share of that income. They don't look whether you have been building or nurturing that business for 5, 10, 20 years. So all your investment of those years, but they want to share. I'm saying this, I mean, very with all modesty, but sincerely. So you employ people today, they see you are making 500,000 or 500 million per month, and they think that your 500 million is profit. They are not considering the fact that you have been nurturing and building this business for 10 years. You have been investing money and other resources. That's the big problem we have.
You're right, Bishop.
Bishop Adewale, you see, when I say harsh business environment, you see, a country where there's no constant electricity, that kind of water park must have to run on constant electricity, to operate all the equipment and everything. But where we don't have that regular electricity supply, you have to run it on generator. Man, that is an additional cost. So, and the cost of diesel, that will take the whole of your profit, and you're bankrupt. So, Nigeria, when I said is the harsh business environment, a lot of things are responsible for that.
So, let us assume that business, whatever, is not running on public electricity. It's running on privately generated power. What could be the next problem? Let's just eliminate that on generator or NEPA or whatever. Let's just assume that, okay, they generate their own power. Can they still break even?
Look, I don't know what you mean by the privately generate their own power.
It's possible.
Private company. Look, it's such industry, they run on generator. So privately generated electricity, I don't know how that can be achieved. Though we know there are some industry that maybe government give them some some kind of.
I doubt it.
Like the tax breaks, Abi, or incentives.
maybe they give them some kind of authority to generate their own.
They have the. I think you can do 5. You can do 5 to 10.
Yeah. So, but many industries, they rely on a generator. Generator will suck up all your profit, and
but
you
that
can't
can be
continue.
spread. The cost of that.
I
Can be
don't think
spread.
so, Mr. Jellicoe. I don't think so, Mr. Jellicoe. I'm sorry.
And then the
Chief Executive.
taxes, and the overhead, and you can't continue to run business in a very hard
But by Nisiru,
environment. You will
did
leave.
you see? No, did you see the VP in Agbara the other day, where those people, those businesses, apparently Lagos Ogun, you're actually responsible for 65% of the manufacturing output in the country. So he came there. So what they're doing is now, people in here, they are generating them their own power themselves, but it costs them, I think, about 400 naira per kilowatt to run the cost. So you got not agreeing we pay. Now federal government will give them a direct line, power line, guaranteed access, but it will be at 100 naira. So if we want to reduce the cost, by almost 2/3 near. So government can then do targeted investment on incentives to all these companies. Okay, if you are to do so, we provide this for a cheaper rate with tax incentive. And then add them like that will be we should do more of that. But I saw that done in Ogusi the other day by VP Kashima. I saw it.
Okay. Let me tell Ladanji one thing. I want to share my personal experience with you and listen very carefully. I used to have a farm, a poultry farm in Ibadan many years ago, along Wofun Oludo, blah, 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 in Ibadan. And I had some birds, and I was expecting, not ordinarily, we should be making like about minimum of 35 to 40 crates of eggs per day. 35 to 40. And we were making less than 25, just about 23, 24, 25 every day. In fact, when we make 25 is our peak. And we fed everything. I have a good veterinary doctor. And we were doing deep litter, and we did everything. One day, somebody gave me a hint. So I left where I was living, somewhere in Ibadan, and I went to the farm. Early in the morning, I got there before 5 a.m. I have 1, 2, 4, 5 attendants that used to live there. So I sat there in the farm, in the poultry, and we started picking our eggs. We used to pick our eggs every 2 hours from 8 a.m., 10, 12, 2, 4, and 6. 6 is the last time we pick our eggs. And I'm telling you this with all sincerity. That day, I did not leave the place at all. I sat there like the rock of Gibraltar. Do you know, by the time it was 2 p.m., we have crossed the 25 trays of eggs. In fact, by 12, we have crossed. By 2 p.m., we have crossed 30 crates of eggs. By 6, we were at 35 point something, almost 36 crates of eggs. And what it simply means was that every day the farm attendants had been stealing 10 crates of eggs. I am not telling you story.
1/3 of your production.
And we were struggling, buying all manner of drugs. If I mention 2 veterinary doctors that were prominent in Ibadan, we used to buy our chicken from S&D, Aderupoko in Abeokuta, and Alanco. We were making, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Bishop. I'm going to have to shut it down at the front end, but the conversation can carry on at the back. Ayo, the only super chatter for today, so that's Ayo holding steady. So thank you, Ayo. Thank you, everyone that's joined us. The conversation carries on, but it will only be in the back room. So thank you, everyone, for joining. Please join us tomorrow, and thank you to the panelists. So.